final of Bellator's inaugural Bantamweight tournament to determine the 135-pound Bellator World Champion, Ed West versus Zach Makovsky.
Ed West so well-rounded, so dynamic, but Zach Makovsky, his wrestling has proved to be the downfall of every opponent he has faced in Bellator. Can Ed West stay on his feet?
Fighter's gone over the rules in the back. There are no final questions from you, Blue. No final questions from you, Red. Touch gloves, come out ready to fight.
Tonight's Bellator tournament finals are under the unified rules of combat, as they are for Bellator World Championships. They are scheduled for five-minute rounds. Elbows to the head are allowed, both standing and on the ground, and there is no kicking or kneeing the head of a grounded opponent. The victor in this bout will win Bellator's inaugural Bantamweight tournament and be crowned Bellator's first ever world champion at 135 pounds. Ed West in the red trunks, Zach Makovsky in the navy blue trunks. Jason Herzog is the referee.
See Ed West moving a lot. I think that's going to be his key in this fight. He's got great movement and a fast head kick.
Both fighters very confident that they would respectively win this bout, and both felt that there was a high likelihood this would go all 5 rounds.
Both guys, I think, confident but cautious. They're aware of their abilities, they're also very aware of their opponent's abilities.
Makovsky wrestled at the NCAA Division I level at Drexel University. West said, "I am superior to Makovsky in all aspects of MMA, save for wrestling."
I don't know, Makovsky's jiu-jitsu looks pretty good too.
Makovsky missing with that head kick.
I don't think Makovsky's going to want to play this game very long against Ed West. I think he's going to try and corner him and get the takedown.
West 5 inches taller than his opponent Makovsky. West standing 5'9".
West throwing a lot of kicks for someone who's taking on a superior wrestler.
Single leg attempt. And that's just what West told us, Jimmy, that he would do in the fighter meeting. Not resist the takedown, but go to his back and then pull closed guard.
Well, the problem is that it's easy to give away a lot of rounds pulling closed guard. As long as you're on the bottom and your opponent's doing anything at all, 9 times out of 10, he wins that round. So the problem with not resisting the takedown is, A, it's easy for Makovsky to take you down. He's not expending a lot of energy. And number 2, once they're on the ground, unless you're going for a lot of submissions, it's easy to give away rounds.
West said that Makovsky has the best single leg takedown that he has ever seen in MMA.
He has a great single leg.
And he said he just simply on the single leg or the double leg was not going to fight it, burn energy, just accept the takedown and do this, close guard and work from the bottom.
Kazushi Sakuraba very successful with the single leg, but it's rare. Most guys like that safe double leg. Chest, head in the center of the other guy's chest, but Makovsky can take you down a bunch of different ways.
Punch from the bottom by West. That surprised Makovsky. Big left hand by Makovsky, another. Not fully finding the mark there on those punches.
Makovsky has good ground and pound. He has short limbs, he's stocky, he's powerful. Great stand-up. Somersault. Roll back and then back to his feet.
Somersault to the stand-up by Ed West.
Yes, that's why they call him Wild West. Unorthodox, dynamic, and physical. Both these guys physical freaks.
Makovsky trying to move forward. West said, "I want to stick and move, stick and move."
Now the problem Ed West is going to have is that he's very accurate with the strikes and he mixes it up very well. He hasn't shown us a ton of knockout power. I don't know if he has the really the power to knock Makovsky out unless he really comes in.
West just missed with that head kick. Low kick by Makovsky. Push kick by Zach Makovsky. West actually smirked on that.
And that's the wrestler's kryptonite, is a guy that can throw hard enough to make him hesitate. And see, there is no hesitation with Zach Makovsky.
And again, the single leg takedown by Makovsky, hardly resisted by West.
West so flexible, trying to use that far leg to get underneath, and he gets it. Boom, back to guard.
West is a fighter who talks all the time that he is very comfortable fighting off of his back.
I was watching him train before his fight with Goldsby, and he has a dangerous guard, very tricky.
Makovsky said his biggest fear in this fight was being held in West's closed guard.
You see trying furiously to pass, trying to pass to the weak side. The side the guard is open, which is Makovsky's left side. That's the side he's trying to pass.
Final minute of round number 1.
Now, most guys cannot get up that way, but Ed West able to pop back to his feet.
Slight mouse under the left eye of Zach Makovsky. Step in with the left hand by Makovsky.
Power shots from both guys are going to land more effectively because they have opposite stances.
Simultaneous leg kicks. We are headed to round number 2.
You can see that unorthodox stand-up by Ed West, flipping back, standing up in a somersault. Is that physical creativity that Makovsky's going to have trouble dealing with.
This for Bellator's World Bantamweight Championship. The winner of this fight will become the inaugural champion of Bellator at 135 pounds. Ed West is in the red trunks, Zach Makovsky in the navy blue trunks. West looking for the side kick, and a single leg takedown by Makovsky.
And the problem with that side stance, that karate stance, is very hard to stop the takedown. Now, this is a position in his last couple fights where Makovsky was all over guys, transitioning very well, and he's had trouble passing the guard of Ed West. So he takes him down, works a little ground and pound, but before he was so dynamic all over guys, and Ed West really difficult to deal with on the ground. You can see it.
In the full guard held by Ed West. Jimmy, round number 1, very difficult to score.
Very difficult to score. I gave it 10-9 to Zach Makovsky based on that takedown and ground and pound. Ed West had a little more success on the feet, but I think Makovsky won that round based on his takedown. But it could have gone either way.
Jimmy, thus far, who do you think has the edge in the stand-up?
Ed West, for sure. I mean, Makovsky's done well. It hasn't been a blowout by any means, but Ed West has landed a little bit more effectively. You see West more gun-shy than he was against Goldsby and Vega because he's so concerned about that takedown.
Makovsky moving forward tenaciously. Head kick attempt by Makovsky.
And that's when Makovsky's been successful, is when he has Ed West cornered. It's his movement that is so dangerous, his ability to set up strikes. If you can corner him, if you can keep him in one spot, Makovsky does have a lot of power in his hands.
Two very different stances. West so much bounce in his step. Makovsky standing not like a traditional wrestler, but definitely more flat-footed.
And always low. It's just at 135, you don't see a lot of knockouts. These guys just don't pack the kind of power that can knock somebody out. It's rare to see a 135er that has real KO power.
West trying to throw the head kick. Definitely blocked by Makovsky. Low kick by West getting through. Here's Makovsky coming forward. West on his bicycle.
West looking for those opportunities to counter. But he has to land cleanly because, you know, in terms of aggression and ring control, cage control, got to give the edge to Makovsky because he's moving forward.
West just feinting the spinning back kick. Single leg, West tries to jump out of it.
And every time he gets a hand on a leg, he gets the takedown.
Side control now held by Makovsky. This is something that West talked about. He really did not want to have Makovsky holding side position.
Look at the flexibility of Ed West. Grabbing his leg, just trying to keep Makovsky locked down. But Makovsky can throw knees just like that from here. Needs to free up that left arm. It's a good position to hold, but he's not going to be able to get out of this position. Ed West, unless he lets go of that and starts moving his hips around.
West definitely burns energy, doesn't he, Jimmy, holding that?
He burns some energy, but it might be worth it if he can get a stand-up out of it. But there's only a minute left. Let's see what he can do. Finally letting that position go.
Remember, this is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. The winner of this fight will become Bellator's first ever world bantamweight champion and win this inaugural bantamweight tournament.
Ed West just trying to stay glued to Makovsky. Now moves. So slipped from his back.
Closing seconds of round number 2. Jackhammers with the left hand there. Good punches by Makovsky.
But for all the trickiness of his guard, it has been a defensive guard. He hasn't really gone for any submissions, hasn't come close to catching Zach Makovsky yet.
West looking for the up kick. Good elbows from the bottom there by West.
Looks like he might be going for the omoplata here.
That's exactly what he's going for, Jimmy.
Now you see Makovsky trying to control the right leg of Ed West so he can't step over and hook it. Only 14 seconds left, he lets it go.
Makovsky pulls out, cool as you like. Not yet to deep water, but I think we're headed there. Round number 3 upcoming. Bellator 32, round number 3. This, the bantamweight tournament final, the winner to become Bellator's first ever world champion at 135 pounds. Ed West in the red trunks, Zach Makovsky in the navy blue trunks. This is the 9th time in Ed West's career he has gone past 2 rounds, and the 11th time in Makovsky's career that he has gone past 2 rounds. Neither fighter has ever gone past 3 rounds. Jimmy, how do you have this scored thus far?
That's another round for Zach Makovsky, 10-9. I thought he was a little more dominant in that round, but still a 10-9 round for Makovsky. Based on that wrestling and that control, we see it here. He gets a takedown, he's just so tenacious. Nice guard pass. That's how you pass half guard.
Guard pass in the side, controlled by Makovsky.
Tight on the head and the arm. Beautiful job with the instep. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Makovsky not throwing elbows, just grinding in the elbow in the forearm.
Well, I don't see him taking a lot of risks with his ground and pound. I don't see him letting it all hang out. He knows how dangerous Ed West can be.
Again, the backward somersault to the feet by Ed West.
Just so unorthodox. Ed West does a lot of things that other fighters just don't do. Hard to train for a guy like that.
Makovsky missing with the left hand. West feinting with the kick. West is not afraid to do that. I think because he's so quick, he'll feint with the kick, spin, give his back, no worries.
No, he's not worried about it at all. And he's varying up his strikes so much that Makovsky has to worry about a lot of things coming. He doesn't want to charge in, get hit with some crazy spinning elbow off the kick. He's got to be respectful of his ability to hit everywhere. Not a lot of guys can do that. But not a lot of guys can do that either.
From the
that
single
is a
leg,
beautiful takedown.
Waist cinch takedown. That was slick. Just think about that there. Shot the single leg, moved to the back, and the takedown.
That is solid, solid world-class wrestling.
Again, side control held by Makovsky. These are 2 phenomenal fighters. They're fast, they're unorthodox, they're skillful, they're flexible.
It's a shame to see one of them lose, what you're going to see tonight. And 2 of the nicest guys we've ever dealt with in Bellator.
That's a bad cut. That's in the outside of the right brow of Ed West, and that's really leaking blood.
Well, the thing is, that gives Makovsky something to work on with that ground and pound. It gives him a target. He's been very cautious so far with his ground and pound. I think that's going to make him open up a little bit.
And West holding close guard.
And the flip side is, will it give Ed West a sense of urgency? I haven't really gotten that sense so far that he believes he's losing and he believes he's down, but with that cut, he might turn it up. We'll have to see.
Good right hand stepping in by Makovsky.
You see what he does? He pounds to pass. He hits you with that right hand. As you recover, he's trying to get around your guard.
The good news on the cut for Ed West is that the position on the eyebrow is, again, backward somersault to the feet. The way the blood is flowing, it's away from the eye. We talk about this all the time, but for the uninitiated, blood into the eye, no permanent damage, but temporarily you're not going to have much vision, if any vision at all.
Ed West was very candid. He said, that's my weakness, I guess, as a fighter, is that a lot of these guys have that Division I Olympic caliber wrestling. He goes, I just don't have it. Ed West, okay, he's going for the guillotine. The arm is in. That's hard to finish. Let's see if he can do it.
Arm in guillotine for West off the single leg shoot by Makovsky.
And only has half guard. See Makovsky being very patient here.
All patience, no panic from Makovsky. West, though, trying to crank.
See guys like Uriah Faber, Nate Diaz, they love this position, this almost bulldog guillotine from half guard, but he's not going to get it.
Biggest ovation of the night here in Kansas City, Missouri, as Makovsky pops his head free. It's a knowledgeable MMA crowd that they applaud that.
Yeah. Well, it's your hometown. You're a little biased. You know, it's Kansas City this.
This is a great
Kansas
fight
City
town.
that.
Boxing, pro wrestling, now MMA.
Pro wrestling does not count.
We are heading officially to deep waters as we will go to round 4. Round number 4 upcoming. Again, this the Bantamweight tournament final of Bellator's inaugural 135-pound tournament. The winner will be crowned Bellator's first ever world Bantamweight champion. Ed West is in the red trunks. Zach Makovsky is in the navy blue trunks. First time that either fighter has gone past round 3.
And this is going to be a very interesting round for a few reasons. Will we see that sense of urgency from Ed West? On my card, he's down 3 rounds to none. He's not going to win a decision right here unless he really turns it up, gets a 10-8 round. I think he has to finish. So it becomes a matter of, is he going to turn it up and really look for that finish? Does he believe he's behind?
Jimmy, if one of the 3 state of Missouri judges had it on their official scorecard, say 29-28 West at this point, would you be shocked?
No, first round very, very close.
Knee from side control again by Makovsky.
See, Makovsky, I think, has solved the riddle of that guard. He's passed in the last round. He's passed so far in this round. He's getting way more successful, more aggressive with his jiu-jitsu. He's the kind of guy where once he gets confident with the jiu-jitsu, that's when he starts opening up with his strikes. Looking for that crucifix, trying to trap both arms.
West again looking for the up kick. Makovsky just missing with the big looping right hand.
Such great control by Makovsky. Ed West finding close guard once again.
Warning by referee Jason Herzog to West, elbow to the back of the head.
I think Makovsky said it's okay. A little dialogue going on about what's legal and what isn't. Like we said, both these guys have tremendous respect for one another. Very high with the guard.
Let's go, guys. Gotta keep working. Stand it.
Call for action by referee Jason Herzog.
Right there, guys. Up.
There's the stand-up.
And that's another thing. Refs get less patient as the fight goes on. We're going to see faster and faster stand-ups. Can Ed West do something with it?
Blood starting to trickle again out of the cut outside of the right brow of Ed West.
Doesn't look fight-stopping bad, however.
Absolutely not. Totally correct, Jimmy. There's also a knot on the forehead on the left side of Ed West.
Good lead hook by Makovsky. You just get that sense from Makovsky, though, that he's willing to play the game for a little bit. Once it gets hairy, he's going in for that takedown.
Mouse under the left eye of Makovsky. It started to form in round 1. Looking a little bit worse here in round 4.
Man, great bounce in the step of Ed West, but it's not translating into the kind of power shots he needs to land to win this fight thus far.
Good defense standing there by Ed West.
Oh, beautiful inside trip.
And Makovsky still with the takedown.
But changing it up, he goes low, you defend low, he goes for the body lock inside trip. That's great wrestling.
There you see the full closed low guard held by Ed West. Right hand to the body by Makovsky.
The flexibility of Ed West lets him get his feet in between him and Zach Makovsky. That's when he pushes off.
West continues to look for those up kicks. Thigh kick there by Makovsky.
Now no room to do the back somersault. He's up against the cage.
Makovsky taking full advantage.
Trying to pass. He likes that left side pass. Ed West so flexible. Able to push off from his half guard position.
Right here is why this sport should be fought in a cage. We did 2 years in M1, which was in a ring, and it showed me that in a position like this, someone will shrimp out under the bottom rope and the stand-up.
Then you get that awkward restart. It's just, cage is definitely part of the sport.
We are headed to a rarity in MMA. Round number 5 at West versus Zach Makovsky. Crowd is in attendance at the Power and Light District. Round number 5. The final rounds of the final bout in Bellator's inaugural Bantamweight tournament. Again, the winner of this fight will be crowned Bellator's first ever world champion at 135 pounds. Ed West is in the red trunks. Zach Makovsky is in the navy blue trunks. Time called by referee Jason Herzog. Unintentional low kick by Zach Makovsky. West has a full 5 minutes.
You see here, not a dirty shot, but bang, going for the thigh. A little bit high.
I think Jason Herzog is an outstanding referee in MMA. Certainly one of the best, and that was great refereeing. So take your time, you have 5 minutes. Too many referees do not remind fighters of the rule.
And also, fighters don't want to take their time 9 times out of 10. You don't want to look like it hurt, you don't want to milk the time, you just want to get back in there.
Time. Make sure you're good, man. Final round. Time.
I think that's a sign of a great referee, talking to the fighters, communicating. Too many referees in this sport and in boxing, always trying to speed fighters up.
How much time is...
In the rules, and we're under the unified rules of combat, you get 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, how much time does he have left? Yeah?
Referee Jason Herzog,
right. You ready, fighter?
talking to our timekeeper, Martial Champion, and time ain't called.
Well, Ed West has to turn it on in this round. If his corner's being honest with him, if he has a realistic understanding of the way it's going now, he's behind in the scorecards. I have it as a blank, but either way, he's got to know he's behind. Has to let it all hang out and get the finish here. Right now, I have it 40-36. For Zach Fun-Size Makovsky. First round could have gone either way, but I don't know how you can see the last 3 rounds for anyone but Makovsky. But I've been wrong before. About a lot of things, but judging is certainly one of them.
You've been wrong, Jimmy, or the judges have been wrong, and you've been right.
Whatever. It would be unethical for me to criticize the athletic commission of a state in which I am working. So I don't have anything to say about that. Just throwing that out there.
A real privilege, at least as far as I'm concerned, to call round number 5. Jimmy, in all the fights we've done, I think we're closing in on something like 800 or 900. I think this is only the 2nd time that we've gone into the 5th round of a fight.
Wow, now you have me thinking about all the fights we have done. Most of them weren't 5-rounders anyway, but good job at Ed West. Once again, getting that guard back, staying tricky, but not threatening with any submissions.
How fit are these 2 men, Ed West and Zach Makovsky? They look like it's round 2.
No, they haven't slowed down at all in this 5th round.
Remember, coming up immediately after this bout, the final of Bellator's first ever heavyweight tournament, Neil Grove versus Cole Conrad. The winner will be crowned Bellator's inaugural world heavyweight champion.
Going rubber guard here, getting to mission control. Now trying to isolate the arm for the omoplata. Getting very high with the guard.
Do you think West realizes the urgency that he has to get a submission or some sort of finish?
If he understands the fight, he does. And I give him too much credit in terms of his fight knowledge to not know he's behind.
These are two really smart fighters, articulate people, very bright, very analytical.
But this is exactly what we expected, a long fight, a tactical fight. Both fighters were very realistic about this fight's going to go the distance. That's what everyone believed, that's what I believed. And that's exactly what's happening.
See the knot on the forehead on the left side above the left eye of Ed West. And the cut that he suffered in the right brow has really been stopped. Rob Monroe, Dean Lassiter, Bellator's cutmen, they travel with us every week, the best in the business. In lesser hands, that's a very leaky cut.
Good ground and pound by Makovsky, trying to get that pass again.
This round really about positioning and body control.
I think this whole fight has been about positioning and body control. It's been Zach Makovsky who's just been a little bit ahead of the curve.
West again, somersaulting out. Single leg. West resisting that time. Successfully so.
West has Makovsky against the cage. He's got to turn it on. He has 1 minute left.
Some old school MMA, 2 foot stomps by Ed West. Makovsky didn't even flinch.
Shades of Marco Huas.
Into the 25th and final minute of this fight. Again, the winner will be crowned Bellator's first ever world bantamweight champion. A kick by West blocked. After the end of round 5, you will see the presentation of the title, and Jimmy Smith will speak to the victor. Final 30 seconds.
Ed West moving well, but he's got to land the kill shot in order to win this fight.
The fitness level of these two is off the charts.
Incredible. They're still moving like it's the first round. We knew they would come in great shape, and they did.
Dying seconds of this championship fight. The bell, the end of the bout.
50-45 for Zach Makovsky. I thought it was a wipeout. We'll see if the judges agree.
For the decision, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. Judge Jerry Griffin scores the bout 50-45, while judges Brett Miller and Jackson Harper both see the fight 49-46. All for the winner by unanimous decision. And now, the new Bellator World Bantamweight Champion, Zach Fun Size Makovsky.
For the Bellator Bantamweight title, Eduardo Dantas versus the champion, Zach Makovsky.
Both of you have been giving your instructions. Touch gloves if you like. Let's fight.
This world title fight is under the unified rules of MMA. It is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. You see Eduardo Dantas, he's in the white trunks. The champion Zach Makovsky in the black trunks. Round number 1. Keith Peterson is the referee.
Makovsky fights in the southpaw stance, that right leg forward. That's the power leg for a wrestler. I think that's why he boxes that way. Makes his takedown much easier.
Makovsky missing with the kick. That head kick blocked. Dantas talking about timing his knee on the shots of Zach Makovsky, and Dantas knows the shots of Makovsky are coming.
See already, Dantas so low in his stance. He's ready to sprawl. He wants to keep himself low. He doesn't want to let Zach Makovsky get underneath his punches. Good knee. Makovsky's one of those wrestlers in MMA who doesn't bull his way in. He doesn't charge you and clinch. He tends to set it up and time his takedowns from the outside. That's an important distinction in this fight. Oh man, big kick.
Big kick, Makovsky partially dropped, partially slipped. I think more of a slip. That kick by Makovsky did not get through.
See that right hand of Dantas is just glued to his chin.
Dantas just missing with that right. Dantas 5'7", Makovsky 5'4". Dantas a much different body type. Looks a lot taller, a lot longer than just the 3-inch height advantage.
It looks like all legs. Look at the size of Dantas' legs. That's how he puts so much juice on that kick. That's why those knees are so deadly.
Makovsky trying to walk through with those punches. No shots yet, no takedown attempts yet from the world champion, Zach Makovsky.
Man, what a kick.
Big kick by Dantas. Wow. There's the shot on the single leg. And there's the takedown, kicking out the back leg.
Yeah, I think he's had enough of fighting on the outside with this kid.
Clever by Makovsky. Went for the single leg, then kicked out
the back leg.
Going
for the omoplata. Wow, he's locking up the omoplata right now. He's cranking on it.
Beautiful turn by Makovsky to defend.
Great mobility by Zach Makovsky.
Closing in on the halfway point of round number 1 of this Bellator Bantamweight World Title fight. Eduardo Dantas versus the champion Zach Makovsky. Dantas looking for the up kick. Left hand on the dive in by Makovsky.
Once again, going again, trying to isolate that right arm. Going a little bit of rubber guard here, reaching underneath. He's isolating the right arm of Zach Makovsky. You see Makovsky holding onto the leg with his left hand. That's what he needs to do.
Dantas again thinking omoplata.
He can also go wrist lock from here. Not a lot of guys do it.
Makovsky popping free into the open guard now of Eduardo Dantas. Dantas trying to throw the right hand from his back. Good left hand passing the legs of Zach Makovsky. Dantas back to his feet.
I trained with Novignon in Brazil for 3 weeks. Everyone there is spectacular on the ground. Everybody from blue belts on up. Very tricky guard game.
Got 90 seconds here, Zach. Any pause, question without uppercut.
Dantas in stalking mode at the moment.
There's certain times where being the Fight Quest guy and everyone wants to roll with you is a good thing. In Brazil, it's not good. It's bad.
Move more, Zach. Move more.
Bouncing the step of Makovsky.
Step into it.
Just coming forward. Makovsky on his bicycle. There's so much more to me than just the Fight Quest guy, Jimmy.
Thank you, Sean.
I did love that show. As did everybody who has anything to do with mixed martial arts. You're Elvis in this world.
I took a lot of beatings, and I appreciate that it's appreciated.
Outside kick by Makovsky.
Now this is what Makovsky's having trouble with, is his outside game. What does he do from the outside? He's getting tagged with kicks. A shot from this distance it's just too far. It's too easy to see.
Single leg shot, and again the takedown by the champion.
And he was able to get it.
Right hand now from Makovsky.
Man, I'm impressed with the balance of Eduardo Dantas right back to his feet. Look at the wrist control.
Head kick by Eduardo Dantas. Dantas feinting with the step in. Lands the body kick. A good start to this world title fight. 3 judges scoring cage side for the state of New Jersey. Jimmy, on your unofficial scorecard.
10-9 Eduardo Dantas. Makovsky got the takedown, but Dantas not just sitting there, going for submissions, able to get back to the feet where he has been controlling the action.
Dantas landing another kick.
I'm surprised he's not throwing more jabs. A lot of fighters, when they take on a wrestler, don't throw a lot of kicks. They don't want to get him caught. He's throwing a ton of kicks. Look at the redness on the ribs of Zach Makovsky, Sean.
Makovsky trying to throw a head kick, finding no joy.
Cut kick, go inside. Inside the leg when he steps in.
Makovsky staying on his toes. A lot of bounce in his step. Walking through, landing the right uppercut.
Oh, man. Good combination by Dantas, but man, back to his feet.
And again the takedown.
Oh, beautiful switch. Man, that is textbook wrestling.
Right hands now from Eduardo Dantas. Into side control.
That's a wrestling move. The outside switch, beautifully executed.
You see the knee on the belly by Eduardo Dantas.
Now this is a position we haven't really seen Zach Makovsky in, on his back, fighting off against a great jiu-jitsu black belt. Full mount now.
Full mounted cheat. Makovsky looking to go out the back door and could not find it.
What you don't want with Zach Makovsky is a scramble. You might win a tight jiu-jitsu game like this, but you don't want to scramble. He's very compact, he's very fast. Of course, that wrestling background, you got to keep tight on this kid.
Makovsky, even though he was a Division I college wrestler, he said, I'm not a great wrestler, I don't have great jiu-jitsu, but I am very proficient in both.
That's true, jack of all trades. With Dantas, I think the superior jiu-jitsu in this position. I think Zach Makovsky's guard game versus Dantas' top game is no contest. He's gonna have a hard time sweeping or catching Eduardo Dantas from here.
Close guard now from the champion, Zach Makovsky. Dantas relentless thus far in this fight. Pulling out the leg, looking to dive in. Big, wide right hand by Eduardo Dantas.
And look at the pressure. Man, that is Novignon. They know when to put pressure on, and they know when to stay light and move. Now he's in trouble.
Giving his back, taking it away, but falls into the full mount of Eduardo Dantas. Dantas letting go.
He's up against the fence. Very hard to move here.
The second time in round 2 that Dantas has achieved full mount on Zach Makovsky. Big shots from the top from Dantas.
And he is unloading on the champ, going for the rear naked, but he's not in good hip position.
Makovsky continuing to move, but stuck on the ground.
Well, look at that MMA jiu-jitsu. He doesn't go hard for something that he doesn't have. He'd rather sit up and punch than go too hard for the rear naked. Good ring sense there. You see, he pulled him off the cage and walked him a little bit toward the center of the cage so he can't cage walk out. Now going for the head and arm choke.
Head and arm choke attempt from Eduardo Dantas.
And that's a Novignon specialty. Shaolin so good at this choke, you know he passed it on to Eduardo Dantas.
That is very tight. And that is a technical submission. Makovsky is out cold, and Eduardo Dantas is the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion.
Man, that is a great performance against a great fighter. Man, I am impressed, Sean. I am stunned. On top, stepped over. This is how you do a side choke, an arm triangle choke. Zach Makovsky did the correct escape, trying to get space, but look at that pressure, no chance. Great refereeing. He saw he was out and ends up stopping him. You see here, has the head right next to the head of Zach Makovsky. Can't pull his left arm out. He tries to kick to get space, but no chance. Beautiful job by the Novignon black belt. He is elated. He is our new champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the arm triangle choke brings this fight to a halt. Official time, 3 minutes, 26 seconds into round number 2. The winner by technical submission, and now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Eduardo Dantas.
Jimmy Smith is with the champion, Eduardo Dantas. Tale of the Tape is brought to you by Dave & Buster's. Experience more new than ever before, only at Dave & Buster's.
No question here. Look at that 6-year age gap. Not huge in terms of age, but think about the seniority of those 6 years. That's what Galvao has tonight.
Let's go, fight.
Round number 1. Fight Clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time.
This is where the difference comes in the stand-up. Dantas quick, tight, technical. Galvao throws bombs from beginning to end.
Galvao in the white trunks, the champion Dantas in the red trunks. Hard kick by Galvao that lands. Side kick to counter by Dantas.
The difference fighting a teammate is you've seen what they can do. You know the game they bring. Who will change it up?
And that's not on an emotional level, that's on a practical level.
And on technical level. You know, sparring sessions a lot of times become like dances. You know what they're gonna do, they know what you're gonna do. Who's gonna break up the rhythm? You see the speed advantage already of Dantas. Good jab, good slips.
Side kick again.
Man, fast kicks.
Stiff jab and another.
This is when Dantas is at his best. When he's tight, when he's respectful of the other guy's power. He respects the power of Galvao. He's ready to slip everything that comes at him.
Early on, Eduardo Dantas establishing that lightning fast left jab. It's a hard kick from Marcos Galvao.
Galvao does a lot of times, he encourages a brawl, just outslugs the other guy. You see Dantas not willing to engage him in that kind of fight. It's hit and run. Very smart. Dantas a lot faster than Galvao so far.
Galvao trying to get to the inside to no avail. Galvao not taking the back, standing with the waist cinch.
Both fighters, Novignon black belts. I think the jiu-jitsu advantage belongs to Galvao.
Bellator MMA live next Thursday night at Spike, on Spike, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. In the light heavyweight tournament semifinal round, King Mo versus Emmanuel Newton.
I was training this morning with Shaolin. We were rolling. Of course, he's in Galvao's corner. One of the coaches over at Novignon, he was telling me, you wouldn't believe the jiu-jitsu of Galvao. Really technical, really amazing, but he has to get Dantas down to use it. Dantas a black belt himself. He's no pushover on the ground. Zach Makovsky learned that the hard way.
It was a partial takedown from Galvao, but Dantas right back to his feet, holding this wide standing base.
Both guys very patient here. You cannot make a mistake when it comes to grappling with these guys.
Dan Miragliotta telling both fighters, keep working. Was looking for the outside trip. Reach around punch from Dantas.
Great balance from Dantas.
You gotta work, you gotta work.
And Miragliotta trying to keep the action rolling. Bit of a stalemate at the moment. Dantas keeps looking to Miragliotta. Dantas was trying to urge Miragliotta with his eyes. He doesn't speak English into getting the restart. Instead, he created his own restart as he pulled out.
Galvao just not able so far to get his offense going. Big shot by Dantas.
Huge left hand.
Right now he's just flustered by the speed and the jab of Dantas.
How about that jab to the stomach by Dantas?
Accurate jab. Already a lot of damage on the left eye of Galvao.
That to me is an early theme for this fight. That sharp, quick, accurate jab of Eduardo Dantas.
It is very hard to win a striking battle if you cannot deal with your opponent's jab. Very difficult. Good left by Galvao.
Big right hand by Galvao. Clubbing right hand, the counter by Dantas.
Good right hand by Galvao.
Trading punches.
Dantas is being successful here, but he can't get into a slugfest.
Right hand from Galvao. Here comes round two. Jimmy, how did you see round number one?
10-9 Dantas, based mostly on the power of that jab, controlling the striking. Problem is, at the end of the first round, got a little bit wild, got a little bit into a little bit of a brawl with Galvao. That's what he wants to avoid.
In round one, Dantas suffered a cut in his right eyelid.
Bad spot.
In my opinion, the worst for a fighter.
Yeah, it wasn't a super bad cut, but the location is not good. Problem is, the jab is not Galvao's strong suit. It's going to be hard for him to really work that cut.
Round two of this Bellator Bantamweight World Title fight. Tournament champion Marcos Galvao versus Bellator Bantamweight World Champion Eduardo Dantas.
Jab just sticking in the face of Galvao every time.
Side kick from Marcos Galvao. Outside kick.
Good rule of thumb as a striker in a boxing match, you're in trouble if you can't deal with the jab. In a Muay Thai match, you're in trouble if you can't deal with the leg kick. Those are the bread and butter strikes.
High thigh kick there from Galvao. Then we see Dantas with the jab to the body. Push kick. High inside kick. The outside kick. Suddenly Dantas getting busier. Shamalayev, the Russian knockout artist, versus Utah's own Rad Martinez in an emotional home.
Oh, big head kick! That hurt him.
That next Thursday, Bellator MMA on Spike, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. The intensity turning up here in round number 2.
And that kick hurt Galvao. Nothing more dangerous than a corner tiger, though. See him backing into the fence, Galvao throwing his way out.
Push kick again. He partially landed that time from Dantis.
Look at Dantas, so much respect for the power of Galvao. Playing to the outside, but he never stops moving, never stops angling. He doesn't relax. Keeping his defense tight.
Kick caught partially. Dantas pulls out. Spinning back kick. It's Dantas coming forward.
Big uppercut!
That's it. You can finish it, he does! Eduardo Dantas, just like that, successfully defends his Bellator Bantamweight world title.
Man, big shot. Stunned him, big follow-up. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the official time, 3 minutes, 1 second into round number 2, the winner by knockout and still the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Eduardo Dantas.
Anthony Leone versus the champion Eduardo Dantas for the Bellator Bantamweight World title.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. This is for the Bellator Bantamweight Championship. There are no final questions from you, Blue. No final questions from you, Red. Touch gloves, not ready to fight.
Jimmy, your keys to victory are presented by Victory Motorcycles. Ride one and you'll own one.
Anthony Leone, take away Dantas' space. Eduardo Dantas very deadly at range. Also mix those takedown and striking attacks. Eduardo Dantas, he wants to start fast, use his speed advantage. He wants to stay aggressive, but not walk into any punches. That's been the problem he's had in the past.
The belt is on the line, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. And here we go with round number 1. Tonight's Fight Clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Leone in the blue trunks, the champion Dantas in the red trunks. From Leone.
Controlled aggression from Dantas. In the past, a lot of flying knees, reckless attacks.
Leone catching that kick. He said he would go for the first takedown of the fight. He did, and he got it. Closed guard from Dantas.
In the first minute of the first round, that's what he wanted.
Cage walk from Dantas. Active guard from the bottom.
Dantas very long legs, trying to control the wrist. It's a triangle setup. They come from wrist control. Looking to control the right wrist.
Next Friday night, we're in Chicagoland. Bellator Featherweight World title is on the line. Strauss, the champion, Curran, the former champion. Complete that trilogy live on Spike.
Dantas very active with his guard. From triangle to armbar. Very long legs.
Body triangle now held by Eduardo Dantas. Lets it go. Dantas so active on the bottom, Jimmy.
Leone's got to be very careful with his ground and pound. You see him landing short shots here. Doesn't want to give Dantas any opportunities for submission. Leone beasts on the ground.
See Leone working the ribcage with the left hand.
Being very patient, very cautious. Short punches to the ribs and the head.
Dantas now throwing from the bottom. Low close guard now from Eduardo Dantas. Leone really doing a good job of keeping his base and keeping his composure thus far.
This is the kind of pressure fight he wanted. Or is control on the other side now. Just keeping Leone honest, but Leone finding his opportunities, landing short punches.
Body, head, body with the left hand from Leone. Body, head with the right hand.
Keep working, guys. Keep working. You're fine.
Jason Herzog telling both fighters keep working. A new episode of Impact Wrestling, Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Spike. Jimmy, a lot of composure thus far from Anthony Leone.
It's from the activity of Eduardo Dantas. He knows he can't get wild with the ground and pound and leave something behind. Fighting very efficiently. Dantas might want to switch strategy, stop going for submissions, and try and hold on to him, get a stand-up at this point. Only a minute 15 left.
Last sequence, Leone landed a big elbow. To the body triangle for Dantas.
Just gotta keep working to finish the fight.
And Herzog telling both fighters keep working. 50 seconds remaining, round number 1 of this world title fight. Jimmy, what did Anthony Leone tell us he wanted? Get the first takedown of the fight and then go to work with top game ground and pound.
His fight so far. Now he's opening up a little bit with those short elbows.
And get that elbow through.
It's a good way to generate a lot of power and cut somebody without winding up. And turnover elbow.
It's the end of round number 1.
Elbows.
Second round.
Efficient ground and pound by Anthony Leone.
Jimmy, scorecard-wise, what do you think round 1?
10-9 for Anthony Leone. It wasn't pretty, didn't do a lot of damage, but control and ground and pound. It was the fight he wanted.
Really missing with that right hand, exploding in.
Nice jab.
Both fighters very cautious, very controlled to start round number 2.
I have to wonder if Dantas is going to hesitate to throw any more leg kicks. Not want to spend another round on his back.
Then you see Leone trying to walk in with those punches. Dantas trying to counter with the jab.
See the speed advantage of Dantas. Leone hands very high, nice left hook.
Jimmy Dantas told us, above all else, my biggest advantage is speed in this fight.
That's the control I was talking about. Went for a flying knee. A little too aggressive. It gave Leone the takedown opportunity.
A new episode of Ink Master, Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern Time on Spike.
Tattoo I got on that show has held up great, by the way.
I just got fresh ink, but no cameras there. Then again, I don't live in LA like you. I'm not from Hollywood.
Color doesn't always hold up. Those of you out there don't have tattoos.
Very measured pace from both fighters here in round 2. Leone spending a lot of round 1 on the ground on top of the champion, Dantas.
Dantas low in his stance, using that jab. Sticking with the straight punches. Now what Leone has not done is initiated into the takedown. He's kind of been waiting for Dantas to overextend himself.
That was a slip from Dantas, and you saw Leone trying to explode forward.
Yeah, he's trying to take advantage of Dantas' aggression, but he hasn't punched his way into a takedown yet. He hasn't been the one getting off first to set up the takedown.
Halfway through round number 2 of this world title fight. Dantas continually sticking out that jab.
Getting out of the way of the hook. Straight lines are beating the wide lines of Anthony Leone when it comes to the punches.
Small abrasion under Leone's left eye. It's a good right hand from Eduardo Dantas. Superman punch from Leone, nothing there.
Quick jab. He's been able to take advantage of the kicks of Dantas, hasn't been able to take advantage of the punches because Dantas has been tight and efficient with them.
Flash from Leone, again trying to drive in.
Now see, that time he threw some punches and went into the takedown. That's mixing it up effectively. Great flexibility by Dantas.
Dantas doing very well to defend.
Leone's still going hard for it.
Leone tenaciously going for the single leg. Look at that balance from the champion Eduardo Dantas.
And flexibility.
Bad position, the great position now for Dantas. Leone still going back to the single leg.
Oh, man!
How slick was that from Eduardo Dantas? And there's the tap, and there's the successful title defense.
Highlight reel submission by the champ, Eduardo Dantas. I love seeing that.
World-class finish.
Leone going hard for the takedown. But Eduardo Dantas showing flexibility, angling out of it. And here it is. Over pursuing the takedown. Look, just steps back, right into back mount. And that was done. Had the arm trapped. No way for Anthony Leone to defend that rear naked choke. Stepped right over the arm. Beautiful, beautiful jiu-jitsu by the champ Eduardo Dantas.
Both flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a rear naked choke. Official time, 2 minutes, 4 seconds into round number 2. The winner by submission and still the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Eduardo Dantas.
A look now at our tale of the tape.
Look at the record. Joe Warren, 11-3 as a pro, but only 4 finishes. Eduardo Dantas, 16 wins, 10 finishes.
Let's go. Round number 1.
No surprise here. Joe Warren bowling right forward for the takedown.
Warren in the black and white trunks, the Brazilian Dantas in the black trunks. All of his talk of striking, and Joe Warren immediately comes inside.
Don't grab anything.
Dantas do a good job defending here.
You surprised, Jimmy, how quickly Warren closed the distance?
Not even a little bit. He can talk all he wants about his improved striking. He knows the key to this fight is his wrestling.
Let's go, we gotta work.
Call for action from John McCarthy. Knees from Warren.
I don't expect Dantas to do too much here. He's going to hold on, maybe wait for a restart, circle out when the opportunity presents itself. It's not worth one knee or one strike to get pulled to the ground.
Warren really believed coming into this fight that he would be physically stronger, markedly stronger than Eduardo Dantas.
He's got grappler strength. He's been wrestling his entire life.
Warren looking for the level change. See, Warren has taken Dantas into his own corner. Shouting instructions, Warren's chief trainer, Mark Montoya. Always smart, that's a veteran move, Jimmy. Take your opponent into your own corner.
Warren chest to chest, driving forward, classic Greco-Roman, now dropping levels. I always say it, a Greco-Roman world champion, also an All-American at the University of Michigan. Took third his senior year.
Come on, gotta work.
Call for action again from McCarthy. Dantas working hard to keep his feet, defend this Warren takedown attempt. Grinding pressure from Warren.
This is a Warren kind of fight. Chasing after the takedown.
Knee from Warren, that landed.
Caught him again.
Knee from Warren. There's the cartwheel kick. He told us he would throw that, Jimmy. And that draws a smile from Dantas.
Sorry I doubted you, Joe Warren. He threw it. But Eduardo Dantas, I think, a little taken aback.
Dantas trying to open up with the punches. Counter knee from Warren.
Warren finding a home for that knee. Taking advantage of that very high guard of Eduardo Dantas.
Dantas threw that knee, then looked to his own corner.
Oh, nice
Big elbow
over the top.
from Dantas.
A little stumble from Dantas. Don't know what that was about.
Jump knee attempt again from Joe Warren.
Dantas has learned. He's got to respect now the power of Joe Warren. He's kneed him a couple times. It's not just wrestling now. But I like what Joe Warren did. He came out with his old tools. Now he's using his new tools.
Warren just missed with the overhand right. Warren throwing a lot of knees from the inside. The body lock and the takedown.
Dantas giving up his back. Not showing any respect for the jiu-jitsu of Joe Warren.
Warren high in the ride over the top. "50 seconds remaining in a very entertaining round number one of this world title fight. Warren holding on to that body lock. Lots of knees, lots of short knees, Jimmy, from Warren.
Don't grab it, Eduardo.
Warren is fighting for a long fight. He lives in deep water. He's used to winning decisions. He knows he can kind of chop away at Eduardo Dantas, drag him into the fourth, fifth round.
No, no.
A look of determination on the face of Joe Warren.
I was going to say, so far, fighting a very mature fight. New tools, but same game plan.
Dantas willing to take those knees.
Man, going hard for the Kimura.
The bell, the end of round one.
Pushing Dantas up against the fence. Beautiful knee to the chin. Two of those. Here's a cartwheel kick. He says, I've been knocking guys out with that in training, but Dantas making him pay with that short elbow. Warren doing a good job of going from striking to wrestling, changing it up on the champ.
Eduardo Dantas said the two areas where he can dominate Joe Warren are in striking and in top position.
You ready? Get it on.
Dantas very tellingly, Jimmy, said, Joe Warren can defend a few of my submissions. He can't repeatedly defend my submissions.
So far, Dantas' submission game has not been an issue.
Scorecard, Jimmy, round one.
10-9, Joe Warren. He was the aggressor. He landed the more meaningful strikes. That's what Joe Warren cannot do. Rush in, eat those straight punches to Dantas.
Watch your fingers.
I would say that first round helped Joe Warren's confidence, but he's always confident.
Warren ate the knee and then hit the takedown. Butterfly guard from Eduardo Dantas.
You can believe this, 18 of 22 on the kicks for Joe Warren. Dantas only 2 of 2.
Go grab it.
Our stats courtesy of CompuStrike. Warren thought about walking up the back.
He wants wrestling type control, not jiu-jitsu type control.
Showing patience, trying to cut the angle now in the stand-up.
Also staying behind his jab. It's much easier for Joe Warren to push in and get in that Greco-Roman clinch position off the right hand than it is off the jab. With the jab, you can throw it and still stay at range. Oh, nice takedown. Foot sweep.
Incredibly slick from Dantas on the foot sweep.
Little judo there. Warren just not used to operating from his back. We saw against Rafael Silva that his guard has improved.
Stepping in the full mount now is Eduardo Dantas.
Yeah, but very difficult to use up against the fence. Warren's in good position. If he can get his legs underneath him and pop back up. What Dantas wants to do is circle him to the left, pull him off the fence. Then he can really use that mount. I don't see what he's doing here. Going for what I call the gift wrap, holding that hand. If he can grab it with his right hand, then he's free to land the left.
Dantas loses wrist control.
He's got to circle Warren off that fence. Just can't do a ton of damage here.
Don't grab the fence.
Short right hands from Dantas. Warren sitting up, but not through and out. John McCarthy, you see, just slapping the right hand of Dantas. Fingers in the cage. Good explosion from Joe Warren.
Switching to the single leg. Look for him to pull out and circle. He doesn't do it. Throws the knee instead.
Warren circles out.
Talked about the development of Joe Warren. Eduardo Dantas showing a lot of maturity in this fight. Oh, nice left hook.
Dantas landing that. Warren driving through. Transition to the waist cinch.
Let go of the glove, Joe.
Joe Warren initiating the clinch, but a little hesitant about the takedown itself. Doesn't want to land in a submission.
Spinning back fist from Dantas.
Finding his range now. Forget the talk. These guys really respect one another's skills. You can tell by the way they're fighting. Joe Warren being, I would say, careful, judicious with the takedown. Eduardo Dantas being judicious with the strikes. Both guys know the other is dangerous. Oh, beautiful knee
from Dantas.
I think that hurt him.
45 seconds to go round 2.
Still driving forward for that takedown.
Dantas couldn't find the tie plum. Coming forward again with purpose is Eduardo Dantas.
Yeah, but that clinch position getting harder and harder to get and keep for Joe Warren.
Tenaciously getting the takedown, but not in an advantageous position.
Nope. That's the counter to this takedown. It's literally sit on the back of your opponent's head.
Warren hits the takedown there. Dantas right back to his feet.
This is how we caught Anthony Leone.
Stop there, guys.
That's the end of round 2.
Dantas much more successful in that second round. Elbow over the top, finding range, landing punches, knees. I think that knee really hurt Joe Warren, really backed him off.
What do you think, Jimmy, through 10 minutes?
I have it tied up, 19 apiece.
Joe Warren versus Eduardo Dantas. for Bellator's Bantamweight World title. Big smile on the face of Dantis, touch of gloves to start round 3.
Both guys have shown I'm not going away easily. You might have your moments. I'm staying in this fight. That's an important message. Nice combination.
A chopping kick that spins Joe Warren.
That's what I love about Dantas' striking style. Tight, fast combinations. He's fast for a bantamweight. No loopy punches, everything inside tight, very hard to see. That's his mentor, Marcos Galvao. Galvao just couldn't see those punches coming.
Short kick from Warren on the inside. Feint on the kick from Dantas.
And he's doing what his coach told him. He's switching stances, trying to confuse Warren with his footwork, make him hesitate.
We're trying to explode through with punches, nothing there. Dantas coming right back forward, Jimmy.
Warren usually successful with his takedown, 70%. You saw that before the fight. He has not had that kind of success so far.
Warren hits that takedown. Dantas told us, look, Warren takes me down, it's not a big deal. I feel that I can submit him from my back. I know Warren has great takedowns. It's not a defeatist attitude, maybe a realistic attitude.
Yeah. What you don't want to do against a guy like Warren is draw a line in the sand that he's not going to take me down.
Low close guard from Eduardo Dantas.
To acknowledge you're going to spend some time on your back, you got to work. Going hard for the triangle. Warren trying to step over. In armbar trouble now.
Warren stacked Dantas. Dantas nearly caught his left arm.
Dantas being active from his back, but Joe Warren being active with his ground and pound, trying to throw those elbows over the top.
Small cut under the eye to do an elbow.
Warren, you see, trying to throw the grinding, raking right elbow, then the big elbow just misses.
Now, if he misses with that elbow, you saw what Dantas briefly tried to do, which is get under the arm. End up in a duck under kind of arm triangle position.
Go.
Going for the Kimura. Can't get it.
Saw the explosion on the attempt, though, from Eduardo Dantas.
Fight.
Uppercut from Warren. Kick under the armpit, partially caught.
It's not a good sign that Warren caught that and couldn't capitalize.
Spinning back fist.
Grab it.
McCarthy again warning Dantas, let go of the fence.
Look, he has a good switch. We saw that against Zach Makovsky, but he can't get it this time. Still fighting.
Dantas trying to scramble. Warren almost had full mount. Now to the half guard of Dantas. Warren trying to take the back. Dantas too fluid in his movement. Grinding elbow from Warren.
In arm triangle position, it's gonna be hard to finish that in half guard. Wisely lets it go.
Let's go. Let's work. Come on.
McCarthy telling both fighters to work, but that was obviously targeted at Joe Warren holding top position.
Trying to sit out and come out the back, maybe get a sweep. There are a few from this angle, but
Let's work. Let's work. Come on.
hard to pull off the kind of pressure Joe Warren is able to put on you.
"15 seconds remaining, round 3.
Let go of the glove.
Looming are the championship rounds. The bell, and here they come.
Don't grab his glove, okay? Ah, yeah. Fix his trunk.
Sit down and breathe. Okay, sit down and breathe. Sit back for me. Sit back for me. Sit back for me and breathe. Hey, breathe. Breathe, Joe. Joe, concentrate on your breathing. That's a great round. Now listen to me.
Pour me on.
Okay? Listen to me. Hey, when he goes wrist control. Joe, when he goes wrist control on the ground, okay? I need you to posture there. Okay, we need to posture there. Also listen, hey, also listen. When you're on the ground, I need you to post your right hand on the forehead, throw the elbows from there, okay? Breathe.
Joe Warren's wife, Christy, an anxious look on her face, front row cage side.
Just step on back a little bit. Step on back a little bit.
Second time in Joe Warren's pro MMA career, past 3 rounds. First time ever for Eduardo Dantas.
You ready? Let's get it on.
Here we go with round 4. Jimmy, how do you have it?
I have Joe Warren up 2-1. I gave him that last round, 10-9.
See Warren sitting low. Chopping outside kick from Dantis.
Watch your
Feint
fingers.
on the jump knee from Eduardo Dantas. Well timed by Warren under the right hand.
That power strike. Joe Warren going with the crab ride. That can leave you vulnerable to a knee bar. He steps over and gets that leg in between. Now he's going to turn. Trying to scramble, but the cage is in the way for Eduardo Dantas.
Dantas pushing off with the cage walk.
Got him.
Beautifully done by Eduardo Dantas.
You can't keep Joe Warren there.
It's an explosion from Warren.
That's what wrestlers are good at, that scramble position.
To the center of the Bellator cage, bouncing the step of Warren. Hands high from Dantas.
Dantas can't let Joe Warren off the hook when he throws punches like that. He comes in throwing wide hooks, overhand rights. He has to make him pay.
Get over there.
High poke time called by John McCarthy.
Come here. It's all right. Come here. No, it's all right. Look, turn around. Stay right there. It's okay. Clear it out.
Yep.
Stay right there.
Break his fingers across the eye.
Take your time. You see me? Clear.
A low blow gets you 5
there.
minutes. In fighting rules of the ABC,
Not intentional, okay?
calls for a reasonable
Fingers
amount of time.
Just stuck him in the eye and everything. Keep your hands, if you're not coming up, keep them up, okay? Ready? Fight!
That concludes the reasonable amount of time. Time in.
And he dives right in.
Elbow strikes from Dantas. Grinding pressure from Warren.
It's a round that Eduardo Dantas cannot afford to give away. Does not want to go into the 5th round down 3-1. Don't want to be in the position where you need a finish, especially against a guy like Joe Warren. Very aggressive, good at controlling a round.
Big left hand from Dantas.
That's a good way to get the round back.
Left, right, left, and the final punch in the sequence backed off Warren, but Warren driving right back through again, tenacious as always. Warren again with the waist cinch. Back to the short knees for Joe Warren. .155 remaining round 4.
Dantas had a lot of trouble breaking the grip of Joe Warren. a classic wrestling position. He's done this for a long time. Now finally able to get away from it, but good takedown by Dantas. Warren just out-scrambling him again.
Just trying to pull out back to his feet. Good right hand by Dantas. Warren again coming forward, ducking down the level change.
The longer this fight goes, the less Joe Warren wants to do with the striking of Eduardo Dantas.
Warren again, you see the waist cinch. He's held this position a lot in this fight.
This round so far very hard to score. Dantas has landed the more efficient, the more damaging strikes. He's been the aggressor with the punches. Joe Warren has been bowling forward with the takedown. Hasn't gotten a ton of them, hasn't done a ton with it.
Come on, work.
McCarthy again calls for action. Tells both fighters to work. More short knees from Joe Warren. Not much on them, though.
Got to make Joe Warren pay for coming forward like that. He did it in the first couple rounds. He hasn't done it in his last couple.
Spinning back kick.
Oh, good knee. That caught Joe Warren. That hurt him.
Closing seconds, fourth round. Smile on the face of Warren.
Another good one, too.
Dantas coming forward. Misses with that spinning back fist. We are headed to the fifth and final round. To the winner goes Bellator's Bantamweight World Title.
Último round, esse round é muito colado, não dá pra saber quem ganhou.
Dudu, one.
Esse é o round do tudo ou nada.
This is the
Vamos
last
pra matar
one.
ele agora.
All or nothing. You gotta kill him now.
Get a towel, clean that up.
Okay. Jade Bryce, Mercedes Terrell letting us know that round 5 is upon us.
As we now go to the fifth and final round.
A maximum of 5 minutes remains in this fight for Bellator's Bantamweight World Title. Nice show of sportsmanship between these two.
All the way back. You ready? Let's get on.
How about it, Jimmy?
I have it all tied up. I gave Dantas the last round 10-9. I thought he landed the sharper combinations. Joe Warren in clinch position, but didn't do as much with it. Thought Dantas really had him hurt at the end of that round. It's fitting, 2 champions. This is gonna be decided by who has the most left in the 5th round.
Close the hand. Close the hand.
Just missing with that lead left hook.
Caught him with the knee, but got the takedown.
Let go of the shorts.
Dantas trying to get back. He's in good triangle position. He can get that leg out. He's almost got it.
See, that's exactly what Dantas is fishing for.
Can't get it.
Back to close guard.
What will be the defining aspect of this fight will be the submission game of Dantas with the ground and pound of Warren.
I'm not going to tell you again.
Controlling the wrist. Warren just putting so much pressure on him. Now he's in good triangle position, and Warren's out. Trying to keep Dantas down. In this scramble position, keeping wrist control.
See how heavy Dantas is breathing in this position.
Stop. That's illegal. You cannot do that.
Stop.
Kicked him when he's down.
Time
Called by McCarthy.
Get up. Come here.
I think he cut him with that.
Get right there. Get right there.
Unless he
Come here.
had the cut before, which I didn't notice it. I think that kick opened up
Get
that cut on his eye.
I told you. Come here. Turn around.
So
Turn
you
around.
look at it here.
You okay?
That's illegal. You can't do that, but
You're a grounded opponent if anything but the soles of your feet are on the canvas.
it did. It caused that cut over the right eye.
Get over there. Hey, can't do that. You can't kick him in the head.
The cage, they didn't know.
Yeah, you push it off with a good kick. Stay right where you're at. Stay where you're at.
Big John not taking any crap from Joe Warren.
Warren pleading his case, I pushed off.
Joe!
You may have heard of McCarthy said you pushed off with a good kick.
Yeah. The problem is it's really obvious they were both grounded, so
Just make sure.
could be a point taker.
You see the cage side physician called in by John McCarthy.
Bahana?
You know what round it is? Okay? All right.
Now the question looming large, Jimmy, will McCarthy take a point?
That would be huge right now.
This just be a firm verbal
Not
warning.
gonna- Anything else. I don't care what it is. You're going to have points coming out. We're going to take you out of here.
I didn't mean to do
Use
that.
your head. Got it?
Pushing up.
Oh,
Firm verbal warning.
Oh, is that to get the last word? Man, that's a well-placed camera.
Get your fingers closed.
Time in, 5th and final round resumes of this fight for Bellator's Bantamweight World title. Joe Warren versus Eduardo Dantas.
Regardless of who you think is winning this fight or who you think will win this fight, a lot of people thought Joe Warren was just a clown and didn't deserve to be here. He has shown that he is an elite bantamweight. I believe he has really shown that tonight.
And Jimmy Warren, as he did in that last sequence, showing the willingness to eat the Dantas knee to get the position for the takedown from the waist cinch.
And this crowd, every time he does anything, they erupt for him. Hard not to be influenced by that if you're a judge.
One hook in. Warren over the top. Very high. Over the top, and Dantas trying to take the back.
This is not where Joe Warren wanted to be. One hook in. Can't say if he has a second one. He does not.
Beautiful explosive turn from Warren.
Once again, Warren winning the takedown battle, I thought, and Dantas landing the effective strikes on the feet. But a lot of these scrambles like this, I mean, he isn't able to do a lot with these positions, able to hold him down. Not doing a ton of damage. 9 of 17 with his takedowns. 17 takedown attempts by Joe Warren. Now going for the switch, and he got it.
Slick, smart stuff from both fighters throughout. That kick didn't land. 90 seconds to the finish line.
A lot of interested fans watching this at home, including Lance Gordon, our audio engineer, is in a motorcycle accident. We're thinking about you, buddy.
Absolutely. Best wishes to Lance. Big knee from Warren. Right to the level change. Warren again thinking takedown.
It's so hard to score this round and this fight.
25th and final minute. Nothing decided thus far.
Both corners going completely nuts. Warren not giving up on the takedown, and he gets it.
Hit it on the outside trip, now taking the back of Eduardo Dantas. Then Warren getting very high with one hook in. Warren has done so well throughout this fight, Jimmy, from this position, holding the back, holding the waist cinch.
He's done a good job in this round, I think, of negating the offense. Once again, ladies, enjoy that one. Negating the offense of Eduardo Dantas.
More grinding pressure from Joe Warren. Final seconds now. Incredibly hard fought from both. There is the bell. A smile on the face of Joe Warren's wife, Christy. So tight, Jimmy. Who wins this fight? Who claims this title?
By the barest of margins in that 5th round, I went 10-9 Joe Warren. I have him ahead 3 rounds to 2, but really could go either way. Back and forth fight. Both guys had their moments. It's what you appreciate as a fan and as a judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. All 3 judges cage side, Kerry Hatley, David Sutherland, and Dan Matheson. All see the fight exactly the same at 48-47. all for the winner by unanimous decision. And now, a two-time two-weight class world champion, the new Bellator Bantamweight world champion, Joe Warren.
Let's see how these two fighters line up with our tale of the tape.
Similar records, both guys used to going the distance a lot. Heart, gas, a huge factor in this fight.
Five-minute rounds, and here we go with round number one.
What I'm looking for in this first round is who's going to make this statement. I'm not locked up in here with you. You're locked up in here with me. Cage generalship is going to be huge in this fight. Who's the bully?
Blue gloves for the Brazilian Galvao, red gloves for the world champion Joe Warren.
Galvao talked about his ability to take Joe Warren down. That would be huge.
One to the body. And hits the takedown. From the body lock. Demonstrating that top-level Greco-Roman wrestling pedigree there.
Galvao back to his feet, and he gets the reversal.
Galvao showing that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt pedigree there. Two amazing ground fighters who talked a lot about standing and banging in this fight. But here we are on the mat.
Both guys are making statements. Galvao saying, you're not going to have your way with me in that top game. You're going to fight. Joe Warren now making a statement. You're not just going to pass my guard easily. Doing a good job of getting space with the butterfly guard. It's going to be hard to keep Joe Warren down.
Inside knee from Galvao. Again the knee. There's the separation. Warren pulls Galvao into the center of the cage. Galvao versus Bellator's Bantamweight World Champion Joe Warren. 2:20 remaining round one. Very measured, very methodical thus far, Jimmy. Contrast to how the fight started between these two April 2011. All action in the early stages. More action there, Warren the right hand. The takedown, Galvao right back to his feet.
So far it's Warren dictating, so far pushing the pace. Not having an easy time with the takedown, but going for it. Being the aggressor so far against Galvao.
And again, you see very high on the body of Galvao.
Watch where it's at, Joe. It's in the leg.
And one thing Galvao does not want to get into is that idea that it's good enough stopping the takedown. He has to get his own offense going. In these positions, Warren is the one being the aggressor. He's the one throwing. Galvao has to find his own offense. It isn't enough to just stay on his feet against Warren.
Knees to the thigh by Warren out of this body lock. Galvao punching back. Short high knee again. Warren was looking for the throw, nothing there. Now Galvao walks forward. Big swing and a miss from Warren. Hands high for Marcos Galvao. Lands that right hand. Step in knee.
One thing Galvao took advantage of in the first fight was Joe Warren's reckless aggression. Joe Warren much tighter in his last few fights. Hands higher, more head movement, not just charging forward. Galvao's going to have to find his openings.
Warren looking for the late takedown. Final stages, round number 1. McCarthy telling Galvao, don't grab the fence. Warren again to the body lock. Good start to this fight. Marcos Galvao trying to make the most of second chances. Not only is this a rematch versus Joe Warren, this is Galvao's second shot at Bellator's Bantamweight world title. February 2013, Galvao lost to then champion Eduardo Dantas by second round knockout. Galvao so much more calm, so much more measured coming into this fight than either against Warren the first time or against Dantas 2 years ago.
Going for a leg lock. He's in knee bar position. He needs to get Joe's weight off that leg.
Warren trying to stack Galvao.
Oh, he's got it!
That is deep. That is tight. Look at the torque. Look at the face of Joe Warren. The scream.
That's it.
That is it. That is a verbal submission on the scream, and we have a new champion. It is Marcos Galvao.
Warren is protesting, but he screamed. You scream, that's it. That is a verbal submission. We have a new champion. Man, as soon as Loro got that leg straight, that was incredible hip pressure. Warren was hanging on, but you look up and you scream like that, that is it.
You heard the scream. McCarthy immediately in, and Galvao is Bellator's new world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the vocal stream constitutes as a verbal submission. Official time, 45 seconds into round number 2 by submission. Now, the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, the Brazil, Marcos Galvao.
Time now to check out the tail of the tape.
Both the same number of wins, but look past the numbers. Galvao has lost to Dantas before. It's all about changes.
You ready? You ready? Get up!
In the first fight, Jimmy, the speed of Dantas was too much.
Yeah, it certainly was. He throws tight combinations. Almost never throws one shot at a time. I think Galvao needs to get this to the floor to slow him down. That's what Joe Warren did. That's the successful strategy against a quick, hungry, fast opponent.
Dantas was so efficient. He threw one leg kick in the first fight. It was devastating to Galvao late in the first round. He threw one uppercut, and that was the shot to finish the fight.
See, Galvao is very heavy-handed, but that makes him heavy-footed. Tends to plant and throw big punches. Makes him vulnerable to leg kicks. Doesn't move a whole lot. Galvao reacts to everything, every feint. It's a bad sign. He's got a lot of nerves. He's waiting on Dantas a little too much. He's yet to even throw. One leg kick, but hasn't let his hands go. One left hook.
See the quick, he's in and out is Dantas.
Right now, the difference in hand speed and foot speed as well, apparent for Dantas. Galvao might be trying to kind of drag Dantas into a slower, longer fight. Stay cautious early. Don't give up anything big. Make a little bit more about deep water, but he's got to get his own offense going.
There was a 90-second stretch in the first fight, late in the first round, where Galvao got Dantas against the fence, but he could never get him to the ground, not once. Remember, cage rust-wise, it's been over a year for both of these two. They have prepared to face each other, only twice to be delayed.
Galvao doing a lot of waiting, a lot of looking, but no initiating at all.
Much more willing to exchange in the first fight, and it cost him.
Yeah, he remembers that. He remembers it well. He's trying to counterpunch, but doesn't really have much of a counterpunching style. It's never been his strong suit.
Trickle of blood, the left nostril of Galvao as one of those shots got through, and that right there was the story of the first fight. Dantas was in and out before Galvao could do anything.
Galvao's never been a technician. I mean, he throws big punches, naturally heavy-handed, very aggressive. He's never been a technical guy, never sets footwork traps, things like that, things that would nullify speed. He's never been that great at that. Thought he'd maybe go to his wrestling earlier in this fight. He hasn't even tried yet. Starting to get on him, but
getting impatient, but Marcos Galvao is not going to be affected by that. A first round in which Galvao clearly was remembering the first fight. Never took a chance. 5 minutes into the rematch, it doesn't look like he's made progress.
No. Same problem, same physical disparity, it's the speed. On the feet, he just can't match the speed of Eduardo Dantas. He has to make this a grappling match. Nullify that explosiveness with his jiu-jitsu, with this technique.
Spinning back fist got in.
The problem is he isn't the wrestler Joe Warren is. That was the kryptonite for Dantas. He's going to get picked apart at this range.
It was not a coincidence that the title went the way it did. When you talk about, fighter A, fighter B, and fighter C, it was a matchup thing with Galvao and Dantas and Warren. Now the specter of Darren Caldwell looming over the winner of this fight.
We wondered, and we wondered in the first fight if Dantas would have that killer instinct when he needed it to get the knockout, and he clearly did. That's when they were much closer than they are now.
The emotion dripping off fighters, the corners, everybody connected to that first fight.
That was a tough one.
Eduardo Dantas in the cage, standing over his fallen teacher. Marcos Galvao said, "We fought like men. We came in and we did our job. Don't feel bad. Don't be mad at me," was the message in the heat of the moment. Don't be mad at me. This was our job. Marcos Galvao saying he was too kind to Dantas 3 years ago. This isn't about being kind. He just hasn't figured out the puzzle.
We You see what Dantas has, which is a healthy respect for the power of Galvao. Usually when a guy's this much faster and landing effectively from the outside, they push in and look for that big shot, and Dantas has yet to do that. Oh, nice right through.
The younger and faster Eduardo Dantas starting to land.
See what he does. It's in combination. Basically, the jab is the only punch that comes out by itself. Galvao is in danger of becoming a spectator. He's watching these punches. He's not throwing back. Seems dazzled by the speed of Eduardo Dantas. See all the time with guys like, Eduardo Dantas, MVP, guys that have that seemingly superhuman speed, guys end up watching, waiting for the next strike to come rather than getting their own offense going.
A 5-round fight, Marcos Galvao had more room to give. He had time to be patient, but that time is running out. Dantas daring him now. Daring him.
Mugging a little bit. Trying to open up countering opportunities.
Best shot for Galvao.
It's not saying a whole lot. That wasn't a very good one.
Even going in, he's ducking.
He's gun shy. He's hesitant. He's waiting for the shot to hit him.
Not a takedown attempt, not a level change, nothing yet from Galvao. Dantas simply his kryptonite. You heard that in your living room.
But you don't hear the counter. There's a huge difference when they land strikes. Dantas so far sharper, crisper. Marcos Galvao still trying to find his way in.
All challenger Dantas through 2. Galvao is still standing here in round 3, which he wasn't 3 years ago. Clearly, at some point, time will run out, and a pretty easy call, obviously, through 2 rounds. Kind of what we thought last month, but that's another story. At what point does Galvao have to make his move?
I would say now. I say midway through round 3. He's got to turn the tide of this fight. Mathematically, he waits past 3, could be completely out of it. That reaching takedown from outside, that's not going to do it.
And the longer you wait, the more punishment you have taken.
The worse it gets.
Face of the champion tells the story.
Look at the footwork of Dantas. He never stops. He's always angling, always moving, always giving you different looks. Galvao's the kind of guy who likes to set up and have you square in front of him and throw big punches. Dantas is never there.
Dantas gaining in confidence here, more comfortable moving forward. Daring Galvao, is daring him.
And this is a guy, Galvao, who usually when he boxes kind of recklessly. Throws big punches, wide power shots. Hasn't done that at all.
Dantas starting to Roy Jones in a little bit, and these are getting through.
The right eye is closed.
It is.
It's swelling badly.
We are getting near desperation time for the world champion. At some point, he needs that one opening to roll the dice and change the level and change this fight. See, it's fading away.
It's an output issue, not an accuracy issue. It hasn't thrown very much at all. Another nice left hook.
It's so visceral damage done to the face of Galvao. When you get a chance, look at the lead leg right there, above the left knee. It has been a one-sided dominant performance by the challenger. He knocked out Galvao in round 2 3 years ago. Trying to become a 2-time world champion.
No comparison in the hand speed. No comparison at all. Maybe too much power as well. The punches are starting to knock Galvao back. Dantas is committing more to his punches. Why? Because he doesn't have any fear anymore. I think he had respect.
Oh, and Galvao takes a big left, having trouble seeing in that right eye.
I think that respect is gone, Sean.
As he lost that opportunity, as he waited too long.
This round, man, a technical wipeout. This fight a technical wipeout, but in this third round, the power is really starting to assert itself. I think Dantas is thinking about a finish. Beautiful shot.
He's been thinking about it since later stages of round 2. He lost whatever fear he had of Galvao. The champion gained, still on his feet. Still looking for the fight-changing moment. But that belt is slipping from his grasp.
This crowd seems to like that Ric Flair chant. We've been hearing that a lot.
Eduardo Dantas, if he wins the title, he'd still have a few he'd need to catch up to Ric Flair's record. But man, he is closing in on his second Bantamweight world title.
And right hand just cannot miss. I don't know how much longer this fight's going to go at this pace.
You thought the beating he put on Galvao 3 years ago was something. Dantas has been even more dominant through 3 tonight. The championship rounds of a fight and has been dominated by the challenger.
Marcos Galvao, if you're in his corner, you tell him, doctor's probably going to give you one more round. At the end of this round, it's the same as last round. This fight might be over.
Galvao takes his shot. Does he have enough left in the tank to get this fight where he needed to get it early?
Watch your tag.
What's important to keep in mind is Dantas also has great jiu-jitsu. It's not like a takedown and, oh, this fight's in the bag. I mean, you still have to beat a guy who has outstanding jiu-jitsu.
And is the much fresher fighter at this stage.
And knows your game. They're from the same team. If you know a teammate well, you can stall. You can stay out of trouble.
You went 10-8 in round 3.
I went 10-8 in round 3. I don't know if the judges will. I just thought the damage was starting to accumulate, landing much more powerful punches. It was a one-sided fight, one-sided round statistically. And he was doing fight-ending kind of damage. It's finish or bust right now. And you're also thinking with the way he's performing, where he isn't competitive so far in the fight. His corner might be thinking about stopping him between round 4 and 5. He keeps going the way it's been going.
Dantas, when he lost the leg to Galvao, just hopped back towards the fence where he'd be much safer.
Você domina ele. Quadril mais baixo. Quadril mais baixo. Dominou. Já faltam 3 minutos.
Good, come on.
Dantas vulnerable to the wrestling of Joe Warren. Joe Warren had a world title at Greco, All-American in folk style for University of Michigan. Galvao just didn't wrestle on that level. Oh man, look at the timing on that.
Elite level wrestling in that. And now the uppercut that finished the first fight got through. Full credit here for Dantas. He is way, way up, and he is still looking to finish it like a champion.
Oh man, look at that beautiful switch.
Galvao can't see these coming.
Yeah. Briefly in the southpaw stance, could not see that lead left. Man, Dantas confident right now. As he should be.
This has been a world championship masterful performance from Eduardo Dantas. So talk about the heart of a champion. And Marcos Galvao still standing there. He's taking shot after shot, still looking for an opening that may not come. He hasn't backed up.
He hasn't even been throwing strikes. That's the amazing thing, is maybe worried about the counter, but just standing there getting beat up is not helping him.
When you can't see, he starts to cover up even before Dantas begins to attack.
Remember, opening half of the first round, he was overreacting, reacting to every feint. The memories of that first fight, and it just too much in his head.
Marcos Galvao has been game, but for 4 rounds, he has just taken a beating from one of the elite bantamweights in the world. Have no illusions about that.
I've said it before, sometimes heart just makes a beating more interesting, because he hasn't had a tactical response to the offense of Eduardo Dantas.
There is not a mark on Eduardo Dantas. Yeah, that student-teacher thing is pretty much gone.
Yeah, completely.
Is there going to be a 5th round?
If I was his corner, I don't know if I'd let him go out there. The way he's fighting, he's standing there getting punched. I don't know if I'd let him go out there. I really don't know if I would.
Time. Just show me something, okay? Here you go. Okay. You ready? Keep going.
One of the most anticipated rematches in Bellator history. We have seen one of the most dominant performances in a championship fight in Bellator history from Eduardo Dantas through 4. Where is the Hail Mary for Eduardo Dantas?
It's got to be on the ground. I mean, Galvao's just got to get him down and finish him. But once again, you're dealing with a high-level black belt Brazilian national champion. It's not as though it would be a wipeout if you got him there. So that's why I was wondering if they'd send him out for this round, just because there isn't much of a light at the end of the tunnel. There's no clear path to victory.
Could he get the finish without doing damage first? And he's shown no ability to do any damage.
Yeah, he can't set up the takedown. He doesn't have that elite level grappling where he can shoot from halfway across the cage and maybe catch him. Got to feint his way in, and Dantas just having his way with him on the field.
Let's go. Work.
Pulling guard, okay. Trying to change it up, trying to do something different. And it would be very difficult for him to catch Dantas from his back. Not backing off, he's willing to engage. See how long this stays there. Nope.
Dantas was thinking about it. You know he was thinking about it.
He was. Now, he needs dominant position, I think, to catch Dantas. He's not going to catch him from the guard, especially at this point in the fight. You can only see out of one eye. Dantas is still fresh.
Galvao just emptying the playbook here. After a month in which there has been so much discussion about judging in MMA, sometimes all you need is the visual. You don't need a judge.
Look at the confidence of Dantas. Crowd getting on him a bit, but
we talked about the things that have changed in the 3 years with these two fighters. But one thing that has changed is any hesitation or respect that Eduardo Dantas may have overpaid to Galvao the first time around. It's gone.
not even close.
This was just a vicious combination of technical, of taunting, and of violence. This was a masterpiece.
This fight was not even close, and what's kind of disturbing to me about it is it was eerily similar to the first fight, just longer, more brutal. Galvao, I'm sure he tried to make adjustments based on the speed differential, just couldn't do it, either in the gym or in the cage tonight. He knew what he was walking into and still seemed completely unprepared. I think Dantas has taken his foot off the gas a little bit in this last week. He has. He really gave it an effort to finish it in rounds 3 and 4. Couldn't do it. A little bit of that respect might be lingering. He doesn't want to lay Makovsky out. He's only 45 seconds away from the title, but we'll see. Stranger things have happened.
Let's go.
At 23 years old, Eduardo Dantas became the world champion. And you say, well, he's still evolving, he's still getting better. And tonight, at age 27, on his way to his second Bantamweight world title, he has been brilliant, start to finish. 3 years ago, the student defeated the master. Tonight, he became the master.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we'll go to your 3 cage-side judges. Your first judge, Marcos Rosales, sees the fight 50-45. Judge Wade Vieira sees it 50-44. Your third and final judge, Mike Bray, scores it 50-43. All see it for the winner by unanimous decision. The new and now two-time Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, the new Eduardo Dantas.
The moment has arrived. 2 years later, another chance for Eduardo Dantas, now at the top of his game. A far cry from the skinny young prodigy who walked into this very building to defend the title 2 years ago. Title fight between these two.
Protect yourself at all times and obey my commands at all times. I want you to fight hard but fight clean. If you want to touch the gloves, touch them now. Good luck to both of you.
And not without some controversy in that 5th and final round. Joe Warren has more wins, so does Michael Chandler, so does Patricio Pitbull, but Eduardo Dantas has the best winning percentage in Bellator history. John McCarthy has reffed both men's title wins and both men's title losses.
You ready? You ready? Get off.
The fight clock in the main event, brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers. It's Miller time.
Talked about those leg kicks. They are brutal. But will he throw them, or will he be concerned about the takedown of Joe Warren? Both guys very low in their stances. No surprise from Joe Warren, but Dantas respecting that takedown.
In the first fight, round one, Warren went Greco right away. Controlled the first round, had that late round flurry with the cartwheel kick. Took that first round and set the tempo for the fight. The rounds were not tough to call in that fight. They just went back and forth and back and forth. Controversy came in the 5th round when Joe Warren, who was upside down against the fence, just threw a leg kick, a wild leg kick, and it hit Dantas in the head.
He was grounded. Yeah. Didn't take a point. Would have been a draw if that had happened.
I talked to John McCarthy about that specific moment right before this fight tonight. He remembered it very well. Said it was not intentional at Joe Warren. He called it that way because Joe Warren couldn't see where Dantas' head was. He just threw a wild kick, and that's why he didn't take the point away. If you're a Dantas fan or the Dantas camp, that changed the trajectory of the fight and the decision.
Dantas, a lot of gamesmanship in this opening round. Taunting Joe, throwing the hips at him. I think he knows he's taking on an emotional fighter. He's trying to make him more emotional. That's what he needs. Angle right at the right moment and not let Joe Warren push him back to the fence. Great work with the lead hand. Good jab.
Left got through right to the chin.
You have two options against a good grappler. Either throw power punches that he has to worry about coming in. Okay, the way Chuck Liddell did it, basically through power punches, grapplers had trouble coming against him. Or you angle and you use your lead hand. That's what Dantas is doing.
Does the winner tomorrow night get the winner of this? That is the question. Marcos Galvao beat LC Davis earlier tonight. It was a very narrow split decision. Good left-right combination. Makes Joe Warren step backwards. Dantas' hands are so quick.
Unbelievably fast.
You don't see them until they're coming back.
Galvao looked like a mannequin when Dantas took the title from him. I mean, target
practice. Dantas picking up where he left off here.
Man, that jab is getting through. Now that's what Joe can't do, is the Frankenstein. Reach forward with both hands, looking to grab Eduardo Dantas. That's when he'll fall for that knockout shot. You see how Dantas is angling just enough.
How confident is the 27-year-old world champion right now?
Close the hand.
Swag is on maximum right now.
If you can't deal with your opponent's jab in a boxing match, you're in huge trouble. So far, this has been a boxing match, and Joe Warren has no answer for the lead jab. None. I say it all the time, the jab in boxing, the leg kick in Muay Thai, the double leg in wrestling. If you can't deal with those things, man, you're in big trouble.
Dantas finally gets touched for the first time.
Too far away. It hit him, but it wasn't at the right range. Couldn't put any power behind it.
We welcome those of you who stumbled onto us at a very good time. Round one of the Bantamweight World title fight, the rematch between the champion Eduardo Dantas on the right and the 40-year-old miracle-seeking challenger Joe Warren. One last run here at the world title. So improbable when he got beaten by Caldwell in this building 9 months ago. And a win over Sirwan Kakai. Caldwell stunning upset loss to Baby Joe Taiminglo. The rematch of which will be tomorrow night here on Spike. Here is Joe Warren against the odds, back with one more chance.
That's when the leg kicks start coming in. When he has another offensive option, the jab that Joe Warren is watching out for, that opens up the rest of your toolkit. He's worried about the jab, then you hit him with the leg kick. Then you hit him with the right hand.
Left over the top. Joe Warren has largely been defending these shots with his face through the first 5 minutes. What is Dantas trying to accomplish here? What does he want Joe Warren to do?
He wants him to know I'm better than you. This has been psychological warfare. That's what it has been so far, is I got my hands down, I'm hitting you with the jab at will. The world's baddest man on the planet, the baddest man on the planet is finding out that he's not on my level. That's what I want to show him.
Remember that kid you were in here with 2 years ago? He's gone. I'm here in his place.
Exactly.
There's the cartwheel kick he tried to end round one of the first fight with. This one misses badly. The world champion picking Joe Warren apart in round one. 2 years ago, Jimmy, Joe Warren sent a message in his round 1 win. The exact opposite just happened.
Exactly. It's just what Eduardo Dantas wanted. Opening round message. He sent it. His team said, put the pressure on him. That's what he's trying to do.
No surprise in those numbers.
Wipeout. Absolute wipeout.
And sometimes that doesn't tell you the story because how hard, but those are just solid jabs that got through. Just immediately gets out of trouble and Joe Warren rushes in. Where does Dantas want his hands to best defend the takedown?
About where they are. I mean, that's the irony of the sport, is that your hands high protect you from strikes. Where your hands low, you can catch Joe Warren coming in underneath, and you can't get underneath your arms. Nice left hook by Joe. Starting to have some success.
As good as Dantas has looked in the first 5+ minutes. You want to count out Joe Warren? Go ahead.
I don't do that anymore. And one thing Dantas didn't do in that opening round is he threw a lot of lead jabs, the occasional right hand. He didn't have that stunning shot that would make Joe worry about coming forward. He didn't land a lot of power shots in that round. He respects his accuracy, doesn't necessarily respect his power yet.
Kick. Throws that up.
He didn't hit him with that shot that's going to make him really hesitate. Coming in with his Greco.
Yeah, we've seen Joe Warren hit with monstrous shots that didn't make him hesitate. Dantas mixing in the leg kicks now. The combination's more in round 2.
Now it's starting to look a little bit more like the first round. That's pretty true.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
Can't argue with that. Now what Dantas, I think, should add a little bit now is, in these positions, throw that right hand a little bit. You know he can land with the jab, but sting him with maybe a power shot, get him to back off a little bit. Because that leg kick, too, always accurate. And be careful. Everybody at home, be careful about what I call, and what Emmanuel Stewart calls, where I got it from, comparison rounds, where Joe's looking a little better, and you want to give him the round, but it's still Dantas landing the effective strikes in this round. By far, Joe Warren's looking a little better, but it's still Eduardo Dantas landing the effective strikes.
That's sort of the problem with 10-9. Where do you go from there? Because the next thing up,
yeah, exactly.
10-10, that's not, 10-9, there are different shades of 10-9. That first round,
a wipeout 10-9.
The first round was a 10. It wasn't a 10-8, but it was a lot closer to a 10-8 than it was.
The way the judges have been scoring tonight, that might have been a 10-8 round. But this is a clear, so far, 10-9 round for Eduardo Dantas. But like I said, be cognizant of the fact that sometimes judges, he's doing better. It's 10-9 to 1. Not yet. Not yet. Not that it can't be. This round's still very much up for grabs. It's not a wipeout.
Another big leg kick lands.
Man, that could have hurt him. Saw him stutter step for a second there. Wonder if he's just off balance or if he was hurt. Man, nice jab.
Joe Warren bites down on that mouthpiece, but he's eating big shots. Needs to change the game here a little bit. Change levels, get it to the ground. Hasn't been able to.
And he's starting to switch stances to avoid the leg kick. Now he's trying to shake it off right now. That's a bad sign. That means that leg and that hip are hurt when a guy starts dancing like that.
Joe Warren trying to get inside. He is paying a big price, up high and down low.
He's bouncing, he's hurt. That left leg and hip, that hurts him. Now Dantas going back to that swagger, taunting Joe.
This McDontas thing may catch on. He keeps fighting this way.
But think about it, it's a tactical thing as well. Don't just see it as ego. He's trying to make an emotional fighter fight more emotionally.
Trying to scramble out of that jump knee. We've seen Joe Warren do damage with that in years past. That's how Joe Warren got here.
See See what Dantas is doing, going back to the drawing board. He hurts him, then he goes back to the jab leg kick combination.
Joe Warren takes a beating and keeps coming forward.
Okay, don't do that.
The first round was tough enough for Joe Warren, and Dantas started mixing in the leg kicks.
Exactly. Jab to the leg kick, the power shot to the left side of Joe Warren, starting to wear him down.
You ready? Get up.
If you just joined us here on Spike, look at Joe Warren, look at Eduardo Dantas. You can see who won the first 2 rounds without us telling you.
I don't know what that stoppage is for.
Good? Yeah. You too.
Oh, it's an eye poke.
Stay there. Come on, stay there.
Dantas even left. Dantas says, don't worry about it. He wants to fight.
Momentum's on his side. Yeah, he does not want to break right now.
So hey, just keep your hand close, okay? Ready? Fight.
Sorry, get back that
Immediately sticks him with the jab.
I'm sorry, you're sorry, but it's not
Joe Warren's like, sorry. Dantas like, that's all right. Oh, that knee got him near the ear of Joe Warren. Dantas has had an answer for every attack Joe Warren has tried. Joe Warren trying to cut off the cage now.
Look at that reach.
Yep.
The fact that Dantas, in this fight so far, has not been up against the cage one single time against Joe Warren, that says a lot, because that's what he likes to operate.
By round 3 of the first fight 2 years ago, he had probably spent 7 or 8 minutes of the fight up against the fence. Finally, Joe Warren gets it there. He is in desperate need of a turning point. Is he about to come up with one? Where you cannot hold the fence with your fingers.
And he was complaining that he was holding the glove, and John Makovsky said you got to hold the whole hand. So maybe going after a finger.
Let go of it. There you go.
One hook in. I'd be really surprised if he tried to take the back here. It's a risky move. Dantas has great jiu-jitsu.
Remember the game plan change of Koreshkov after he had taken all those leg kicks. Maybe Joe Warren gets more aggressive here after the beating that he's taken through 2+ rounds.
They do it in different ways. Koreshkov's going to try and trade punches with you. Joe Warren is going to try and take you down, and didn't get it. So closest he's come.
Dantas, to this point, not recognizable from the guy that stepped in here with Joe Warren 2 years ago.
Agree with that 100%. He cannot count Joe Warren out.
Never can. He can take a beating for 14.5 minutes and still win this fight. You would not be surprised.
So much more footwork from Eduardo. Yes. Always angling. Tick-tock, always going around the cage, making Joe find him. That's what you do against a wrestler. Never set your hips in front of him. Never give him a target. Make him chase you. And that's exactly what Dantas is doing.
It's not that Joe Warren is 2 years older. It's that Eduardo Dantas is 2 years better.
Now, I would argue that against Soman Kikai, Joe Warren looks fantastic. Best he's ever looked. This is not a spent fighter in Joe Warren. This is just an immature Eduardo Dantas. That's what it looks like to me. What I'm really surprised so far is that Joe has still tried the Greco-Roman attacks, which require a chest-to-chest range.
That one came in low.
Couldn't see from our angle.
That's all. Stay right there. Hey, right here, just relax. Take your time. Hey, don't travel over. Stay over here.
Yep, that hit the cup.
And you can move around a little bit. No, stay over here. Hey, get over here.
And the toes caught it. You bet. You bet.
Joe Warren's trying to walk it off. John McCarthy wants him to stay in this area of the cage.
Good. Stay right there.
License and registration, please.
No more, okay? Close your hand, too. Last one. Ready? Fight.
Another eye poke.
No, it was on his forehead. John McCarthy said, that's good. That's good. No foul there. I agree. I did not see an eye poke. It was that shot. I think he was checking for blood on his forehead to see where he was bleeding.
Wonder now the way Joe Warren's coming in wildly, is his vision getting affected?
Yeah. He's gone for a lot of those Greco attacks. You see him reaching, you see him trying to close the distance. He hasn't shot any low single legs, double legs. This guy was an All-American at Michigan. He can wrestle folk style and freestyle. He can do that. Greco attack so far is not working. Hasn't been in the range to do it.
The price he has paid for those attacks, you can see on his face. To the championship rounds we go. That is all you need to know about the first 3 rounds.
Good. Step back, baby. Hey, step back.
And so is this.
Unbelievable. No takedowns. Not even really that close. He said, welcome to war, I think.
Championship rounds. Joe Warren has made miracles happen before. Tomorrow night, the main event, Darrion Caldwell and Baby Joe Ty Minglo. They will rematch. Stunning upset win for Baby Joe in July. The winner of that one might very well get the winner of this one next for the Bantamweight World title. See Andre Fialou tomorrow, Emily Ducote and Lima-Lei McFarland. That could be a very special fight. 125, couple of future champions possibly in that division. Again, that cartwheel kick, Joe Warren going for broke.
The difficulty with Joe and the people that don't like his style, that aren't Joe Warren fans, is not a great finisher. 14 wins. He's only finished 5 of those fights. He's in a position now where he needs a finish on my scorecard. He's got great takedown, great hard guts. We say that over and over. Hasn't always had the finishing ability when he has needed it. He's going to need it tonight.
Against a guy who's only been stopped once in 22 fights. Joe Warren, keep this in mind too when we talk about a distance fighter and a championship fighter and the decisions he's gone to. Joe Warren has never lost the decision. Joe Warren right now back where he has been his entire career, up against it, needing a miracle.
Battered, bloody, still going forward. The difference this time around is I have not seen shock on the face of Eduardo Dantas. He knows this guy's going to be in front of him for 25 minutes. He's gone back to the drawing board every single round, jabs and leg kicks. And Joe has not found his own offense.
Can't hold it. Corner of Joe Warren, imploring him, go forward, go forward. Every time he's gone forward tonight, he has paid a price. These are wild lunges now.
Easy to see.
Make sure your hands are closed.
And both guys are opening their hands a lot, so it's hard to say, hey, you don't do that. They're both doing it.
Finally, Joe Warren gets Dantas tied up. Can he get him to the ground?
This is a position where he takes most guys for a ride, and he's still struggling to get the takedown here.
This isn't just the improvement of Eduardo Dantas in 2 years. This is 19 minutes of pounding that Joe Warren is taking.
Yeah.
In this spot, in the opening minute of the fight.
He gets it.
But look how quickly Dantas is trampled back up.
No problem at all. Good stuff by Joe, though. Finally getting the takedown. Right back with the jab.
ABC, ABC, ABC.
It's the mark of a really disciplined, mature fighter. It goes back to what's working, I'll go back to it, I'll go back to it, I'll go back to it. He hasn't had that a moment where he's gotten really excited and gone in for the kill against Joe. He's been content to pick him apart because it's been working.
The 5th round against Joe Warren 2 years ago is probably the last round he's lost.
Give credit to Joe. He's still swinging. He's still doing everything he can. He will not quit, but
bit lazy, crazy.
Yeah, but so far no answer.
It's another big left jab as round 4 comes to an end. Return to Kansas Star Arena.
Ready? Get up.
Fedor Emelianenko and Matt Mitrione will headline San Jose. A lot of announcements coming in the next couple of weeks about fights in the early part of 2017. Now, a desperate Joe Warren comes out strong in round 5. Margin is the only question right now. This is how we see it. The judges have been liberal with 10-8 rounds in this one. Any way you slice it, any way you score it, Joe Warren needs to finish. Dantas looks like this is round 1.
Yeah. Because he's fought at the pace he's wanted to fight at. He's never had any adversity. He hasn't been working off his back, trying to get the pressure off from Joe Warren. He hasn't been fighting a lot of inside clinch work. He's been outside kickboxing exactly as he has wanted it.
That was closer. John McCarthy wants time anyway.
You're not stopping the fight. Stay right there. Suck in the air. You all right? You sure? Come here.
Yeah, the foot hit the cup. Foot hit the cup.
Stay right there. You gotta get it up. Yeah, I know.
Uh-oh.
1 point.
Wow. Interesting.
1 point.
That's surprising.
And remember, at this moment, as Eduardo Dantas fans surely are screaming at the TV, the point was not taken from Joe Warren in round 5 2 years ago.
Wow. I find that surprising. I find that surprising. But
now you start cataloging your mind. Is there any way the judges could have seen any of those 4 rounds for Joe Warren? You start thinking about a point being taken in. Joe Warren has, as we said, 9-0 when it goes to the judges' cards, and some of those have been shaky.
Well, I'll go as far as to say this would be an outright robbery.
No question.
I mean, Dantas has owned this fight from the beginning. I don't know how you give him any of those rounds, but a 10-8 in this round is great, but wouldn't win Joe Warren the fight back. My defense in the last fight with Warren Dantas is you hate to see the referee step in and influence a championship fight. And that point would have influenced a championship fight. It would have made it a draw. And for my question is, for the fans and everybody, would John have made that call if this fight had been close? A 10-8 round, this round is academic. That's the difference in those 2 instances.
And I don't think it was the wrong call 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It was just a discussion to have when the knee landed to the head of the grounded opponent, but Joe Warren couldn't see the head of Dantas. He just threw a wild kick. He was upside down against the fence when it happened.
The problem is you have Dantas in a position where he can hold this. Defend the single leg, hang on, maybe give or take and have to work some guard. He's just so far ahead.
Lose this round, it could be a 10-8 round. It still should be, no problem. Two years ago in the first fight, Joe Warren from this position got the fight to the ground over and over and over. He won rounds 1, 3, and 5. This one has been competitive in the sense that Joe Warren has competed.
Yes.
But it has not been anything close to an even fight.
Unhook your foot, Joe. Unhook it. Let's go. Let's go.
McCarthy talking about Joe Warren's right foot. Again, toes are just like the fingers. You can't wrap them around the fence. Minute. Number 25. For years, the torch in this division carried by Joe Warren, then by Galvao. Sometimes the torch gets passed, and sometimes somebody takes the torch. And Eduardo Dantas has done that in back-to-back dominant performances over Galvao and Joe Warren. He talked at the start, he talked at the finish, and he dominated for the 25 minutes in between. Another Picasso painted by Eduardo Dantas.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Jacob Montalvo, scores the fight 47-47. He sees the fight even. Your second judge at cage side, Todd Anderson, scores the fight 49-44. And Judge Dan Mathieson scores the fight 48-46. Both see it for the winner by majority decision, and still Bellator Bantamweight World Champion Eduardo Dantas.
Our tale of the tape for this, our main event of the evening.
Talk about the age, only 1 year difference, but look at the experience. 20-4 for Eduardo Dantas, 10-1 for Darion Caldwell.
Jason Herzog, our referee for this main
Fighters
event.
gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Come out ready to fight.
I guess that was a glove touch.
You know what, they did. Come on.
It's the intent that matters. I know they touched, but I don't know if they had the intent.
Dantis, Caldwell.
First round, fighter, you ready? Fighter, you ready? Fight!
Here we go! Blue gloves for the southpaw, Darion Caldwell. Red gloves for the champion, Eduardo Dantas.
I'm interested to see what Darion Caldwell has picked up in the realm of stand-up. We haven't seen much of his boxing, kickboxing. He generally throws wild strikes in order to get to the legs.
They both connect early.
For the switch. Nice transition by Caldwell.
Caldwell can be a little patient here. He's got his hands locked. He's winning this position. He doesn't have to think like a college wrestler where he's got to drag him down and get control. Right here is a win. With the judges, a few seconds, but a few seconds at a time, Jim, but they all add up. Knees to the back of the legs are an option. Picking him up, dragging him down. He was in a similar position with Joe Warren, sent him all the way over the top, Josh Barnett style.
5-point throw, beautiful stuff.
Looking for it. Boom!
Like that. Yep.
Right on
just
cue.
like that.
Dantis trying to avoid it happening again.
Now again, the key here is that he's keeping his hands locked. Many guys hit that belly-to-back suplex. They let the opponent go. Caldwell just needs to stay attached.
One thing about Dantas, he has the jiu-jitsu roll with something like that. Right down, gave up a rear naked.
109 collegiate wrestling wins, and he was hurt most of his senior season at NC State. National champion, two-time All-American, putting the pressure on the champ early.
No, we expected this kind of fight. He's known as a fast starter.
Yeah.
He's known to be extremely aggressive. This is the kind of storm that Eduardo Dantas has to weather.
Jimmy, you were talking about the fact that over the last 10 or 11 Bellator fights overall for everybody, this man may have fought the least amount of time, the least rounds.
Yes, exactly. Very explosive, quick finishes in his last couple fights.
Guys, Dantas' options are very limited right now. The basic rule is fight the hands, which he's doing. Second step, drive your hips forward and make him block. However, when his hips come forward, his elevation goes up, and he gets suplexed.
And he doesn't have the room to go forward.
So he needs to just be a little patient right here. Start to play the game. Eventually, I'd expect an elbow or two to fly back from Dantas. It won't do much damage, but it might change the position. Otherwise, he's going to have to be patient, and Caldwell is playing the same game. Not a lot of options for Caldwell. He doesn't have to take him down, knowing that his opponent's just going to spring back up. Save a little energy, put the crowd to sleep, maybe we're gonna hear some boos, but the judges are paying attention, and that are the three people that matter, Jimmy.
And also roll for a knee bar from here. Wouldn't surprise if he goes funky for something like that as well. If you're Darren Caldwell, you don't let that right leg sneak in between the legs of Eduardo Dantas.
Longest layoff of his career in anticipation of this fight, 307 days, but he's coming out very strong. This is the third time he has fought here in Thackerville, fourth for Dantis. Herzog says don't hold the fence.
Nice move, but can't keep him down. So he's constantly touching the cage, he's constantly touching the pad, but not always grabbing.
Dantis first won the belt in 2012, arm triangle choke win against Zach Makovsky. They break it, and let's see if Dantis can take advantage. Head kick for Caldwell, flying knee.
That's what I mean about funky, wild techniques, and he just drops for a low single leg after. Really trying to catch that kick. Normally, opposite stances, you'd be leg kicking like crazy, but he's hesitant to throw it after spending all that time in a waist cinch.
Opens up that straight right against the southpaw, or opposite, as Caldwell looked for there.
Dantas keeping his hands high.
Oh.
Nice right, nice left over the top.
Yep, on the way in, on the way out. Final 30 seconds of the first of a potential 5-minute rounds. Dantis trying to establish some leg kicks, no luck so far.
One of the problems with facing this southpaw is the jab is just not as effective as it was against the orthodox Joe Warren.
The highlight. Ready, ready. Let's fight.
Mike Goldberg, Jimmy Smith, Chael Sonnen. Round 2 of our main event of the evening, and a good round 1 in this bantamweight title fight for the challenger Darren Caldwell.
Hey, and Dantas knows it. He doesn't care if they're close rounds or not. If he's not coming out with the 10 points, he's got to come forward, and he's starting to do that now. The one thing that Dantas is so good at is his range. It's a little hard to establish it for him in that first frame. Boy, that's a fast shot, Jimmy. I mean, my goodness, that is really
unbelievable.
A special level of speed, and here we go.
Special level of athlete.
Yep. I think he's walking him over to his corner. Yeah, he sure is. He walked him right over to his corner, but again, same position we've already seen. Now, when Caldwell is hitting that, he's looking to bring that left leg over and trip the right ankle of Dantas. He just keeps missing it by about 5 inches.
You know, like I said in the breakdown, even if you found a national champion, okay, you found a guy who won a national title, I'm gonna train with him. They don't wrestle like Darion Caldwell. Yeah. He had a funky style in the NCAAs. I mean, he had a funky style that other top-level wrestlers weren't ready for. So you might be able to find a guy with his credentials on paper, but not with his style.
Freestyle wrestling brings him supreme confidence in dictating where this fight takes place. 90 seconds into the second.
I like these head kicks too by Caldwell. I think we should probably start giving him a little due for these because they are landing. He's a guy that's always kind of struggled knowing where his range is, getting much power on those. These are real head kicks.
It's a credit to Dantas' defense. He always keeps that right hand high, always keeps his chin low. Very sound defense. He's been able to block him.
Yeah, he's got that right hand in the pocket ready to fire.
But what he can't do is let Darion Caldwell get away with things like that flying knee, these big, wild techniques. He has to make him pay for reaching for him like that with more of those right hands.
And we've seen over time, Jimmy, that when Dantas has success, there's the head kick against Chael. It's because he's putting his combinations together.
Yeah, he's generally not a one-and-done kind of striker. Yeah. He needs 3 and 4 to put you away. That's what he has to start throwing.
Nice duck under by Caldwell. Loves Alliance MMA. Dominic Cruz talked a lot about training with Jeremy Stevens, one of the toughest dudes out there.
Heavy hands.
Justin Lawrence as well.
Right, so many questions that come in. Dantas, heavy favorite in this fight, largely because people didn't think Caldwell can hold up. I will tell you, he can hold this pace, and I will not make believe to our audience that this is the most exciting fight, but I won't make believe to you guys that this isn't smart. Right. And the minutes are ticking down.
Back to the body kick over and over. Nice leg kick in return. There's that head kick we've been talking about.
Caldwell mixing things up very nicely thus far.
But in this second round, Dantas starting to control the real estate, starting to push forward, starting to be the aggressor. He needs to land, to me, something of substance to win back this round, and it's another takedown.
He needed that. Even if for a moment, Jimmy, there's a very close round.
You felt that momentum swing of Dantas starting to push him back.
Boy, that's great. Oh, he dropped it. He hurt him. Legitimate knockdown. Good recovery.
Yeah, good recovery. Trying to get it back to the feet, and he does. But that shot
hurt.
Yeah.
Look at Dantas marching forward.
That's one thing we have never seen. We've seen Dantas out-hustled, out-wrestled, but in the Bellator cage, we haven't seen him really hurt. We haven't seen him really rocked. That shot hurt him, make no mistake.
And it comes right after Chael. Jimmy saying that looked like Dantas was getting more comfortable, and it was a strong elbow that connected from Caldwell.
And Dantas marching forward.
Nice uppercut right through the guard.
This is why Dantas is the champion. This is how champions fight.
Good takedown defense there. Sprawl and brawl. Oh, he got him.
What's he starting to do? He's starting to make Darion Caldwell work for the takedown. It's not going to be there every time you want it.
That spinning back fist connected.
So did Caldwell's one, too.
Yes, indeed. Final seconds of round 2. So far, so good in this Bantamweight championship fight.
And look at the elbow. Bang, right on the chin. Eduardo Dantas rocked by that shot. I'm telling you, that would have dropped a lot of bantamweights. He got up and kept fighting, but I thought it won Darion Caldwell the round.
So is he up 2-0?
Up 2-0, both 10-9.
Jimmy scorecard, Chael, 10-9, 10-9. I'm sure you agree.
I co-sign that.
There's a little signature underneath my scorecard, and I slide it over to Chael, and he signs on it. That's the way it works behind the scenes.
I'm kind of afraid to ask Chael if he always agrees, though, because
we can do this right now, bro. I fear nobody. Okay, Chael? All right?
Oh, Dantas.
He has the right to be wrong, just like everybody else. Okay?
Both these guys are making the other one wonder, and I know that that's true because I'm wondering.
Yeah.
They're confusing me from the outside. I don't know what they're going to do. Dantas spins this way. Caldwell coming with high kicks, falls up with a 1-2, singles lightning fast. You talk about a feeling out process. We are way past that in theory, but these guys don't know what to expect still.
Because they have so many weapons, you never know which one they're going to come at you with.
Can he stuff it again?
He's got to angle off that fence. Darion Caldwell has done such a good job of killing time on the fence. That's how he's won the first 2 rounds.
Caldwell keeps his head position.
Yeah.
Pushing Dantas' jaw away, turning his head. He can hold this a little longer. Dantas knows that, pulls him off. Caldwell goes to the other side. He's got his hands locked. It's up nice and high on the hip. Be a lot easier for Caldwell if he had both legs. Singles are very tough in MMA.
Great stuff by Dantas.
Yes.
Spinning around, trying to take the back, didn't have time.
Takedowns aren't coming anymore. Big kick, swing and a miss. And they scramble once again.
Oh, he held the fence. Caldwell drug him down, though.
Looking for the switch. That's what he got on Zach Makovsky. Darren Caldwell not going for it. Excellent wrist control this time.
Good pressure by Darren Caldwell.
Just tenacious with the takedown. What this does, it stifles the offense of Eduardo Dantas.
Yes.
He's stuck dealing with this takedown, trying to get space and not able to get his game going, which is essentially an outside game.
And Jimmy, this is the pressure I was talking to you about before this fight, and I realize he's not getting the takedown he's looking for, but he is pressure.
The physical pressure is still there. That no doubt. Low single leg, back to the regular single.
All kinds of pressure to your point, Chad.
Caldwell again with the head position. As long as he maintains that head position, he'll hold this spot.
Head fighting, something probably not talked enough about in MMA.
Yeah, that's right. If the opponent can't have his head and his neck, if he can't look where he wants to, it's hard to control the rest of his body. Right here, Caldwell putting the top of his head right on his opponent's jaw, turning his body away. It's just enough to really weaken the strength and the power of Dantas. First thing Dantas did before he got out of that position is he got control of his head back. Oh!
That was a heavy kick to the ribs.
Just coming as a bit of a surprise. New weapon.
Confident that is for certain.
Gotta throw more than one if he's gonna catch Caldwell, who is very confident with his striking at the moment. Just uses it to set up his takedown. Everything's a distraction.
The champ's pushing the pace here. He knows he's got some catching up to do.
Slipping away.
Spins.
Looks like almost rolling for a leg lock there, but Dantas, beautiful positioning with his left leg. Won't let it get in between his legs.
Spent a few weeks with Craig Jones, he'd be finishing that.
Yep, this is not where Darion Caldwell wants to be. On the bottom against Eduardo Dantas, Novignon black belt.
From Andre Pederneiras back in 2011.
Jimmy, are we seeing Caldwell starting to fade?
I think we are. End of round 3. Never been past round 3, but positionally, last thing he wants is to play guard against Dantas.
And Jimmy, we saw the gas tank emptied out in that submission loss to Joe T.
Exactly. And even in the rematch, which he won, he was vulnerable at the end of every round.
Yeah.
He almost gave up front chokes. Good job getting a side control.
And he was dominant against Joe T for the first 2 rounds of that fight. Final 15 seconds, then we will hit the championship rounds. Good change of momentum for the champion.
The problem is, I don't think it was in time to swing the round. That's the difference.
Dantas has successfully gone 5 rounds on more than one occasion in the Bellator cage.
You just get the sensation that the sand is kind of running out of the hourglass for Darion Caldwell. A lot of that explosiveness starting to fade. Now, very close 3rd round. I barely gave it to Caldwell. I thought he controlled more of the round. Dantas controlling the last minute. But man, that was a close round. Very, very close.
And as this fight progresses, if it does go the distance, that may be the determining factor
Crucial.
if Dantas can get these next two, Jimmy.
Yep, could all come down to that third round.
Both fighters want to avoid the judges' scorecards. Dantas wants to bring the belt back home to Rio de Janeiro and his new bride, Patricia. Trying to fight off the takedown, not that time.
Hope he can get a hook in. Caldwell didn't even try.
Well, one thing Darren Cole's been hesitant to do is go to a jiu-jitsu game. Hooks in, he doesn't want to play Dantas' game. Dantas has been doing this his whole life. He doesn't want to play jiu-jitsu, he wants to make it a wrestling match, and he stayed with traditional wrestling rides. He doesn't want to put the hooks in, doesn't want to go for any chokes.
I like how Dantas is bringing his elbow in to put pressure on this lock, really make Caldwell's hands tire out. Right now, Caldwell's just hanging on, which is smart, but it's all he's doing. He needs to not stay on his knees. Again, in wrestling, MMA, whoever head is higher is winning. Around and around they go.
Wow, look at that scramble. Get some Dramamine, people.
Beautiful stuff by Eduardo Dantas. Welcome to where you don't want to be.
Amen.
3 minutes left in the round.
Body triangle, Chael on the good side.
You know, Goldie, I could tell our audience technically how you're supposed to get out of a body triangle, but it doesn't work. You're stuck.
You're just lying to him. The one disadvantage of the body triangle, it makes it a little bit high when going for a rear naked choke. Hard to stretch your opponent out.
Eduardo trying to lock in that body triangle again.
But going rear naked. Got a neck crank. Now, that was beautiful. What that was is a crank just to get Caldwell's hands up, and then he locks the body triangle in. One hook in, distract him. He knew he wasn't going to get a tap with that, but it brings the hands up, then he gets the body triangle.
Connecting the dots towards a potential finish.
Playing chess, not checkers.
Dantas is just being vicious here, but all he's really looking to do, Jimmy, to your point, is stay on top, and that's where the sweat comes in. That wasn't even a technique as much as it was Caldwell just moving. Had his arm on the right side, trapping Dantas, and just used that sweat, body on body, and rotated on top.
Closed guard now for the champion. Caldwell trying to land these elbows.
It looks like he cut him with one of them. It's a fresh cut over the left eye.
Yep. Razor sharp elbows from the Wolf.
Yeah, wasn't a big shot. Corner complaining about the fence grabs from the champ Eduardo Dantas.
Caldwell needs to just stick with that when he can.
Going Kimura, trying to isolate the right arm of Darrion Caldwell.
Yeah, Caldwell's going to need to rotate his weight or step over the leg. Right now he should be safe. But if he can go back to those elbows, they add up fast.
Good pressure from Caldwell as he gets out of a bad situation here in round number 4. Right in front of his corner, Dominic Cruz, you can see him in the background.
Right now, I think this round is up for grabs with 1 minute left. They both had their advantages. Dantas took the back, and Caldwell on top and cut him with an elbow. Whoever, I think, finishes strong in this last minute wins the round on my scorecard.
Caldwell needs to get off those knees.
Just no quit so far in Darrion Caldwell.
This position, gentlemen, to remind you of the first round, of the second round, of the third round, this position has been the biggest position of the entire fight.
Going hard for the Kimura. Really cranking on it, but Caldwell using the fence to stay tight. That's what's preventing him from engaging his hips and rolling with this position.
And one of those little things, Chael, what a benefit when you're in this type of battle to have your cornerman right there.
Caldwell's listening too. He's either even responded to Coach Del Fierro, or he's talking trash to Dantas. I'm not sure which it is, but he has talked a little bit.
Could be both.
Could be both. I was going to say combination of both. Final seconds of the 4th. 5 minutes remain in our main event. The champion in red, the challenger in blue. Dantas looking for the second title defense of his second world title. He's got some catching up to do, Jimmy.
Yeah, I think Dantas needs a finish. I've given Caldwell every round. 3rd very close, 4 was close. I thought Caldwell just finished a little bit stronger, controlled more of the round. If you're Dantas, you want a finish. You want domination in this 5th round.
And he knows it.
Yep.
(10-1) as a pro, 7-1 in Bellator. So most of his professional career has been under some pretty big lights.
Guys, what has to be very frustrating for Dantas is largely his plan has worked tonight. Keep the distance. Don't get taken down. Stay up against the fence. Don't stay in the center of the mat. However, he isn't able to find his own attacks. He's almost got a little bit too much distance, Jimmy.
Yep.
Yes, he's done a great job at defending the takedown. Sure he has. But he isn't landing those kicks, those strikes. He isn't touching his opponent.
Exactly.
And scoring the points he needs to.
The close rounds, the only reason oh! Good knee.
I heard that.
Yeah, we all heard it.
That was a crack from the flying knee of Darren Caldwell.
Caldwell's been able to kill a lot of time with the waist cinch, a lot of pressure against the fence. Not always clean with the takedown, not always getting it, but always putting pressure on Eduardo Dantas. See, situations like that, he lost his footing for a second up against the fence. He cannot let Darren Caldwell off the hook, and he did.
Big left hand slip through for Caldwell.
Clock becoming very unkind to the champion.
Dantas really not fighting with that sense of urgency in this 5th round. He's walking forward, but hasn't really thrown anything.
2009 National Wrestling Champion at NC State. Trying to become the Bellator World Champion here in 2017.
It's almost like he's waiting for Darren Caldwell to initiate so he can counter, but Caldwell's ahead. He has no motivation, in my opinion, to initiate. He's content to wait.
I'm not seeing a fading Caldwell here. I did think he was letting off the gas a little in the 3rd round. I got no problem with the 4th, and possibly he looks his best right here in the 5th.
And Dantas isn't forcing him to do much, too. No, he's not testing that gas tank. Dantas, I think, has 2 minutes to really get something done here.
Great wrestling lineage. One accidental poke in the eye, I believe.
The ref didn't see it. Didn't happen. That's exactly right.
Boom! Spinning back fist.
Caldwell needs to keep that ankle and pull him off the fence. Got to pull him off the fence here.
Dantas has to roll for something crazy. Took his back in round 3. That was his best moment of this fight.
And look what position we end up in.
Yep. Could be Suplex City again. Although they're pretty sweaty. Under 90 seconds on the clock. 5th and final round.
Caldwell didn't have to do that. He sat to this position. He did not have to do that. He missed the trip.
Dantas is hooking the leg, might be thinking leg lock.
Caldwell needs one more big scramble in him, and it's going to be coming out of this position. He's going to wait until Dantas moves. He doesn't have to move till Dantas does, but once he goes, Caldwell has got to match it.
And look for Dantas to spin for a leg, to spin for something, try to take the back. Doesn't get it.
Under a minute. Head kick by the champ, whose belt is in jeopardy big time right now. I guess he wasn't lying, Jimmy, when Darren Caldwell said the timing is perfect.
Yep. Fought a great fight. Fought a smart fight.
And a consistent pace.
Yes.
15 seconds.
Champ has to go crazy. Has to get this rear naked. I don't think he has time. Nope. Not enough time to turn it around.
They go the distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Michael Bell, scores the fight 48-47. Judge David Sutherland also sees the fight 48-47. Your 3rd and final judge, Todd Anderson, scores the fight 50-45. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Caldwell.
Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening.
All right, let's take a look at this reach. 4 inches for the champion. He was able to use that to win the championship. He was doing a good job with the jab. He was doing a good job with the TP. He needs to do that tonight against Ego.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. This is for the Bellator World Champion. There were no final questions from you, Red. There were no final questions from you, Blue. Touch gloves if you want. I'm not ready to fight.
Jason Herzog, our referee, for our main event of the evening. Darian Caldwell. Leandro Ego. Bantamweight belt on the line. Here we go. Red gloves for the southpaw, the champion Caldwell. Blue gloves for the challenger, Leandro Ego. Good kick early.
Good kick early, and I like the pace already by Caldwell so many times. And it's very hard to criticize a guy. Very hard. You've got to really search to find how do you critique a world champion. But I will offer you this. So many times he has come out early, not quite understood the pacing. Treated it more like a wrestling match where I'm going to go score my points early. I think it took him a little bit in his career to realize, wait a minute, this isn't about points, it's about damage, it's about longevity. I've heard him criticized for not being in great shape. That criticism is false, absolutely false. He just has used a lot of energy too early and not spread it out.
He's a different fighter. He's evolving every day. He's got a pit bull in front of him, but Caldwell feels he's the best version of the Wolf that he's ever been. Looking to defend for the very first time. Set the goal to be a champion back in 2012. 2018 he is, and he's defending right now.
Both guys are looking to establish range. Ego finally gets off with an inside leg kick of his own. At some point, once range is figured out, Caldwell's going to double cross him, change elevation, and look to tackle him to the ground. That is a weapon that I do not believe Ego is bringing into the fight tonight.
Both Patricky and Patricio in his corner, along with Eric Alberstein, his wrestling coach. Ego spent a lot of time preparing for this fight, and a lot of time overall with the Olympic medalist Henry Cejudo, the gold medalist. They're good buds. That's a good guy to work on wrestling with.
Well, I don't think you could get a better training partner for this weight class when you're trying to take on and defend a wrestler. But look, Ego's marching orders are pretty simple, and there it is.
Last double set up by the hands.
And great mix attack. Okay, he threw a cross, he stepped into it. Well, Ego brought his hands up to defend. Caldwell was already changing elevation to go low and tackle him to the ground. Now, this is a great stand-up, though. What a good job Ego does getting his back up against the fence, working his way up. Unless he can get an underhook. Take one arm inside, though, he's going to be susceptible to be brought down to the mat. Caldwell loves his position. He loves his position. Oh, my God.
He's going to take it.
Yes,
and it's all over.
He has it. Ref, get in there. Get in there, Ref.
And it's all over. Darian Caldwell submits Leandro Ego.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, officially 2 minutes, 36 seconds into round number 1. The tap comes by way of a guillotine by submission. He is still the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Darian "The Wolf" Caldwell.
Beautiful records by both guys, but look at that. It's double the wins with Kyoji Horiguchi. Look at the difference in size, 5'10" to 5'5". Look at that reach advantage, Morrow. That is a huge factor in this fight.
We're about to embark on the first of a possible 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight title. Rising Bantamweight champion Kyoji Horiguchi drew first blood against Darian Caldwell. The bell and round 1. Caldwell in the red gloves, Horiguchi in the blue gloves. Aside from the obvious, the biggest difference, fighting in a cage from a ring.
Well, it is, but Horiguchi...
What is the biggest difference?
Well, the biggest difference is, look at when you're in that ring, there's resets, there's the use of the ropes, in getting yourself away from your opponent where you can't do that in the cage. There's all kinds of things that Horiguchi had the skill level of utilizing that Darian just didn't understand. This is more Darian's world, but it's also Horiguchi's world, and he will tell you he would rather fight MMA in a cage than he would in a ring.
Caldwell became Bellator Bantamweight champion in October of 2017, defeating Eduardo Dantas at Bellator 184, and Caldwell utilizing his wrestling early, looking for the takedown on Horiguchi, and has his back. Caldwell, the bigger of the two champions.
By far the bigger man, but you know, when you look at that, there's advantages and disadvantages. That was a huge elbow, and that's what we were talking about, the difference. For Darian Caldwell, he utilizes big elbows, and he thinks it's going to be a big difference in this fight. The question is, does he lose too much weight? Is he going to start to get tired? Because the longer the fight goes, the more I think it goes towards Kyoji Horiguchi.
6 of Caldwell's 7 victories by KO or submission have come in the opening round, and he's immediately on top of Horiguchi. How is Horiguchi off his back, John?
He's very good off of his back. He's got a very effective guard. You can see right now, even with his positioning, he's keeping Darian at a position where he's off center, keeping his back against the cage and utilizing the cage to get back to his feet.
Horiguchi 27-2, 14 knockouts, 3 submission victories. Caldwell 13-2 with 2 knockouts and 5 subs. So a huge edge and experience for Horiguchi.
Darian has laced that arm behind the back, and that's why he's opening up with those big right elbows. Look at him, you can see he's got Horiguchi's left arm trapped behind his back.
Caldwell began wrestling at the age of 9, was a 3-time New Jersey State Wrestling champion. He wrestled D1 in college for North Carolina State and was the 2009 NCAA Division I National Champion.
A big difference in the opening 2.5 minutes of this fight compared to their first fight, and it's all due to those elbow strikes.
Horiguchi has 9 victories via first-round knockout or submission. Started karate at 5 years of age as a Shotokan karate black belt. At the age of 16, saw Pride Fighting Championships event and became addicted to mixed martial arts. Trained under his hero, the late great Norifumi Kid Yamamoto. Made his pro debut in May of 2010, under 2 minutes left, and Caldwell keeping Horiguchi pinned to the mat.
Keeping him pinned there, but he's accepting a position of clasping his hands behind Horiguchi's back while Horiguchi lands these shots. That's not smart by Darian. He needs to think about, I can pull his hits out and attack. I've got to pass that guard.
Coming up on the final 90 seconds of our opening round, Caldwell utilizing his wrestling early to take down Horiguchi, but is unable to maximize this position. And you're right, Horiguchi's the one who's imposing the offense with those strikes as Caldwell remains in a position. And what do you think Caldwell's attempting to do here, John?
He's attempting to control the position and put Horiguchi where he wants.
Oh, there's another one that landed for Caldwell.
And look at here, the big difference in this round, Horiguchi is landing these little strikes, but they're doing no damage. But you're looking at the strikes that Caldwell is landing. They have been big, heavy strikes.
Under a minute left in the first frame. Half guard being employed by Horiguchi. Caldwell looking again to try to find an opening, try to find a way to...
Stop!
Referee is...
What we have is Horiguchi is holding on to Caldwell's glove.
Your fingers are in the glove.
Caldwell's holding on to Horiguchi's glove.
Ready, turn, fight!
And that's why he's out of the position. He was holding on to Horiguchi's glove. Horiguchi was trying to tell the referee Todd Anderson sees it, and that's why he breaks him and sets where he starts him on the feet.
"15 seconds left in the first round, and Caldwell and Horiguchi renewing hostilities here in Bellator MMA. Bell, this is round number 2. 2 great camps being represented in this championship fight. Caldwell fighting on a team alliance, head trainer Eric Del Fierro. And while Horiguchi makes his home in Japan. He trains with American top team in Coconut Creek, Florida. His head trainer, former WEC champion Mike Brown.
You know, an outstanding fighter in his day. He was the first guy to really, he took the crown from Uriah Faber. But what a trainer he has become. Mike Brown is phenomenal as a trainer and says that Kyoji Horiguchi is the hardest training guy he has ever seen.
And what about what Eric Del Fiero has been able to accomplish at Team Alliance?
Well, I'll tell you what, Eric Del Fiero, with the help of Dominic Cruz, has created a super camp down in San Diego where those guys are just a bunch of killers.
Southpaw Caldwell fishing for a head kick. Horiguchi darting in and out of range. Then Caldwell 5'10", Horiguchi 5'5". There's a head kick, but partially blocked by Horiguchi.
And you see Horiguchi pressing the issue. He's not backing away. He's looking for that opportunity to get inside to land those shots because he has to get past that range of Darian.
What a way to kick things off with this Bellator Bantamweight Championship fight. Caldwell looking not only to defend the title, but even the series with Horiguchi. And he has already mentioned, when he wins tonight, he'll go to Japan and then vie for the Rizin Bantamweight title, and they could complete their trilogy. So obviously confidence oozing out of both fighters heading into this rematch as Caldwell shoots the single.
Nice clean shot. Runs it down, but you look at exactly what Horiguchi did. He got himself all the way to the cage where he can get his back against it to get himself back up.
We saw this in the opening round. You talked a little bit about what Caldwell could do looking at it from this position. He wasn't able to improve his position. How can he do so here?
Well, he did improve his position eventually, and he got to that half guard position, which is an improvement from being where he's got, you know, basically a guard position here.
But he's just sitting there again on top, putting his weight on
what he needs to do. I need to stop being just the wrestler at this moment and trying to pull my opponent's hips away from the cage and get him down on his back because it hasn't worked. So let me break free and strike and land big shots. They're going to damage and break my opponent down.
Every fighter's mental makeup is different, but we've seen it even on the undercard. Caldwell coming off a big loss in Japan. Does that speak to maybe being a little more conservative, sticking to his bread and butter early, just imposing his will and skill and just making sure that he executes his game plan at any step?
Absolutely. Look, no doubt, look, when you lose a fight, you got to go back and say, okay, where did I make my mistakes? And he made a lot in that first fight. And a big part of it was his inability to keep Horiguchi on the ground. And that's what he's trying to change right here.
And now, Caldwell again, Horiguchi against the fence, but Horiguchi dropping those left hands. Minute and a half left in the second round.
Darian needs to stop just grabbing the waist. If he's going to grab and put his hands and get that gable grip, then he needs to start to lift back, bringing Horiguchi's hips off of the cage and start to put him flat on his back.
Caldwell talking to us about what ex-UFC champion Dominic Cruz has meant to him, and especially you look at angles and footwork. I mean, Cruz changed the game.
Oh, no doubt about it. And you can see a lot of times Darian, when he's very confident, he starts to bring a footwork out that mimics Dominic Cruz very much. You'll notice tonight, he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that because he's always unsure of where Horiguchi is going to come from. See, right now, this is the difference of Horiguchi's actually fighting. Darian Caldwell is trying to control, and the fight should always be won by the guy trying to fight, not the guy trying to control.
And the referee brings them back up to their feet. Caldwell telling us that the rematch would go one way, him taking down Horiguchi and punishing him. He's taken Horiguchi down. He hasn't really punished him yet.
No, well, he did in the first round with some big shots, but in this second round, he has done nothing to diminish Horiguchi, and Horiguchi's the guy landing the strikes.
Well, round number 3, talk about the adjustments that Horiguchi has to make as we look at your unofficial scorecard. John, talk about it through 2 rounds.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind Caldwell won that first round, landed the bigger shots. But in the second round, he didn't land any big shots. In fact, he just wrestled, he got position, but he was accepting small strikes. And look at, when you did nothing with your submission game, nothing to do anything to finish the fight against Horiguchi, he wins the round.
Talk about potential adjustments for each fighter as Horiguchi goes to the air with that knee strike. Now the small north-side position. Horiguchi looking for the guillotine again, just like in Japan.
What Darian needs to do right now is control that hand, take his time. In my opinion, he's the guy that can win all the scrambles when it comes to the wrestling game. He can take chances, but the problem is, and this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the fight, I think Darian's starting to get tired. It is that weight cut. He is losing so much weight in that weight cut that he's losing his ability to maintain that energy to keep the pace.
Looking for that elevator sweep with the butterfly hooks. Caldwell, who is on the bottom now. Horiguchi looking to pass guard, and Horiguchi has the 3 submission wins, a rear naked choke, an arm triangle, and the guillotine choke victory against Caldwell. Now in half guard, open half guard, could try to slip to side control, but now electing to just put the pressure on Caldwell.
And you're seeing Horiguchi, what he's trying to do is he's trying to create pressure with his hips to free his leg to get himself out of the half guard, more to a side control position. But at least he's starting to open up and starting to utilize some strikes. That's what you want to see from the guy on top.
Caldwell telling us that he expected Horiguchi to be stronger, faster, and more confident in this, the rematch, but he told us that he's going to shut his body off. He knows it's the biggest fight of his career. His belt is on the line. And actually, Caldwell's last fight here in Bellator took place at featherweight, to your point, John. Potentially moving up. He stopped Noed Lahat via second round TKO. He is 7-0 at 145.
Well, I want you to think about it more. Back in 2009, when he won the NCAA championships, he won that at 149 pounds. He is fighting at 135 now. That's a huge drop in weight.
Midway point of the round and the fight, with Horiguchi in top position, the open guard of Caldwell.
And this is the difference of what you're seeing is when Horiguchi was put on his back by Caldwell, he gets himself to the cage and he does not accept the position. He continues to work his way out of it, and you're not seeing that from Caldwell.
And Horiguchi and Caldwell back on their feet. The southpaw swings wildly. The sprawl by Horiguchi. And immediately Horiguchi back in the half butterfly guard of Caldwell.
I'm sorry, that right there just tells you Darren Caldwell is tired. He was on his knees, able to come up. He did not, he just fell to his back. He's not a jiu-jitsu guy off of his back. This is not the area where he wins fights.
Second rematch in Caldwell's career. Lost to Joe Tamanglo and was able to avenge that loss. And here tonight looking to avenge the setback in the land of the rising sun with 90 seconds left here in round 3. And series of punches by Horiguchi showing the referee that he's staying busy.
Nice job by Horiguchi trying to jump his back.
And those left hands delivered by Horiguchi. Caldwell back up to his feet. A knee on the exit. And a front kick from Caldwell. A minute left in the 3rd round. Another knee. Left, and now they're exchanging punches. Left uppercut. Sprawl by Horiguchi. But will Caldwell be able to persevere? It's Horiguchi here implementing his offense.
Well, right now, Caldwell's in a good position to put him flat on his back and he got the fence. Now posture and start raining down damaging strikes. But there goes Horiguchi again. Not accepting the position, Marlon.
Caldwell with 5 submission wins, 3 guillotine chokes, 2 rear naked chokes, and now under 30 seconds left, Horiguchi with his back against the fence in a seated position. And you know, expending a lot of energy, both of them. With Caldwell imposing his will on top and Horiguchi trying to keep the bigger man off him, or at least trying to stymie his offensive attempts. We are through 3 rounds in this rematch for the Bellator Bantamweight title. This is round number 4 of a possible 5. Bantamweight champion Darrion Caldwell defending his Bellator belt against rising champion Kyoji Horiguchi. John, after 3 rounds, how do you wait? Here's Horiguchi again, fishing for that choke.
Fishing for it, but he does not have it right at this moment, but it's getting tight.
Will it be deja vu all over again for Darrion Caldwell? And he pops his head out. Your unofficial scorecard after 3 rounds, how does it read and why?
Officially, I have Horiguchi ahead 2 rounds to 1 right now. 10-9 on each round. And the reason why is, look at, he's the guy who's trying to end the fight. There was that nice moment at the end, the 3rd round, with Caldwell, but it wasn't enough to overcome all the minutes that he let run by.
We saw Caldwell receiving instructions from both Eric Del Fierro and Dominic Cruz. I have had opportunities to interview Cruz on myriad occasions over the years when he was the champion, and I always thought to myself, this guy's going to make an excellent coach and an excellent analyst, and he's gone on to prove me right on both counts.
Both counts. And one of the things that you saw Dominic doing in his corner was he was trying to psychologically tell Caldwell, you're not tired. You're not tired. Tell yourself you're not tired. And that's important because right now, Darrion Caldwell is saying, tired.
Caldwell just trying to keep Horiguchi. Horiguchi throwing some left hands, continues to pepper the side of Caldwell's head.
Yeah, definitely it's doing no damage to Caldwell, but it's adding up. It's just the volume.
Cumulative.
And when you look at, there's nothing else that comes up in the striking area, the judge is going to go, well, there you go. He landed all those shots, even though they weren't real hard, they landed.
Going into a stalemate, gentlemen. Let's get some action. Let's go.
Well, the fight is receiving Bronx cheers, Mr. McCarthy.
Well, there was a really slick elbow that Caldwell just hit Horiguchi with, but Caldwell's making a huge mistake in making this a wrestling match and thinking he can win this fight by just out-controlling his opponent. That's going to get him a big L.
And again, Horiguchi feeding steady stream. You're right, just peppering him. No damage whatsoever, but the accumulation, and he's the one who's busy.
Yeah, because you look at what is Darrion doing right now is he's wrestling.
Spending energy.
He's on top, but he's not doing anything towards working towards the submission, working towards doing damaging strikes. Right now, all the judges are seeing a guy is sitting there getting hit.
It's not effective energy in a way. I mean, so what is the plan here? What should he be doing in Caldwell in this position?
Look, in my opinion, his corner should have been telling him, if you put him against the cage and his back goes up there, unlock your hands and just start to unload on him. If he gets up with the position, no problem.
Agree with the stand-up?
Absolutely.
Should he have done it sooner?
Yes, he should have.
Right hand connects for Horiguchi. Kick by Caldwell blocked.
And this right now, when you have a guy like Horiguchi who's very fast and elusive, and you're tired and you have to move, this is where you start to go into that deficit if you're Caldwell.
First kick to the chest by Caldwell. Looking for a spinning move. Kick by Horiguchi, just glancing off the rib cage of Caldwell. Final minute of the 4th.
You can just see in the movement, Caldwell is starting just to dive with that kick right there.
And Horiguchi avoids it.
Horiguchi's your fighter that's coming forward. He's looking to do things in the fight to finish the fight. And right now, I'm looking at Caldwell, saying he doesn't look like he's happy where he's at. Took a big shot right there.
Horiguchi riding a wave of momentum with 12 consecutive victories coming into his Bellator MMA debut. Turning the tables on Caldwell, looking to change levels. Thwarted by Caldwell. Final 10 seconds of the penultimate round. We are headed to the 5th and final round of this Bellator Bantamweight Championship bout.
Up we go, boys. Easy, easy, easy. Up. Ready, ready, fight!
29-year-old Kyoji Horiguchi in his 30th professional fight against the 31-year-old Bellator Bantamweight champion Darion the Wolf Caldwell in his 16th pro bout. And round 5, where you have to pull out all the stops, right, Big John?
No doubt about it. Look at, your title is on the line, and if you think that you've got this, you could definitely be wrong. You need to go for that finish. Right now, I have Horiguchi winning this round, and I have it to where Darion Caldwell needs to finish Horiguchi or have a big round to get it back.
Horiguchi leading him with the left, and Caldwell again. And we have seen this movie a few times tonight.
Well, the one thing is Caldwell is in his corner, so if you're his corner, you need to be telling him, let go with your hands and start blasting it.
And the audience at MSG doesn't like reruns.
You cannot sit here trying to hold on to his legs and think that you're going to win this fight by being the guy that's sitting on top. This is not a good position for Darion. He needs to open up to do damage.
There's always the conversation about the scoring of takedowns and how they should be scored. John, elucidate a little bit on that.
Well, you can look at that takedown. That really wasn't a takedown. It was an actual takedown by Horiguchi that ended up in a scramble that he overshot, and Darion gets position. But Caldwell, from his position, when you have a takedown that is just almost a given, the judge is going to wait and see what you do with that position, and if you do nothing offensive with it, he's not going to give you much credit for it.
Horiguchi tattooing the rib cage with those right hands. Both of Caldwell's losses have come via guillotine choke, and Horiguchi maneuvering for another attempt.
And right now, if you're looking at it, Morrow, would you say that a takedown in this position for Darion is doing him good or doing him bad?
It's static.
Bingo. So it's not working to your advantage to get that takedown and just keep yourself in this position.
Horiguchi trying to cinch that guillotine choke in.
And again, he's searching for a submission. What is he trying to do? He's trying to finish the fight.
Yes, incremental position, trying hand grappling now. And still plenty of time left in the round. Over 2 minutes left in this championship fight. Dominic Cruz imploring Caldwell to elevate his legs under your chest.
And he didn't do it. Now his chin's in a bad position with Horiguchi. He needs to be careful. Don't allow your chin to stick down. Keep your head up, pressed against him.
The coaches are giving him the right advice. He's not listening.
Exactly, and that's, you know, sometimes when you are in that position, do you listen to your coaches? Are you able to take that information and put it into action? And right now we're seeing that Caldwell is not able to do that.
They're talking transitions, John.
Well, they're also talking an arm triangle. They were talking a lot of things, but all of them are something that does something to try to end the fight.
And Horiguchi looking to get back to his feet. A knee from Caldwell. Again, looking for the takedown. Secures it. But will he try to improve position? Will he try to finish Horiguchi with less than a minute left? It's Horiguchi again, implementing the offensive strikes.
You see Darion burying his head under the leg to try to keep that from happening.
And that could result in
a
potential trouble.
Darion is so close to being put into a triangle right now. Now there's nothing.
Final 30 seconds of our opening contest here at Bellator 222. A cut under the right eye of Horiguchi, trickling blood.
That was from that one elbow that he brought up.
And it did damage.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
So after their first meeting at the Saitama Super Arena New Year's Eve in Japan, they go the distance in the rematch for the Bellator Bantamweight title, much to the chagrin of the audience at MSG.
Look at the elbows landed by Kyoji Horiguchi. That's a solid shot right to the side of Darion Caldwell's head. And you see that he gets affected by it and actually tucks his head up in a position where Horiguchi had the opportunity to get an inverted triangle here. He just wasn't able to do it.
Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight will go to your judges' scorecards. Your first judge, David Torelli, scores the fight 48-47, while judges Derek Cleary and Douglas Crosby both see the fight the same, 49-46. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Kyoji Horiguchi.
Time for our main event of the evening. The 8th time Juan Archuleta has prepared for a 5-round fight. He's gone the full 25 3 times. 4th time for Patchy Mix. He's never been past the 3rd.
Fighter's gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. If you want to touch gloves,
baby, let's get it.
I'm not ready to fight.
All right, baby, let's get it. I like it. Both of these men are great competitors. 24 wins for Archuleta. As John said, 13-0 for Patchy Mix. One man will leave with that gold belt around their waist.
Fighter, you ready?
Fight! Here we go! Tonight's Fight Clock brought to you by Geico. Archuleta in the red gloves. The natural southpaw Patchy Mix in the blue gloves. He will switch his stance.
It's normal for Archuleta to use a lot of movement. He uses his feet, moves himself in and out. That is one of the things that makes him difficult to time and difficult to hit.
Not only that, but he switches his stance so much, and this is exactly what he didn't want to do, was overcommit on a strike and end up in this position like I talked about with the body lock.
That was actually a nice job of him getting his back to the fence from that position, since Patchy got that double underhooks with that body lock. That's a bad position. He can be elevated and brought down.
John, all the talking about we used to train together. One saying, yeah, I got the better of him. One admitting it, but guess what? We're going to see who's better now. And I'm so excited to see what's going to happen.
Do not grab.
Talk is talk. Doesn't matter. You got to make these things work in the cage. Doesn't matter what you can do in a training, man. I don't know how many times, I used to own my own gym. Guys would come in there and some people that would work out with a professional partner, oh, he's not that good. Really, you're not being punched in the face. There's a big difference.
Well, we just saw that with Neiman Gracie. Like, his style of jiu-jitsu is different than like a competition style where he's able to get off punch. Most top black belts that just train strictly for competition style, you hit them 1 or 2 times, they become white belts really fast.
Yep, it's true.
There you go. Flat anchor.
That didn't happen with Neiman, by the way.
Well, and what you just saw, there's a lot going on right here. And that Patchy has worked for this takedown. He's had the ability to get it with those double underhooks. He's gotten Juan to his butt, but he's not been in a position to do anything with it, and Juan has got himself back up, and Patchy's now working to get him back down to the ground.
There it is. Beautiful. Step over, step over, step over. Keep them hips up.
Patchy trying to extend that leg.
Yes.
Juan with a nice crossface there to make sure he's pushing him off.
Body work.
Body shots missed with the uppercut on the exit.
But it was nice body shots on the exit.
Yes.
And you're taking a look at all of that work that Patchy did, and really, what did he achieve with it? That's the difference. He's got to make Juan pay in those positions.
And Archuleta just connected with the right hand.
Well, what Patchy needs to not do throughout this fight is put his head down and just wait for Juan to throw punches. He's waiting for Juan to get in within range so he could try to grab him. And he had his head straight down. That's not where you want to be with Juan Archuleta. We saw the knockout power on all the highlights rolling up to this.
Beautiful work. Good job.
Had the walkout knockouts in his career.
Yes, very good.
3 minutes into a potential 25-minute championship fight.
Overextended right into a mistake, and Patchy's taking advantage of it. Now he's on the back.
Gotta keep that chin tucked. There's that figure four body lock around the body weights that I talked about. This is where he does most of his work. He gets to the back or he gets to the arm and guillotine, and he just locks that figure four around. And guys have a hard time. And this also does not favor Juan because he can't roll to the right where he needs to try to unlock that.
You're exactly right. And one of the things that makes Patchy very dangerous is he doesn't just go for the neck. He will go for the arm from this position. He will go for things like leg locks, Suloev stretches. He's got a big arsenal when it comes to the submission game.
Archeletta fighting it off so far.
This is where he needs to be right here. I know he still has the figure four lock, but see how Juan has double wrist control and he took the arm
and he put it to the offside.
That's exactly what he needs to do, but he needs to unlock that figure four first.
Well, at least now he's in a position where he can turn his body to the right, put that figure four with that foot to the ground, which will actually increase the space for him to turn within.
Also, too, Patchy feels like he's in a good position. You guys are watching at home, but his neck being against the fence keeps him from being able to arch his hips into Juan's back if he was to able to get to the choke.
That fight 5.5 years ago, in which Archeletta was submitted, he was, in Joe Daddy's words, blowing him up. Joe Daddy counted the elbows. He said there were 36. And Juan said he just made a mistake, and that's all it took. He cannot make a mistake against Patchy Mix.
What you guys need to pay attention to is how Patchy is switching his figure forward from side to side, and that comes from him having the long limbs to be able to do that. And that's just top jiu-jitsu skill right there.
Final 10 seconds of round 1 of our Bantamweight World Championship fight.
In the mouth.
Dillashaw said, you're lunging. You're lunging, and you guys alluded to it. That's how Patchy Mix put him in a little bit of danger there.
Josh alluded to that. I want to make sure that's clear. It was good, though. TJ pointed it out.
A little nonverbal going on between John and Josh.
But what's going to happen in this is Juan has made it very clear that he knows that in the first round, maybe even 2, that Patchy will be there.
Sure.
He needs to avoid the submission and making big mistakes. I think his corner has just talked him through that. I think as the fight goes on, we're going to see Patchy start to slow down a little bit and not be able to use as much strength.
And Juan talked about that, taking him into the deep waters where Patchy hasn't been before. We're not there yet, though.
Needs to be careful of that inverted triangle.
Round 2.
What he needs to do, Juan needs to open up that right elbow, and that'll help clear the unlocking of it.
He's done it.
There you go. So he'll do is he'll take one of his arms and reach back around his hips and try and spin it in between his legs so he can take his back. But while doing that, he's got to be careful that Patchy doesn't roll underneath and try to attack a knee bar.
Well, he could roll for it. Right now, he's not in a position he's going to be able to roll for that leg based upon where his head's at and where those legs are at. Patchy needs to figure out there comes a point where I need to get myself out of the position I'm in because it's not going to work for me. But right now, he's into that reverse guard position where there are leg locks available. There's a lot of things that he can try to do.
No, but what I'm talking about is when Juan goes to sit up and reach around, he'll stand a little bit, and that'll open up the legs a tiny bit.
Yes.
Patchy Mix, Jackson Wink MMA. They've had a lot of gold and a lot of champions come out of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
What you're watching here is a chess match.
Yes, I was going to say, we've got kinetic chess going on right now, Josh.
So Juan's trying to avoid standing up because he doesn't want him to come underneath and try to attack the knee bar or some sort of leg lock that we've seen earlier tonight.
Tiki and, as I mentioned, TJ Dillashaw in the corner of Archeletta. Of course, Greg Jackson, Mike Winklejohn, the leaders in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Brandon Gibson. Good transition.
Great job by Patchy to move himself into taking Juan's back.
There we go.
Back to that figure four, John.
Well, he's great with the figure four. He controls the body so well with the figure four, and he always takes that foot that he's locking it down with, and you'll see him bring it inside of the legs to hold on, outside of the leg. He's very long when we're talking about the inseam and his ability to wrap that leg around a guy that's only 135 pounds. Oh, he's got a lot of space.
Mike Goldberg, Josh Thompson, Big John McCarthy, Jen Brown, Chael Sonnen. This is round 2 of our main event for the Bantamweight World Championship. Juan Archuleta and Patchy Mix. Patchy Mix 13-0. Juan Archuleta 24-2. Patchy Mix looking for another submission finish.
Beautiful job with the switch of that figure 4. Notice that the figure 4 is always with the foot up.
Yeah, good side, right?
That makes it very tough to get out of it. Patchy is great at switching that thing when he needs to make sure that he has the ability to create the pressure to hold on to it.
This is not where I want to see Juan, though, because right now Patchy can choke him from both sides. He needs to pick a side, like I continue to say, because then you only have to worry about defending one side. There you go, Juan. Now he's got to be careful. You got to watch out for that triangle right off the bat.
Juan needs to take away that left arm.
Good knee.
That was a great knee.
Trying to break him down, which is what Juan Archuleta told us is his strategy.
Well, Juan Archuleta has been going to the body even when this round started. Look at all the body shots that he was landing, and he's continued to do that when he's had the ability to actually land a strike. He's going after that body, and there's a reason. He believes going into deep waters, he's going to be able to get Patchy tired and get him.
There was that arm and guillotine he jumped to, and then he went right to his next transition. That's the problem with dealing with guys that are really good at jiu-jitsu is they have a sequence that they use, and they use it every single day against guys they train with every single day. And if it works on them, it pretty much will work on your opponent.
Archuleta doing a nice job, and he's going to finish strong here in round 2. Heavy ground and pound.
Couple shots to the back of the head, there, John.
Just missed with that hammer fist. 15 submissions as an amateur, 9 submissions as a professional. We're going to head to round number 3 of our title fight.
I take that body and I put holes in that gas tank. When it comes to the 4th and 5th round, that's when you're going to see me take him out.
But it's 2-love Patchy Mix, John, right?
In my mind, I've got Patchy Mix up 2-love.
Josh?
I have a 2-love as well, but look at right now. Patchy looks like he's slowing down quite a bit. The push kick to the thigh, the punches and the combinations are coming out a little bit slower and labored.
Patchy Mix 13-0, 9 wins by submission. 3 times he's gone 15 minutes.
Look at every time you're watching Juan Archuleta come in and land shots, he is at least landing a body shot. There he goes again, body shot, body shot. Those body shots are going to add up. That's like putting money in the bank.
Archuleta, of course, doing his strength and conditioning with Sam Calavita. And again, you can see the strategy for Archuleta.
I have to agree. I feel like Juan looks phenomenal at this weight class. He's handling the reach, the range, the size of Patchy Mix. You guys don't know, Patchy Mix is a very big 135-pounder.
All the way, sir. All the way. Snap it.
Round 3 of our championship fight.
When we talk about, fight IQ and getting a fighter to understand, hey, you don't have to win this thing right away. You don't have to win it in the first round. You don't have to win it in the second round. You have 25 minutes to win this fight. That's the difference that you're seeing right now in these 2 individuals. Juan Archuleta is looking to take this thing into deep waters. Patchy Mix is looking to end this fight at any moment that he can with a submission.
And every moment that it goes by, they get sweatier, things get harder, your muscles get more tired, your grip gets looser, all those things happen.
Juan Archuleta is ripping that body.
In fights scheduled for 25 minutes, as I mentioned earlier, the 3 fights, all wins by submission for Patchy, 2 in the first, 1 in the third.
The fight with Patricio Pitbull was a big learning experience for him. And as we're looking at the striking stats here, you can see, I mean, you've got Juan Archuleta picking him apart. But John, nothing extremely hard has landed. The body shots have landed, and and even though they don't sound hard, they are hard, and they do hurt, and they do start paying dividends in the later rounds.
They just affect your breathing pattern. You're getting hit to the body, and so then you go to take that breath, and it's not quite the same. Your diaphragm's not working the same. You don't get that full breath of air.
Yeah, there we go.
That one hurt.
But I talked about my keys to victory, and part of it was that Juan Archuleta needed to stay on his bike, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He's on his bike, picking and choosing his shots, not giving Patchy Mix a target to shoot on.
Archuleta said of that fight against Patricio Pitbull that he didn't find his groove until the third round, and that in the end he beat himself mentally. Right now he's finding his groove in the third again.
Not a lot of guys find their groove against Patricio Pitbull. Let's just be honest.
Not a lot of guys go 25 minutes with Patricio Pitbull either.
But Juan's finding his mark, whether it's to the body or to the head against Patchy Mix, and Patchy's kind of just standing in the range, but he hasn't looked like he's committed to a takedown just yet.
90 seconds remaining in round 3. Much different looking round than the first two, to say the least.
But we've seen that Juan can do this for 5 rounds. He can kick and move. And he'll mix in the wrestling as well, which will make Patchy even more tired because he'll be able to ankle pick like John was pointing out in his telestrator. That's just sketch. Nice body shot there in a row.
He's throwing those body shots from the canvas.
And see, and a big part of what you're seeing right now, a lot of people are seeing Patchy Mix being aggressive, coming with pressure, and they're like, well, he's the one that's coming forward. Juan Archuleta is the one that's landing the better shots in this round. It does not matter who is going forward. It matters who is landing the cleaner shots. And that is right now in this round, it's Juan Archuleta.
Oh, big right hand.
Nice left hand over the top.
Outstanding striking here in round 3 for the Spaniard.
See a little bit of that frustration on Patchy Mix's face.
Yes, we do. We have got ourselves a fight.
And that is never good, John.
Nope. 10 seconds. We will head to the championship round.
Didn't try to rush anything. Touch him with the left hook. Patience. Stay back. 4th round. Fight, are you ready? Fight, are you ready?
Fight! Championship rounds. This is a first for Patchy Mix. He has never been in a round number 4. Archuleta has gone 25 minutes 3 times in his career. He's 2-1. That one was Patricio. He also has a 4th round finish by knockout on his ledger. And he got round 3. So it's now 2-1, Patchy.
At least on our unofficial.
Correct. From the big brain to Big John.
What I'm getting a little concerned about is that Patchy's not even trying to get the takedown. So he's not in range. He's got to use that push kick to make Juan have something to get past. Because right now Juan's just picking him apart, stepping in and out whenever he would like. But there's no takedown attempts right now. I feel like Patchy's slowed down and trying to get those takedown attempts.
Well, as we talked about in those keys to victory, when you brought up, one of my things was patience, patience, patience. Because when you're a young fighter and everything you've done in all your fights has worked, it's been successful. How are you going to deal with your opponent when everything you're doing is not successful? You've got to remain still patient and take your time and don't get frustrated. And I think we're seeing a little bit of frustration sometimes out of Patchy Mix.
And Juan Archuleta said, and I quote, looking for him to slow down in the 4th and the 5th, and he connects with a jab.
What Juan did there a second ago was he hit him with the jab, and then he drugged the right hook across the body of Patchy and hit him to the body. Very nicely done.
It's the level changes in his stand-up that's, I believe, is giving Patchy some problems. Patchy's very tall for a bantamweight, and sometimes when you have a guy, you're used to punching down a little bit, but when a guy's really bending down at the waist and digging shots, it's not an easy thing to counter.
I want to see more of that. If you're going to stay on your feet, let Juan come to you and then push kick him, because you know if Juan overcommits like he did in the first round, the takedown becomes a little easier to get.
And the big part is if you want this fight to go to the ground, so utilize those kicks. Let him try to catch the kick. Let him go for the takedown. Let's get to the ground like he is right now. This is where you want to be.
I got to tell you, I didn't like that. Only the fact that
I was waiting for one of you guys to say it. I was waiting for one of you guys to say it, but he's out.
Watch the head. Watch the head. Time. No. Time. Time. Right here. Right here.
Let's watch it on the replay.
How are we doing here? Yeah.
So I blocked it.
You blocked it, yeah.
It's because I blocked it.
Right here. No coaching. No coaching. You're good? Yeah.
No, 1 minute.
That would have, even if it wasn't blocked, it would have been to the chest, right, John?
That is a kick that is legal.
All right.
It's a legal kick. He can kick him to the body. He can kick him to the arms. That is a legal kick. Patchy Mix got a break that he did not deserve off of that.
But was it his fault?
No, not at all.
Archuleta right away said, no, who's the body? Who's the body? It was. The fight continues. And Juan Archuleta continues to pick Patchy Mix apart.
It is very tough to be in there and see things at real speed and catch everything because your eyes have to be on that spot. But a fighter who is grounded is allowed to be kicked to the body or kneed to the body by his opponent.
I like what Patchy's doing right now. He threw a couple head kicks or up by the head a little bit, and it's actually changed a little bit of what Juan was doing.
So again, round 4, like the last round, a Juan Archuleta type round after Patchy looked for an early finish in the first 10 minutes
and this is one
of this fight.
When you're Patchy Mix, sometimes you get the feeling like you're winning the round because I'm going forward, I'm being the aggressor. That is not getting you this round. It's who's landing the cleaner blows, because if the judges can see who is landing cleaner blows, they don't go to aggressiveness and they don't go to cage control.
Damage.
Number 1.
Patchy's also very young, John, and I think a little bit of that is also this is going to be a learning experience for him. He's still in this fight. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
He's just got, I think you can tell the frustration because he's talking to him, he's raising his arm, he's changing things up. He's not staying clean with everything he's doing.
I didn't see it. Go. I didn't see it.
And championship experience is certainly on the side of Juan Archuleta.
But now he's chasing after him aimlessly, like just, this is what he needs to do, but he needs to do it a little bit more composed. See how he's chasing him and not cutting the cage off.
There's a difference between cutting the cage and chasing your opponent. And you want to make it to where you're forcing your opponent where you're going to go.
Archuleta's footwork is awesome tonight. Fun to watch. But when you train with guys like Cub Swanson, TJ Dillashaw, Lance Palmer, Sayadawad, you move a lot. You know? He credits Cub for a lot of his early success and learning about the fight game in and out of the cage. Oh, great combination.
You're right here. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Right here. Take your time right here. I didn't see it.
Juan Archuleta, Patchy Mix. 5 minutes remain. The winner becomes the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion.
One thing you'd really have to be impressed with, Josh, that we talked about, how was Patchy Mix going to do if this fight got into deep waters, into that 5th round? And you can see that his conditioning is on point because he's taken a lot of body shots, he's put out a lot of energy, and he is still coming.
On that unofficial scorecard, if this fight does go the distance, the winner of this round will walk away with the gold.
You can tell those body shots hurt because Patchy took his half step back, kind of gave him a smirk like those didn't hurt, which meant they hurt.
Oh, he's continuing to pour it on.
Too. You can see he's starting to suck air. You see he's trying to grab air because he cannot get his body to breathe in normal fashion. That makes his takedown attempt not as effective. Body shots are horrible.
Oh my goodness, it's almost, John, like his precision is precise. Almost.
Did you just say that?
Well, I did, but I was kidding that time.
I know.
John, we
look at the numbers.
Very impressive by Juan Archuleta, and he's just picking him apart right now on the body. But you talked about what was impressive by Patchy, him getting into the 5th round, still looking good, still the conditioning's still there, taking all these body shots. What I'm most impressed with, though, is by Juan Archuleta.
Of course.
Sticking to his game plan, though.
Yes.
Not letting the trash talk get to him, not letting all the hype and all these other things get to him. He has stayed on course the whole time.
He had a plan. He stuck with the plan. Look at where it's got him so far.
He's a 4-division champion. Looking for the biggest belt
I'm good.
of his professional career.
Watch your blows.
He has been in the pressure cooker, if you will, of title fights many times. A first time to the 5th, a first time to the 4th for Patchy Mix. Archeletta continues to strike dynamically.
Big right, like little uppercut hook that he landed coming out of that turn. What Juan's doing really well here is
left hook to the body.
Stepping his foot on the outside of Patchy's lead leg and ripping that body, going to the inside on the right side on the right hook and going to the outside on the left hook.
Busting him up inside. Again.
So now he knows Patchy's gonna cover up with his elbows. Now he's coming up top to the head. He's just beautifully picking this fight apart right now.
Has the midway point of the 5th and final round.
Straight hand by Patchy.
Of this bantamweight title fight. Archeletta in the red, Patchy Mix in the blue. John has it tied at 2, so does Josh, with just over 2 remaining.
This is still anyone's fight. I know Juan's winning the first half of this fight, but if Patchy does a couple nice shots, able to do anything, there you go right there. Nice head kick. Patchy coming forward, but he's got to throw.
Patchy needs to get a takedown here that would really help him in solidifying this round if he could get on top.
Ears, fighter, ear. Time's ticking, John.
Time is ticking, but if you're Juan Archeletta, you can look and say, well, right now what I'm doing is I'm working towards getting a little bit of a breather so I go into this last minute and a half and just put it all out.
Watch the back of the head. Keep on working, guys.
So, you know, you can look at, you can say, well, Patchy's throwing punches. Those are not punches. That's more irritation than anything. We're looking for damage.
Well, technically they are punches, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
They're technically.
Do not grab the cage.
Just grab the cage, that kept him up.
But Patchy needs a little sense of urgency with 1 minute left. He needs to at least threaten some sort of submission here to start thinking that maybe that he gets close, start skewing the judges towards the end of the round.
Archeletta has not slowed down at all.
Well, I would agree one thing with Josh right here is Juan Archeletta has now got the double underhooks. Do something with it or get yourself out and go back to what was making you successful.
Final minute of the fight.
Juan's got to make sure he keeps his head up high because, you know, we saw earlier Patchy jumped on that Army guillotine right away.
Nice elbow.
Very nice elbow on the exit.
Final 30 seconds. Who will be the new champion? Spin and a miss.
I need more.
15 seconds.
Little clash of heads.
Nice knee up the middle, Juan ripping the body.
Nope.
They go the distance. 105 punches landed. 1 takedown each. The 4 submission attempts. Juan Archeletta, Patchy Mix. Now wait for the judges to render their decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone a full 5 rounds, we go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, David Torelli, scores the fight 49-46. While judges Brian Miner and Doug Crosby both see the fight the same, 48-47. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Juan the Spaniard Archeletta.
Juan Archeletta is the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion.
As simple as it can be, you can look at all those things, and that's a nice young age for Sergio Pettis, and the height and the weight and everything's close to the same. 25-2 for Juan Archeletta, 20-5 for Sergio Pettis. These guys are 2 of the best.
Gentlemen, this is 5 rounds under the unified rules for the belt. Want a good, clean fight. If you'd like, touch gloves now. Best of luck to you.
Referee Kevin McDonald with final instructions. We are set for a possible 5 rounds for that, the Bellator Bantamweight Championship.
Ready to fight? Ready to fight? Let's go.
The bell, round 1, the champion Archeletta in the red gloves, the challenger Pettis in the blue gloves. And already, Archeletta on the move.
That is his style. That is not going to change. You're going to see big movements. He moves back and forth, but it's when he takes those steps inside, he'll actually change stance from orthodox to southpaw and back as he comes forward.
Archeletta fighting out of the training lab, HB Ultimate in Gracie, Baja, while Pettis represents Rufus Sport. Exchange. Of course, Pettis facing a murderer's row at 125 pounds in UFC, John, but now here at 135 pounds, undefeated in Bellator, riding a 3-fight win streak.
Well, he fought the best of the best there was at 125, but it got to a point where Sergio was just too big for the 125-pound weight class. Did not want to fight at that. He wanted to move up to bantamweight, and he was able to do that when he came over to Bellator, and he's happy at this weight class.
High kick by Pettis. Looking to shave the whiskers of the champion. Oh, good level change by Archeletta. Looks for the takedown. Immediately Pettis attacking the neck.
Attacking that neck. You see that right now, Juan going towards that single leg, almost towards a high crotch. Just needs to pull his head out for this to be able to work. And you're seeing Pettis maintaining that position on his head, putting weight down and keeping him heavy.
2 of Pettis' 4 submission wins have come via guillotine choke, but right now just trying to thwart the takedown attempt by Juan Archeletta.
Yeah, there's definitely no guillotine attempt right now. He's just looking at defending this takedown. Archeletta needs to switch it up, go from the single into that high crotch pull, then shoot to the double. The more that he can transition and chain those techniques together, the more effective one of them will be.
Archeletta began wrestling at the age of 3, as we showed you tonight, comes from a family of wrestlers.
Nice elbows by Sergio Pettis in defense of that takedown. You're seeing Juan try to step to his left to try to stop that attack.
And again, Archeletta looking for the takedown, and Pettis able to escape, circle, and to reset. 2 minutes left here in the opening round.
That right there makes Sergio Pettis feel pretty good about himself, because he's like, okay, you tried, you know, got in tight, got in deep, and I was able to defend it off. That's a good feeling for Sergio Pettis.
Counter right hand by the challenger Pettis. Minute 45 left here in the opening round as the champion Archeletta looking to make use of every single inch of real estate in that Bellator MMA cage. Duke Rufus calling for an up jab from Sergio Pettis. Oh, nice counter right hand by Pettis.
Beautiful counter right hand. Archeletta did a nice job going to the body, but as he exited, that left hand was down, and Sergio was able to counter with a solid right hand.
Lead left by the champion, Archeletta. There's a lead left hook by Pettis, and a right hand down the middle by the challenger. Under a minute left here in the opening round.
This is what we were talking about, that sharpshooting style. He's very tight.
Right hand lands for Pettis. So Pettis with a good striking effort here in the first round. 45 seconds left.
Archeletta continuing to go to the body. That paid dividends for him against Patchy Mix. We'll see if that happens in this fight against Pettis.
Thus far here in the first round, that jab has definitely paid dividends for Sergio Pettis, opening up opportunities to throw the combination. There's Archeletta attacking the lead leg inside and outside.
Nice elbow in the swing back by Sergio Pettis. That landed.
And Archeletta was looking to get his hooks and looks to get the takedown. Does so, but time runs out. Wow. Beautiful reversal by Pettis. And well, the challenger Pettis says that Archeletta reminds him a lot of TJ Dillashaw. We just heard from TJ Dillashaw in Archeletta's corner.
Round 2.
The bell and round number 2, scheduled for 5 for the Bellator Bantamweight belt.
My scorecard right now, looking at that first round, think of all the shots that Pettis was able to put. When you saw Archeletta trying to take him down, the elbows to the head and then the clean strikes that he was able to land at times, I give Sergio Pettis that first round 10-9.
Archeletta getting to increase his offensive output, using angles to close the distance before launching his attack.
That's a nice feint on that takedown attempt right there. That's going to get Sergio's hands moving up and down. That's when you're going to see Juan taking advantage of him reacting to that feint. I do like the fact of what I'm seeing from Pettis as far as the way that he's actually dealing with the movement.
There's the takedown by Archeletta. Continue, John.
That's a good takedown, but what you were seeing is Pettis is taking as few steps as possible. He's just basically pivoting his body, pivoting his feet, and he was able to just be very calm with all that movement that Juan Archuleta is putting out. But it was a nice takedown by Juan Archuleta. Now, as Sergio's trying to work his way to get towards that cage so he can get back to his feet.
And Pettis is back to his feet, but the champion Archeletta has his back. Attacking the leg. Pettis turns in and disengages.
That's a normal thing for Archuleta to actually disengage and try to land a strike on that exit.
2 minutes gone here in the second. Archeletta from the, well, was southpaw, now back to orthodox. Jab, pops his head back.
You're really starting to see that Sergio is really getting confident in his counter strikes. He's waiting for Juan to make that attack, and then he's countering with beautiful strikes, left and right hand, especially a big right hand, and now actually bringing kicks into the equation.
Midway point of the second round. Rufus encouraging Pettis not to be backed up by the champion Archeletta, and Pettis is holding his ground.
Now, did you see how Pettis stepped to the outside of Archeletta, which stopped that progression of him being able to move to his right, and then Archeletta automatically is going back to the left.
Got a right hand by Pettis.
Pettis is the guy he's the one really controlling this movement right now. There's no doubt that Pettis watched what Patricio Pitbull did in his fight with Juan Archuleta and how he stopped a lot of the movement of Juan, and he's taken that same page and how he's doing what he's doing with his hands, what he's doing with his footwork.
Sharp jabs by Pettis throughout this fight. Minute and a half remaining in the second. Sweeping left hook caught the champion. There's a jab and a nice right hand to the body by Archuleta.
Go forward. 21.
Nice counter right hand.
Another counter right hand by Sergio Pettis, and blood now on the face of Archuleta. Under a minute remaining in the second round.
Yeah. Right now, Pettis is being very accurate with those counters. He's getting just a little bit of head movement, getting out of the way of what Juan Archuleta is throwing, and then giving that nice counter.
1-2 by Archeletta that landed, then went to the body, but Pettis again quick to pull the trigger on the counter, timing it well. 30 seconds left here in the second round. Archeletta back, southpaw, orthodox. Pettis doing the same thing and doing a great job of avoiding the champion's offensive rush. Beautiful hook there by Archeletta.
Nice hook. That right hand of Sergio Pettis is making a difference in this fight right now.
And Archeletta looks for the takedown of the belt.
This is the area with that punch right there, knuckles on the forehead. Big difference between a boxing glove and an MMA glove. We have our knuckles that are sticking out of, and that is just bone to bone, and that will make the cut. You're not going to see a boxing glove make a cut on a forehead like you will with the hand strikes of an MMA glove.
Yeah, Pettis knuckling up in this.
Okay, you get into the exchange with you, that's when the fit-ins are there, right? Don't just keep striking, right? Get him to strike back.
Oh, you jump
Seconds
down
out, please, seconds out.
Yeah, when he kicks, you jump on him.
Round 3.
This is round number 3, scheduled for 5 for the Bellator Bantamweight Championship. Archeletta defending the title for the first time against the challenger Pettis, who's in the blue gloves. And you see Archeletta, the patterns that you've seen out of the likes of TJ Dillashaw. Again, another person who has very deft footwork, Dominic Cruz.
Nice right hand by both guys. Archeletta landed the right hand, Sergio landed the right hand counter. It takes a very disciplined fighter to be able to deal with that type of footwork and movement from Archeletta. It's because Sergio Pettis has been doing this for so long and is so comfortable in that stand-up range that he's able to deal with this type of movement.
Yeah, Pettis turned pro 3 weeks after he turned 18. He's 27 now.
Well, at least he waited until he was an adult.
Minute gone here in the third. Archeletta going back and forth from southpaw to orthodox. Pettis missed with that right hand, flashes the jab. There's a good combination that landed for Archeletta, and then the counter right from Pettis.
That is exactly right. Archeletta did land, but the best shot out of that entire grouping was the right hand by Pettis.
Nice jab by Pettis. Oh, the good jab by Archeletta. So they're beginning to tag each other. Another sharp jab by Archeletta. And there's a left hook and a right hand splitting the guard for Pettis. High level, high stakes.
Nice little kick by Pettis coming up. Both guys are really starting to just, that pace is really starting to up.
Increase in pace, an increase in offense, and an increase in the amount of strikes that are connecting. The champion moving again, orthodox to southpaw, trying to befuddle the challenger Pettis, who appears to be very calm, cool, and collected, and very poised.
It only takes one shot from either of these guys. Both of them are landing. They're just not landing with that perfect thing. But look at those punch stats. 25 of 145 for Archeletta, 30 of 108 for Pettis.
And Archeletta looking for the takedown, goes behind Pettis. Pettis looking to break the grip.
He's got those hands apart. Nice job of getting himself centered back up. He's got an underhook there, but he's just pressing on the hip. Nice relaxed position.
Go grab the fence.
Head position, head position.
Archuleta just, at this moment, this is the time you just take a little bit of a breath. You use this position to say, all right, I'm just going to get my win. Let's see if I can get the takedown. If I can, I'm not going to work too hard at it. I want to always exit with a strike.
Pettis able to exit to his right and then gets popped in the face by that Archuleta jab. Good body kick by Pettis as Archuleta was moving in.
It's been a better round for Archuleta. He's landed some cleaner shots in this round than he has in the prior one.
Pettis from southpaw delivers the right jab. Archuleta again coming in at angles, zigzagging and striking. Pettis, lead left hook to the body by Archuleta, but again eats the jab upstairs from the challenger.
It's those angle changes when he's coming in that lateral direction that makes it very difficult for you to stop those shots that he's throwing. Sergio's doing a very good job of reading that, centering himself back up, staying just out of range at times.
We are through 3 rounds in this Bellator Bantamweight Championship match.
Clean break.
Well, it looked good.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the Showtime kick, but the Showtime spin maybe. Juan Archuleta, the 7th person to hold the Bellator Bantamweight Championship. The only 2-time champion at 135 pounds was Eduardo Dantas. The title's only been successfully defended 4 times, 3 times by Dantas as things pick up here early in the 4th.
That was a nice clean right hand that Sergio Pettis landed when Juan Archuleta came in. Right now I have this fight 2-1 right now with Pettis in the lead. It could, that 3rd round was very close. I can see where judges could go either way, but I gave it to Archuleta for landing the cleaner shots throughout the round. I didn't see Pettis having as many counters as he had in the 1st and 2nd. Nice clean left hand by Sergio Pettis there.
Again, Archuleta, body lock employed, trim takedown, and Pettis immediately pops back up to his feet. A minute gone here in the 4th.
That was a nice job by Juan Archuleta to get in on that body lock, get that takedown, and a beautiful job by Sergio Pettis to pop right back up to his feet. That is frustrating if you're Juan Archuleta.
Jab by Pettis. Archuleta not moving that much and gets tagged with that counter right hand by Sergio Pettis.
That was 2 right hands that landed.
And Pettis looks for the takedown. Archuleta able to escape his grasp.
But that's just a good movement by Pettis because it makes Archuleta actually have to deal with, he'll actually try to take me down.
Beautiful combination, lands for the challenger, follows it up with another sharp jab.
You can see right now in this round, Juan Archuleta has become a much more linear fighter. You see how he's coming straight in, straight out, instead of creating those angles.
Not a lot of movement in terms of angles, and again, he's paying for it by staying in that pocket.
No doubt about it, Mauro. You're so right. That right hand just landed with clean power again.
Again, Pettis able to counter sharply and not expending nowhere near the energy that Archuleta is in terms of Archuleta's movement. Oh, and again, that counter right, John, is there all night.
Beautiful left jab by Pettis. again, Pettis is just being the sniper. He is waiting. He's looking for that movement. And as that movement's occurring, he's seeing the opening and tagging it, just like he just did again.
Archuleta coming forward, but not having the success that Sergio Pettis is. And Pettis, there's a knee to the body. And then the exit. A minute and a half left in the fourth. Archuleta goes to the body with the jab, then goes upstairs. Now from southpaw stance, eats a body kick back to orthodox. Goes Archuleta, and another stiff jab from Pettis.
Pettis is just landing the cleaner shots and heavier shots.
Yes. Final 60 seconds of the penultimate round of the Bellator 258 main event. Two of the best 135-pounders battling for Bellator gold.
One of the things that we've seen multiple times with Juan Archuleta, he has the power to end this fight with one shot. The problem is you've got to be able to land that perfect shot.
11 of Archuleta's 25 victories have come via form of knockout. For Pettis, he has 3 knockouts on his resume, but definitely bringing the counterattack to the champion. 20 seconds left, and again, that right cross by Pettis.
Well, we've seen Pettis has power. You saw the shot that he knocked Alfred Shakian down with
in order to submit him.
That was big time power, but he's not even going for the big power here. He is just saying, I'm gonna keep touching you, and they're eventually just gonna start to add up, and it's working. This is the last round, Maury. In my opinion, the champion, Juan Archuleta, needs to finish Sergio Pettis if he wants to hold on to that belt.
Dwayne Ludwig lowering the verbal boom on the champion as we begin the 5th and final round. The title up for grabs here. And Archuleta, an aggressive start to the final round.
My scorecard right now, like I said, I have Archuleta down. I have only one round, and it's possible that the judges could even have looked and given that one to Pettis, so he needs to get a finish, in my opinion, if he wants to hold on to that belt.
Sergio Pettis, economical and efficient. Archuleta gets staggered momentarily again with that sharp jab from Sergio Pettis. Archuleta changes levels, looks for the takedown, drives Pettis into the fence.
Nice job by Sergio Pettis. Get himself, turn in, gets the underhook, gets away from Archuleta. Now in the 5th round, sweaty, slippery, not easy to hold on to your opponent.
Double jab from the challenger, Sergio Pettis. Minute gone here in the final frame. Sergio Pettis taking small steps forward before Archuleta coming forward, but doesn't throw. There's another exchange, and again, it ends with the counter from Pettis.
Beautiful counter left hook right there by Pettis, landed clean.
Archuleta trying to get Pettis to bite.
Yes, he was. Gave him that little knee tap look, trying to bring the overhand right. Pettis was already backing out, saying, no, I've seen it before, you're not going to catch me with that.
Pettis switches to orthodox.
Yeah, good cover on that kick. Yes. Nice karate range.
You got halfway down with the round. Let's go.
Again, Archuleta trying to punch his way to the inside. Pettis holding his ground. 2.5 minutes left in this championship fight.
Pettis knows that when Archuleta makes that move inside, he's kind of dropping his head, and that's what he's targeting. You see him, he just takes a look, brings the hook, brings the uppercut, brings the straight right.
1-2-1, then work on the chain, go from there. Yeah. Yep, keep the thread alive. Yep, beautiful, kid.
We are down to the final 2 minutes of this Bellator Bantamweight Championship fight, and it's Archeletta lifting Pettis up and then bringing him back down to the ground into side control, John.
He's in side control, but he's got to get out of this inverted triangle position that he's kind of stuck with. I can't see if he's got his arm inside there or not right now. From where I'm at, it's really, yeah, the arm is there, but
well, a position that the champion definitely needs to maximize. A minute and a half left in the fight.
90 seconds
it only takes one, but Juan Archeletta has got, right now he's in that position of, I want to control, I want to keep pressure, but I have to actually gain space so I can do something with this position. He's unable to right now.
Serge, 1 minute, get up. 1 minute, get up. Sergio, get up. Yeah, let's get up. Watch your spine. Get up. Keep those knees going. Sergio, 1 minute.
I'd like to know how someone knees someone to the spine when their spine is on the mat.
Under a minute left in the fight.
Left elbows. Hold it hard. Stand them up for north south. Left elbows. Left elbows. There it is.
Archeletta really needs to go for something here. He needs to open up. Start to bring down heavy elbows, some hammer fists, something. Try to get Sergio Pettis in trouble.
30 seconds left in the fight. Archeletta has Pettis' back, has one hook in. Pettis breaking the grip.
Pettis is in good position. He's controlling the wrist on the one side.
Turns back in and hammer fists the thigh of the champion Archeletta. And it will be up to the 3 judges at cage side to determine who walks out of the fight sphere. Bellator Bantamweight champion.
Let's take a look at some of the action from that 5th and final round. Nice left hook landing. You see how solid that landed on Juan Archeletta. Juan Archeletta picking Sergio up. He made that mistake in turning. Great. That's what we're looking for when you want to say, did the takedown count? That takedown counts, yes. That's called amplitude, elevation, and impact.
Good style you guys got, man. Good style.
There you go.
Our style's better than
Hey, oh, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone 5 full rounds in this title fight, we go now to your 3 judges. Your first judge at cage side, Jacob Montalvo, scores the fight 50-45, while judges Brian Miner and Dave Peabody both see it exactly the same, 49-46. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, SP Sergio Pettis.
Gentlemen, go over the rules in the back. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. If you wish to touch gloves, do so now. Step back.
The Bellator Bantamweight belt on the line. Pettis says he will dictate the pace and the range. Horiguchi feels his speed, power, and reflexes are what separate him from Pettis. They touch gloves, scheduled for 5 rounds. Inside leg kick connects for Horiguchi. He will dart in and out. Meanwhile, Pettis, an effective counter striker.
Very effective counter striker, but you're seeing exactly what Josh Thompson was talking about. Look at the open, loose style of Horiguchi and look at the tight, controlled manner that Sergio Pettis fights with. So it's really a matter of, do those counters land? When Horiguchi comes in to get his offensive action going, does Pettis land those counters?
Horiguchi coming off a knockout victory over Kai Asakura last New Year's Eve, where he became a 2-time Rising champion as Pettis landed the right hand, avenging a knockout loss to Asakura. Both of them were standouts at flyweight at 125, but really coming into their own here, now at 135.
You got to look at, Sergio Pettis has a win over the current UFC champion in bantamweights.
And Horiguchi gets the takedown.
That's what's important. It's not that Sergio does not know how to defend on the ground.
And Horiguchi has Pettis back.
But it takes all of his offense in the stand-up away.
Horiguchi has 3 submission wins, including a rear naked choke. And Pettis' lone submission defeat came via rear naked choke.
Pettis trying to fight the hands now, trying to break them apart.
Pettis was training with former K1 lightweight tournament runner-up Ren Hiramoto, who gave Pettis plenty of insight into Horiguchi, only 23 years of age. Duke Rufus, Pettis' coach, calls him one bad mofo.
He's right about
Oh, spinning back kick to the midsection, connects for Horiguchi.
What you saw from Horiguchi when he decided to abandon that takedown, he at least made Pettis pay and landed a clean strike.
Pettis will try to restrict the movement of Horiguchi if he can. Horiguchi, and you talk about noting patterns, John. When you study tape, you look for patterns.
Well, that's one of the patterns you'll see right there out of Horiguchi. That big looping overhand right. He'll take a step and he likes to walk away from what is normally his power side, and as his opponent reaches over to go cut him off, he'll come in with that looping right hand. He does it all the time, and he's very successful with it.
Yeah, it's proven to be lethal. Under 2 minutes left in the opening round. Horiguchi leaping at Pettis. Pettis trying to work the jab, but Horiguchi is chewing up the real estate.
Well, right now, Pettis is being very controlled. The back spinning back kick.
And the right hand by Horiguchi. So Horiguchi, as expected, bringing the offense to Sergio Pettis, looking for his 30th victory. And we talk about the legends from the land of the rising sun, and you ask many people, including Big John McCarthy, and they will say that Kyoji Horiguchi is the best Japanese mixed martial artist of all time.
You take a look at what he's done in his career. He has been absolutely spectacular. There have been some just unbelievable MMA fighters from Japan.
Oh, beautifully done there by Horiguchi. Captain, he went over with the left and goes to the body. Pettis comes back with a combination. 45 seconds left in the first round. Pettis wants to corral Horiguchi. How can he do so? How can he mitigate the movement of Horiguchi?
Well, what he's doing right now is right. He's not getting caught up in all the motion. He is being very tactical and very composed and tight, but he needs to stop as far as moving backwards. When you see him moving backwards, he cannot do that and win this fight. He needs to come forward and he needs to create the angles by stepping where he believes Horiguchi wants to go.
1-2 by Horiguchi.
Just like that.
And the left hook. And there, Pettis with the kick. Bell, round 2. Horiguchi coming out southpaw to start the second round. Kick lands for Horiguchi, back to orthodox. And the one thing about Pettis, always remains calm, stays true to his game plan, and gets knocked off his feet momentarily by Horiguchi.
Beautiful low kick by Horiguchi. It's not that Pettis has not been in there with guys that have the same type of movement. It's the speed factor with that movement that creates the problems. Horiguchi is incredibly quick.
And incredibly powerful for this weight class.
That's what's impressive, because you don't get guys that usually have one punch knockout power at that size, and he has it.
More than half of his 29 victories have come thanks to his knockout power. 15 KOs on his illustrious resume. And changes levels and gets the takedown on Pettis.
Does it with just technique, beautiful technique. That's what he went to American Top Team for. That's when he ended up losing to Demetrius Johnson. It was the wrestling factor. He said, I need to change it up. Has moved himself to Florida, and now you see the difference.
Submitted by one of the best ever in Demetrius Johnson with 1 second left in the 5th and final round. And here, up kicks.
Nice up kick by Sergio Pettis.
And Pettis looking to get the omoplata on Horiguchi, but Horiguchi, the crafty veteran.
He's got too much position right now, but he needs to be careful of that up kick again.
And he's dropping the ground and pound on Pettis. Lands a right hand before snatching the waist. Knee strikes to the right leg of Pettis by Horiguchi. Constantly looking to improve. And now hooks.
He's got a leg Turk on that one side, and he just wants to open up with that right hand. You're seeing that Sergio Pettis doing what we call a baseball grip on it, just holding on to that. Horiguchi is definitely cut under his right eye, though.
Under the eye, preferable to over the eye. But we will monitor that cut.
Well, that cut could have been from one of those up kicks when we talked about that up kick looking like it landed.
Right hands here.
That's what opened up that cut.
Horiguchi, as Pettis tries to wrist control momentarily. Under 2 minutes left in the second round. Wrist control by Pettis, and again that baseball grip, as you mentioned, John, and yet needs to try to escape. Bit of a stalemate here, 1.5 minutes left in the second, and there's a couple of right hands from the back by Horiguchi.
This is why you saw Pettis with that grip. That glove is like a big stopper on the end. It's very difficult to get your hand free, but once Horiguchi does, look at what he's doing.
Coming up on the final 60 seconds of the second round, and total strikes landed. Huge edge in favor of Kyoji Horiguchi as they are back on their feet in the final minute of the second stanza.
Pettis really reacting to those feints. You can see when Horiguchi gives him that big hard feint, Pettis is reacting to it. He's a little tight with everything right now.
And he's trying to loosen up right there, John, as you saw. 20 seconds left in the round. And there's a right hand that lands for Horiguchi. It is his money shot jab. It lands for Pettis. Oh,
nice check.
Half kick by Pettis.
That was checked by Horiguchi. That was a beautiful check.
And the spinning back fist misses for Pettis. A total of 9 strikes. And yet the one up kick doing the most damage, as you mentioned, John, as we begin round number 3, and Horiguchi comes out in the southpaw stance, bouncing up and down as he is wont to do, looking to dart in and out, while Pettis, very calm and cool, measured. And despite being a noted counter striker, someone's got to lead the dance. Horiguchi doing that.
Take the rhythm, sir. You take the rhythm. Take the lead.
Take the rhythm. Take the lead is the instructions from Duke Rufus.
Well, he's going to have to do something, because right now I have him down 2 rounds to none in this fight. He did land that nice up kick, but that's not near enough to take the round. Horiguchi is the one that's been in control of this fight. He's landed a lot of volume. He's landed some heavy shots. Nice, clean left hand right there. Pettis needs to really start to open up.
Horiguchi incredibly accurate. Landing at a 59% clip now. And again, attacking the leg and backpedaling. Horiguchi 2 for 3 in the takedown department. Pettis yet to attempt to take down. 90 seconds gone here in the third.
Horiguchi gives so much movement back and forth. You're just not sure where he's going to go.
There's a spinning back kick again. Scores for Horiguchi, and Pettis unable to get on track. And Horiguchi snatching the single. Pettis feeding him with a few right uppercuts.
Horiguchi started that with that jab. It landed cleanly. See him riding him on his hip. Brings him right down. Beautiful technique by Kyoji Horiguchi.
Third takedown of the fight for Horiguchi.
Horiguchi, beautiful body position. Look at how he's bringing his hips in. See that knee up under that arm area into the ribs, crushing the space for Sergio Pettis on that side, and he's got the fence on the other side. A lot of pressure by Horiguchi right now. Pettis tries to get his guard back. Horiguchi stuffs it, stays in that half guard position.
2 minutes left in the third round. Horiguchi working from top position in the half guard of Sergio Pettis. Pettis desperate to try to escape from underneath Kyoji Horiguchi.
Once again, you saw Pettis trying to, now he's trying to turn into him. But this gives Horiguchi the ability to start opening up with strikes. This is the right thing for Sergio Pettis to do. Get that underhook, start working himself back to his feet.
Horiguchi attacking Pettis' neck and now goes behind to the back. Has one hook in momentarily. And now Horiguchi working from Pettis' back, coming up on the final minute of the third round.
Horiguchi transitioned so fast. Took the back, riding the position. Not that Pettis is in any problem as far as the submission right at this moment. Horiguchi just locks things in so fast, moves to where he wants, forces his opponent to go to the direction he wants, and then takes it. Nice job by Sergio Pettis to get himself out.
Sergio Pettis needs to show an uptick in his offense here as time is running out in the third round. 33 seconds. Again, Horiguchi going downstairs with the kick. There's a counter right by Pettis. Unofficially, through 3 rounds, Sergio Pettis has yet to land in double digits in any round.
That's amazing.
Championship rounds are upon us. Round number 4, Duke Rufus wants Pettis to pump the jab. Wants him to break the rhythm of Horiguchi. It's not about accuracy, he says. It's about volume, and Horiguchi again closes the gap quickly, looking for the takedown defended by Pettis. Counter right hand again lands for Pettis. And Horiguchi runs right over Pettis into the guard.
Beautiful knee pick by Horiguchi, just drives through. Pettis trying for the elevators Sweep does not get it. And what Pettis is doing right there, he cannot do what you're seeing. That figure four on the body is only going to hold Horiguchi in the top position. He's got the ability to land the bigger, heavier strikes. Pettis has got to move. He's got to open up that guard, either attack with submissions, look for the sweep, or get back to the standing position.
Horiguchi back on his feet, allows Pettis to get back up to a vertical base. There's the jab that splits the guard of Pettis, lands. Horiguchi misses with the low kick.
And we're seeing Pettis open up a lot more. He's taking more chances, but by taking more chances, he's also giving opportunities and openings for Horiguchi to exploit.
Throwing 8 punches in the first 2 minutes of the fourth round is taking more chances. We've got a fight here that we've seen a lot of the feinting in there. Finally, Pettis opening up on Horiguchi.
And he hit a beautiful left hand.
Yeah.
Based upon it. Pettis now starting to swing for the fences. He's really trying to load up on his shots. That's not his normal style. His normal style is to just touch you and eventually break you down with his shots. He does have power in his hands. He just needs
lead left hook to the body that lands. The best punch of the fight for Pettis. And we are not seeing the jab that Duke Rufus wanted Pettis to try to use to break Horiguchi's rhythm. And there's a jab from Horiguchi that lands.
He's out!
Are you kidding me?
Sergio Pettis pulling it out like we talked about. He had to do something spectacular. Horiguchi winning this entire fight. Take a look, misses with the kick, but hits the spinning back fist. He is out, does not follow up. Look at that shot right on the jawline. Horiguchi is out, going down. That's why you fight the fight, and that's why championship fights are 5 rounds. Take a look at how fast this truly happens. Here comes the kick. It misses both.
In highlight reel fashion, Sergio Pettis just solidified his status.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main event comes to an end. 3 minutes, 24 seconds into round number 4 by knockout. The winner and still Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Sergio SP Pettis.
Our tail of the tape for this Bantamweight Championship bout. Look at 22-5 for Sergio Pettis, 35-5 for Patricio Pitbull. Both men are champions. Both men are absolutely 2 of the best.
Gentlemen, 5-round fight for the belt. We went over the rules in the back. I want a good, clean fight. If you'd like touch gloves now, please return to your corners.
Sergio Pettis, one of 8 fighters to hold the Bellator Bantamweight belt. It is on the line tonight in this potentially historic scrap. Patricio Pitbull looked shredded At the weigh-in at 135, credits the fighting scientist, Francisco Freitas, for helping him make weight the right way. He is the first challenger in a Bellator champion versus champion fight to drop weight and move down a weight class. And of course, questions surrounding that. How will he take a punch, and how will the weight cut affect his speed and his conditioning?
That is everything. And, you know, normally we'll tell you, I never like when a guy goes down in weight. He's done it from the time that he was getting ready for his fight in Japan back in October is when he started his weight cut, and he has continued that diet, that weight cut all the way to this moment. He's done it the right way, but it's still a dangerous thing to do, and we're going to see if it has any effect on his performance.
And here in the Midwest, the defending champion, Sergio Pettis, a fan favorite. Many fans making the trip from Milwaukee to Chicago, just about an hour away, as Patricio Pitbull already having success with the calf kick to the lead leg, and that's something he'll definitely want to try to exploit and capitalize on. And we talk about the trajectory, the career of Patricio Pitbull. Came in a heavy-handed brawler, BJJ black belt, got a heel hook victory in his first Bellator fight, but he's continually reinvented himself. I match his fight IQ to anyone in the sport, John.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. You know, you can take a look at, who he trains with, what he does. Henry Cejudo, who won multiple world titles, Olympic gold medals, he credits Patricio Pitbull. I stole Patricio Pitbull's style.
There's a nice jab and the right hand through the guard, and incredibly technically proficient is Sergio Pettis. The Taekwondo background obviously has some ostentatious attacks in his arsenal, as we saw in his first title defense, and hey, also a very high fight IQ.
Sergio Pettis has proved himself to be just an outstanding fighter. He's just getting better. He has not reached that peak yet. He is always adding tools, and he's getting better and better in the cage. He's become more relaxed. Take a look at him right now. Relaxed in the middle, and that's a big element.
Has one of the most educated jabs in the sport. Really works that 1-2, and there's the kick in. As the Taekwondo background, John, more of a snap to those kicks, unlike the karate-style kicks.
Absolutely, the Taekwondo style, they actually use the foot a lot to be that hitting element.
And a lot of spinning attacks, and there's a body kick by Patricio Pitbull. And yes, this is really the storyline for me. Who's going to be able to counter the counter?
And that's really, right now there's a feeling out process. A lot of people are wanting to come out and just start throwing. They're both feeling each other, seeing the tells, seeing where they think they can start to apply their skill set.
Pettis sat down, and there's a level change, and Pitbull with the takedown, but Pettis very dangerous off his back, very active. And so it's Pitbull that goes for the takedown early, and now has the back of Sergio Pettis.
And this is another storyline in this entire fight when you take a look at Daniel Vanderlei, a guy who worked with Pettis throughout his career.
The BJJ black belt is under Daniel Vanderlei for Pettis, but he's not in Pettis' corner tonight, John.
He's in Pitbull's corner, and that's psychological warfare. That's part of the game.
And it's actually been years that he has left Rufus Sports, set up shop in Brazil, but Daniel Vanderlei, yes, helping Sergio Pettis prepare for this fight. Pettis back to his feet, and he goes to the calf kick of the lead leg of the featherweight champ, looking to make MMA history here tonight. Very tactical affair. Patricio Pitbull's corner, looking on as he, of course, comes out of Brazil. Luis Santos, 6 years part of the Brazilian national boxing team, has really helped Pitbull in that regard. Eric Albarracin, who, of course, works with the Cejudos, Henry, and his brother, really helping Patricio with his wrestling.
The captain has been there with him for a long time. The real thing, there's been one common opponent if you look at both these guys.
Slips.
Juan Archuleta faced Pitbull in the Featherweight World Grand Prix, and Juan Archuleta faced and lost his title to Sergio Pettis as a bantamweight.
Switching stances, tactical, high-level affair, both champions. And so far, there, the counter right hand by Pitbull as Pettis went high with the kick, and there Pettis looking to use the cage for a Showtime Superman punch. So a Interesting opening 5 minutes, John. Collecting that all-important data tonight. Yes, he's the underdog, but he's also the Bantamweight champion.
That's right.
Southpaw stance for Pettis. Pitbull darting in and out. Nice counter left from Pettis. Caught Pitbull upstairs.
That was a nice left hand by Pettis, landing flush.
High kick partially blocked. Calf kick to the lead leg of the southpaw Pettis. And again, this calf kick's all-important part of Pitbull's strategy. Both of them waiting for the other to go. Again, who's going to counter the counter? It's Pitbull again, scoring to the lead leg. Leaps in with a left hook before Pettis countered.
Counters with the right hand over the top, and that's a smart move by Pettis. Every time he's going to throw that, you need to respond with that counter.
Pettis goes back to southpaw, his trainer, Duke Rufus. Kickboxer extraordinaire. Lots of success at Rufus Sport. Wanted him to get off the center line with the jab, and now showcasing the southpaw attack, going to the body with the liver kick back to orthodox. Meanwhile, Pitbull taking those small steps forward, trying to close the distance where he can explode at the drop of a dime. And there's it. Pettis.
Pitbull really fading that right.
Yep, trying to get Pettis to bite. Trying to set that trap. 3 minutes remaining here in the second. Body kick by Pettis. Again, with his kicking pedigree. Very technical, though when you go that distance, John, you do open yourself up to a counter grab, takedown attempt. Nice body shot, and then upstairs by Pettis. His best combination of the fight.
It's a great combination by Pettis, and you're absolutely right. The thing about Pettis when he kicks, it does have it's a snap.
Yes.
He doesn't just kick through the hip. He uses that knee. It's a different style of kicking. It's what brought him up from Taekwondo.
And Pitbull continues to go to the lower leg with the calf kick and the inside low kick, and now the spinning wheel kick by Pettis. Taekwondo 101.
Big time move. He caught Patricio a little off guard, a little off target.
Final 2 minutes of the second. Pitbull continues. Putting on pressure, short steps, closing the distance, backing Pettis up, but Pettis moving to his right now, trying to disrupt Pitbull.
Even Pitbull incorporates this very karate type.
Yeah, karate-centric stance, exactly.
Much like Leone at times. And he's having problems with the reads on Pettis. You can see that he's not comfortable at times.
Counter left hook by Pettis, or excuse me, Pitbull, and then Pitbull, jumping knee! Pettis turns it around and puts Pitbull on the fence, so both of them have gone for the flashy attack. The spinning wheel kick by Pettis, the jumping knee by Pitbull. Yes, a sweet jab. What I like about Pettis as well, John, he doesn't really move one way, darts left to right, doesn't become predictable. Nice, rips the left hook to the body, showcasing his hand speed. He's got above average hand speed.
Nice four-punch combination by Pettis.
And counter left by Pettis. Yep, he's starting to land the counter effectively. Pettis giving Pitbull different looks, shifting from orthodox to southpaw.
That team kick up the middle should be used often by Pettis.
Pettis also likes to launch lead leg kicks, and there the takedown attempt by Pitbull, well defended by Pettis, and he removes himself from harm's way, resets. So, and really a telegraph takedown attempt there by Pitbull, John, well defended by Pettis, 10 seconds left in the second, and again, the spinning wheel kick. Clip! Pitbull! Pitbull retreating to the corner, sweeping right up by Pettis. Pitbull was staggered by that spinning wheel kick near the end of the round.
Take a look right here. Pitbull comes, nice left hand with the right hand following it. That was a clean shot. You can see it got Sergio Pettis' attention. Here was that spinning wheel kick right off of the forehead. You can see a little bit of the stanky leg there. Very clean shot, well done. Clean right off the front. Did not land with everything that he had. But his brother Anthony knew, oh, go get him, because that absolutely showed that Sergio Pettis can hurt Patricio Pitbull.
Let's go, get it out.
Pitbull's been involved in legendary battles here in Bellator. Cut now over the left eye, blood trickling down the side, but remember the fights with Daniel Weichel, Daniel Strauss. That Weichel fight, the first fight, John, he was almost finished, and there were a few more seconds left in the round, just as we saw here, similar to what happened there. But Sergio Pettis utilizing what got him to the dance effectively. That Taekwondo background already delivering dividends.
Well, you can see the confidence in Sergio Pettis building in that second round. You can see that he was feeling better about opening up the attacks and finding those counters when Pitbull would try to strike.
Round 3, Pitbull again going to the inside. Leg kick to the lead leg of the Bantamweight champion. Unofficially, Big John McCarthy has it even, and now Pettis putting together combinations. Has to be mindful of the counter. The left hook from Pitbull, but Pitbull now putting pressure on Pettis. But one thing Pettis really takes pride in staying calm, staying true to his game plan. And he feels the later this fight goes, the more it favors him. As he says, I get better as the fight goes on. His takedown defense has been on point.
It has. He got surprised in that first round by Pitbull shooting in on him. Wasn't expecting, but now he's...
And even that takedown did nothing. Did nothing for Patricio Pitbull. Jab from Pettis. L-blocking and Pitbull resetting and trying to get a read, trying to find a way. Oblique kick from Pettis.
And this is the big difference between Sergio Pettis of now and the one in the past is people were able to take him down at times and keep him on his back. He is not easy to take down. Juan Archeletta in their championship fight trying to take him down. How many times was unable to get him down? We saw Patricio get it in the first round, and since that time, each attempt has been stuffed.
Nickname Pitbull, we do know that a hurt dog is a dangerous dog, especially with Patricio Pitbull. And Pettis now 1-2, but does a good job of avoiding the steam of that attack, resetting. Both of them have incredible vision, John, to see through the exchanges.
Very technical fights.
Yeah, Pitbull wanting to parry that jab from the southpaw stance. Very technical, John. There's that high kick, partially blocked by Pitbull.
And this is part of what we were talking about at the start of this fight. Everyone looks at, well, you're the 145-pound champion, you're dropping down to 135. That means that you're going to beat that guy because you're bigger, stronger. Speed. Speed is a hard thing to deal with. Sergio Pettis is a fast fighter, and if there's one thing is in this fight when you're look at the counters and look at how many times Sergio is able to touch Patricio as he's trying to get his shots in. Beautiful job.
4 jabs and a body shot to put the exclamation point on that sequence, and that's the thing. The camp didn't want Pitbull to come in heavier than 150 or 154 tonight so that he doesn't lose his speed, but just naturally, John, you're coming down 10 pounds, and here, look at the numbers, John. The champion with a big edge in terms of strikes landed, and again, a battle of counter punchers.
Yeah, and you talk like a 20 of 35, that's outstanding. He maintains that type of percentage at 57.
That's bad news for Pitbull.
Quick reflexes by Pettis. Great reaction. There's a right hand from Pitbull.
The best part about what Sergio Pettis is doing, he's throwing a lot of straight shots, which is only getting him there faster.
He's thrown 115 shots compared to Pitbull's 100, but again has landed higher as the blood now, the left side of Pitbull's face around that left eye. Just over a minute remaining here in the third, and Pitbull backing up, oblique kick by Pettis. Pitbull unable to get any real flow established here, or any sense of trying to solve the puzzle that is Sergio S.P. Pettis. And again, Pettis continues to change it up. That was a stiff jab from Pitbull.
That was a clean right hand from Pitbull also. But good return by Pettis to come right back at him.
And now pace picking up a bit. Pitbull putting on the pressure, goes for the takedown, changes levels.
Got both hands clasped.
Pitbull takes him down into the half guard. And now 20 seconds left in the third round. Pitbull 2 of 5 in the takedown department. Had one in the opening round, went 0 for 2 in round 2. Now 1 for 2 here in the third, but really unable to get anything going. And trying to go to mount, well defended by Pettis, and time runs out in round 3. Doesn't care about that narrative as we head into the championship rounds. Round number 4. Avoiding that chopping low kick by Pitbull, and Pitbull now utilizing some foot movement, trying to find a way in, Joe, trying to find a path. And again, though, I mean, not to beat the dead horse, but it really is true. It's who's going to counter the counter, and when you have two counter fighters at stakes like this.
And who has countered the counter? Well, more successful.
More successful.
Sergio Pettis.
Absolutely.
But the big thing that you've always got in the back of your mind with Pitbull, he's got that one-punch power.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it time and time again. All of a sudden, he unleashes that right hand or the left hook. He's got power, and he can put you away.
And while Pettis may not have as much shot-for-shot power, he has some scintillating attacks in his arsenal.
Boy, he does. And really, we talked about volume. Just touch him. He's been doing that. He's been doing that exceptionally well. He needs to stick with it. The one thing I would love to see Sergio Pettis do is attack the body with those teep kicks up the middle just a little bit, because that keeps Pitbull at a range where he's unsure when he wants to come in based upon, I don't want to get the kick up the middle again.
At the same time, it appears Pitbull's still unsure when to do that in this instant. You see, it's a case of where Pitbull tries the counter left.
And that's the problem right now for Pitbull, as you notice, Sergio initiates the attack. Pitbull goes for the counter, but he's just a little bit off.
Pettis again wanting to use that hand to jab. Final 3 minutes of the fourth round. Pitbull again doesn't set up the shot, John.
No, that wasn't a good setup.
But it's been throughout other than the first takedown, his attempts have been telegraphed.
Well, his last one that he got in deep, got the takedown,
right,
able to have the
hasn't
round, but hasn't had an effect on the fight.
And it seems to be that's still where he wants to continue to go. There lands the overhand right as Pettis delivered the oblique kick, but low output from Patricio Pitbull. In terms of connection there, pressure is there. Would you like to see more offense? Again, knowing the style, it's there again, looking for the single. Now takes the back of Pettis.
Nice job. Pettis going to the cage to use that as a balance point. Patricio trying to lace that leg through. Nice job by Pettis to shuck him off.
And the takedown defense on display as Pitbull now 2 for 7. In terms of the total fight, and 0 for 2 here in round 4.
No matter what, that becomes frustrating for Pitbull. It gives confidence to Pettis. You keep on trying, I keep on getting away from you. Pitbull keeps going back to it, which I like, but there is some frustration.
it comes to the weight cut, when it comes to how he has responded, how he looks, John, at 135, what do you think?
Well, you know,
conditioning.
His conditioning looks fantastic.
Always, right? Yeah.
He's a professional, and the one thing I will say though, what hurt him earlier? Well, it was a kick. Kicks are heavy. That could have happened if he was in featherweight. So I really haven't seen anything that I say has had a bad effect from him going down to 135.
Except one thing, that being Sergio Pettis right now.
Yeah, well, the big difference is many times Patricio is the faster fighter. He's not the faster fighter.
Under a minute left here in round 4.
Not that he's slow, but he's not the faster fighter.
Good counter, right hand by Pitbull. Pitbull changing levels, but again, immediate reaction from Pettis, the overhook.
Nice knee inside by Pitbull. You're gonna get that exit. Leave him something to remember. That's what he does.
Get there by Sergio Pettis, blocked by Patricio Pitbull. Front kick to the face by Pettis, and that caught Pitbull. The fast, the alacrity, the speed in those kicks. 5th and final round on deck for the Bantamweight Championship. Layoff of his career, 18 months, coming off a torn ACL. Patricio Pitbull coming down in search of history. 5 minutes left.
You know, and you bring that up, Mauro, and that's a great point. He is coming off of ACL surgery, the longest layoff of his career, and Sergio Pettis has just looked fantastic.
You know, we saw Patchy Mix when Sergio Pettis was at Jackson Wing preparing to fight Brandon Moreno, which was a huge win for him when he was in the UFC. In many ways, again, setting up here for another big win. But Pettis said, talking about the experience with Mix, everyone is blown away by Patchy Mix, but talk about what you've seen out of Sergio Pettis heading into this 5th and final round, and conversely for Patricio Pitbull, adjustments that need to be made. He's a master of adjusting.
Well, he's a master of adjusting, but the problem is his speed is unable to match the speed of Sergio Pettis. Pettis is able to get that, look at that beautiful left hand straight down the pipe. And that's the big difference. He's not throwing looping shots that are taking more time to get there. He's throwing straight shots, while Pitbull is throwing looping shots at times. And it's taking a long time to get there. Sergio's shots are reaching the target quicker. You can see, right at this moment, Patricio is pressing. He's going after him. He's trying. He's doing everything he has.
Lead right hand by Patricio Pitbull. Back to orthodox goes Sergio Pettis, trying to establish that jab, keep the challenger at bay. Goes back to the leg. That oblique kick. Moving to his right, darting to his left, trying to disrupt whatever rhythm that Patricio Pitbull's trying to set up, unable to do so. But Pitbull's putting on that pressure, and there's Pettis, though, initiating the attack upstairs. Good hand speed, great combination, John, by the champ.
Absolutely. Going downstairs, upstairs.
Pitbull closes the distance, but unable to keep Pettis along the fence. Midway point of the 5th and final round.
Not many times do you see Pitbull where he's the guy going backwards time. This is the norm that you'll see. But coming forward, capturing the center of the cage, making nice bursts and landing shots. He has had nothing but problems in landing shots that are clean against Sergio Pettis.
Unable to keep Sergio Pettis in his sights. Pettis again switching up stances, delivers a body kick. Pitbull trying to corral him, trying to land something But it's Pettis who lands instead.
Pettis landing a clean combination there. Again, straight shots. Straight shots down the middle. Beautiful jab.
Good angles. Sergio Pettis backing up, but maybe setting up that counter, the jab.
Pressure by Patricio Pitbull going after him. He is trying to find that shot. It's going to change this whole thing for him.
He has just over a minute. And it's Pettis. Pettis levels and then a clean right hand as the exit. And there's Pettis defending the takedown again as they jockey for position along the fence. Final 45 seconds. Pitbull pummeling. Exit Pettis. Sergio Pettis, fresh off the 2021 knockout of the year, come from behind, spinning back this KO, Kyoji Horiguchi. In his return from injury layoff, taking on Bellator GOAT, Patricio Pitbull. And we are 15 seconds away, spinning back fist from Pitbull. 10 seconds now left in this Bantamweight Championship fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's first world title fight, we go the distance. So we go now to your judges at cage side. Your first, Chris Lee, scores the fight 49-46. While judges Sal D'Amato and Ron McCarthy both see it the same, 50-45. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator Bantamweight World Champion SP Sergio
Milwaukee, baby! This shit stay for a fucking while! Let's go!
Tail tip for this Bantamweight World Championship fight. 69-inch reach for Sergio Pettis, 71.5. The real thing about that reach is how he utilizes it in the grappling with his Darce, Anaconda, and head and arm choke attacks.
Okay, guys, going over the rules in the back. This is for the championship. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. I'm not ready to fight.
Much anticipated showdown for that, the undisputed Bellator Bantamweight Championship. Sergio Pettis, 6 consecutive wins. Patchy Mix looking for his 6th straight victory. And he feels he's going to submit Pettis fast. He says no disrespect. They spent time years ago at Jackson Wink MMA helping Pettis prepare for his fight with Brandon Moreno in the UFC, but Mix, who's used to blistering quick starts and the master of the back takes in MMA. That's why they call him, John, the human backpack.
Absolutely right, but let's just be honest. In those scenarios, in that training room, which is a training room,
and years ago,
Sergio Pettis was not punching Patchy Mix in the face. So he was in his realm of where he's strongest. Patchy is an unbelievable grappler. Sergio Pettis is an unbelievable striker. His footwork, his speed, he has just gotten better and better. It's amazing that I've been around this guy for about 13 years, and he's only 30 years old.
Trained by legendary striking coach Duke Rufus at Rufus Ward, his main headquarters, although he has been peripatetic preparing for this fight, moving around, getting different looks, preparing for, he feels at this time in his career, considering what Patchy Mix represents, he considers Mix the toughest test of his career. This is, again, a guy who just defeated the Bellator GOAT, Patricio Pitbull. Question mark kick attempt there by Pettis, and of course the Taekwondo black belt. Known for those flashy kicks, and Mix picking up Pettis. And puts him down. It looked like it could have been a thunderous takedown instead of gentle landing for Pettis, but still, Pettis finds himself on his back.
I was a little surprised. I thought he was going to carry him towards his corner. That's really not right there. Then I thought, okay, he's going to the center. No, he didn't.
I had a flashback of Matt Hughes' trip momentarily, but it didn't end as dynamic. 3:15 left here in the opening round, scheduled for 5 for the Bellator Bantamweight Championship. And
this is going to be a great sequence. Great sequence to see what does Pettis do to defend himself and what offensive attacks is Patchy Mix looking for. Very nicely done by Sergio Pettis. You saw Patchy take these legs, bring them together. He was trying to turn the hips. He's going to slide over. Sergio saw it, leg out. Here we go.
But now the butterfly hook in by Pettis.
What the problem for Pettis is not everyone creates that same pressure.
Now he has pass guard into side control.
Patchy creates incredible amount of pressure for a guy who's weighing in at 135 pounds. He feels like he weighs
2 minutes now remaining in the opening round. And now the butterfly hooks are in,
which is
up to elevate.
It's a good position for Sergio Pettis. Now it's going to be tough to keep Patchy there, but anytime he can deploy those butterfly guard, it is a great defensive art.
There's the levitation. Tries to elevate. Minute and a half left here in the first round as Mix is back inside control. Elbow strike to the forehead of Pettis. Final 60 seconds.
Difference here, Morrow, is you're seeing Patchy Mix is moving to better positions. That's making this a complete grappling round where his dominance in the grappling is going to win the round.
He just freed his left hand, so Mix now able to improve his position, wants to neutralize Pettis. Under 30 seconds left, and pressure on top by Patchy Mix. Knee to the ribcage.
Very nice, clean strike.
Another knee.
It was at least blocked by the arm. It doesn't feel it.
Patchy Mix scores the takedown, ends up with 3 minutes and 28 seconds of ground control to kick off this Bellator Bantamweight Championship fight. Said and done, especially when you're fighting a guy like Patchy Mix, much bigger individual.
Second round, fight, you ready?
It's crazy when you look at the two, that they're both in the same weight class.
This is round number 2. Lone takedown. Going to be the big difference in that opening round. Not a lot of offense as Mix outlanded Pettis 10-7. Taekwondo black belt. Pettis. Dynamic kick. This is with the spinning back fist. How he...
That's good though. You see the speed that he's using. That speed is a difference maker.
Of course, his spinning back fist. Knockout win. Come from behind. Win over Horiguchi. Now finds himself again in the clutches of Patchy Mix. Looking to take his back. Has done it.
This is what Duke was talking about.
And uses the cage to launch himself, trying to employ that body triangle if he can. Maneuvering. Patchy Mix has indeed secured the body triangle on the defending Bellator Bantamweight champion.
This is just a matter of taking your time. Don't try to force things. Make him make the mistake of where he puts his hands. Trap it on him. Notice how he's getting that? It's trap. Look at the right arm of Sergio. This is getting bad for him right now. Because as soon as he pushes that one off, he's got one arm to defend with. This is trouble. He is in deep trouble. He's going to go out.
Patchy Mix is the new undisputed Bellator Bantamweight champion. And Sergio Pettis, his second submission loss, both via RNC.
Yeah, and you know, look, you can't. It's hard to stop things when they're so big. Look at him push off the cage. That is an intelligent move right there. That sets him up. Then he finally gets the other hook and gets his figure four. Then he takes the figure four, lets go of it, traps the arm, and then just sits there and slowly puts him to sleep as he's choking. Nothing more for Sergio to do. He's got to tap out. Beautiful win by Patchy Mix.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage with the rear naked choke in tight. The tap comes officially 1 minute 51 seconds into round number 2. The winner by submission. Now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Patchy Mix.
Celebrate good times. Come on for Patchy Mix.
5 5-minute rounds, should we require them, in a 135-pound championship fight. Keith Peterson to oversee 5 rounds if we get there. Mamedov in the whites, Patchy Mix in the black.
Sir, you ready? Sir, you ready? Fight!
Touch of the glove, southpaw stance for Mix.
There's that lead hand battle that I was talking about. If you can keep patting that lead hand down and working over the lead shoulder, it can really frustrate Mamedov. Beautiful inside low kick as well, establishing those long-range techniques immediately.
Both men use the rear leg twice. Patchy then goes to the lead leg, switching into stances for different looks. Mamedov.
Patchy tries to snipe with that straight left. Lovely work on the inside leg again. That's really causing problems already for Mamedov, destabilizing his base every time it lands.
Leaping hook misses there for Mamedov. I mean, on paper, you look at Patchy Mix's results, and there's a lot of submissions. He indexes very heavily on the grappling side finish-wise, but his striking sets it up a lot of times.
Nice little blitz with a switch stance there from Mamedov. Oh, that
Lead
one got
hand
through.
cracked right off the side of Mamedov's head, frozen for a moment. Tatiana Suarez, newly engaged to Patchy Mix in front of the Eiffel Tower.
And we have to constantly question, is Mamedov comfortable? When you see him switching his stances, when you see him taking one to the head, sooner or later we assume he's going to change elevation, go for the shot, but Patchy Mix is waiting for it.
You can see the redness on the side of Mamedov's head from that short right hook, and that was a beautiful slicing jab down the center line. Patchy Mix looking very sharp here. And there's the Stotts knee that we've seen before.
He just missed it this time. Oblique kick, trying to attack that lead leg. Not a favorable trade on that exchange. Not for Patchy Mix, at least.
That's fifth. Go. Yeah, it's good. It's not working. Yeah.
Little eye poke question. Keith Peterson says no, that was the fist.
You see Patchy constantly patting down that lead hand. Nice footwork.
Good combination there on the exit for Mamedov. He tried the knee right up to the midsection, and then a right and a left.
Mamedov's just not quite as loose as Patchy Mix. Every time he throws a shot, you can see the tension behind it. There's a little bit of nerves and anxiety there, it feels like, whereas Patchy, he's cruising right now. You can see how loose he is, throwing his long-range shots.
Yes, and perhaps Mamedov isn't going to get frustrated and go for that takedown. Perhaps he is committed to this kind of a style, and you can see where that would get a guy frustrated when you're not winning the battle.
I like these little step-throughs that Magomed is doing. That's very smart work. But that inside low kick is going to destabilize that base and take away some of the movement, as well as the level changes.
Oh! Nasty left hand from Mamedov, stuns Patchy Mix, and the right hands to follow. Mix is in trouble as another one lands. Was that a mistake, Chael, to go chest to chest?
Yes, he got what he was looking for, which was to hurt him. In a standard fight, Mamedov would hurt you, close the distance, and take you down. In this fight, I believe he's committed to staying on his feet. So yes, it was a habit shot that he did not want to do.
And that's going to give Magomed some real confidence as well.
Mix appears to have recovered. There's that jousting jab again. It's landed 3 or 4 times in this first round. We're inside of 1 minute now. It started as a knee. It looked like Mix was going to extend that leg on a kick, but blocked by Mamedov. More success from the jab for Patrick Mix. Body kick attempt again.
The fact that Magomed is stepping through ranges is very, very Gennady Golovkin style. It's called a Ketchel shift. And what it allows you to do is to punch with a power shot, step through and then hit with another power shot. And that's what's catching Patchy unawares at the moment, is Magomed's ability to travel through with power shots.
Into round 1.
Very interesting first round.
It's a very close round, and volume-wise, you got to go with Patchy Mix, but it is the power that Mamedov was able to land 2 big shots that definitely hurt Patchy Mix. He wins the round, 10-9.
Back to the action we go. Mamedov switching stances here early in round number 2. Mamedov is in the whites, Patchy Mix is in the black.
Here's the guillotine.
Moment of truth, gentlemen, the moment of truth.
Here we go. Patchy Mix has got his hands together, hunting for that neck. Magomed,
what have you learned in the last 2 years? That's the question that was just asked, and he answered it, I thought, very well.
Double unders here for Patty Mix. Patchy is just always making you react to something, even when you're in the top position.
Gets the underhook, goes for the half guard. He's going to try and either build himself up here into a dogfight position, or he's going to try and sweep and roll him through.
Patchy Mix works back to his feet and all the way out.
He's got to put something behind that jab. He knows now that Magomed is going to keep wading forward with big punches. He's got the confidence from the exchange in the first round. And I have to say, I love having John McCarthy on the broadcast. I learn something every time he speaks.
Nice, Dad. Great. There you go.
Patchy's trying to figure out how he's going to approach this. I think he expected the jab to start to open some options up for him, but Magomed is being very, very difficult to read.
Dan, one thing we've never considered or discussed is Patchy Mix doing the wrestling. Patchy Mix closing the distance and getting on top. Is that something that we can expect him to do?
I don't know as we're going to see that. I mean, if he needs to, absolutely, but that's really where he's going to burn unnecessary energy against Mamedov. I would expect him to really try and start picking up his striking output and encourage Mamedov to the level change himself. But as you say, Chael, you know, he might need to do something different soon.
Switch knee attempt there from Mix.
If that was the other knee, that could have been an early night.
The jab is finding its home now for Patchy Mix, halfway through round 2.
Sean, I hear you on that. I don't disagree. I would just counter to tell you that Mamedov is getting more comfortable as well. He threw more air balls in the first 2 minutes of this fight than he did in the next 6.
Well, and you guys both talked about the confidence built there in that first round, and I think it's increased his volume here in round 2 as well. Although now Patchy Mix is more on the offensive.
A war cry there from Mamedov, trying to psych himself up here. He is finding himself on the back foot this round, and he might be losing some of the momentum that he was able to gain in the first. That was a lovely right hook from Patchy. And there's the jab. Very nice, very sharp.
And that one compromised the balance, at least for a brief second, for Mamedov, who lands his own right hand in response.
Man, when Mamedov travels forward with his boxing, he does a real good job of landing cleanly. I also wonder how much Patchy Mix was expecting Magomed to come out southpaw and match his stance. Little fake knee there. Patchy stinging with the jab. And you can see him cutting his opponent off with that right hook now. He's going to keep squeezing Magomed into that choke point against the fence. Level change there, nice short elbow on the inside from Mamedov, and a body shot.
Straight right to the body, and follows it with a kick. That same kick goes down to the leg, and then he tests it high. The right leg prowess on display there. Another jab. End of round 2. Victor Wembanyama, NBA Rookie of the Year, watching on with great interest.
His size. We always talk about who's got a reach advantage. There's not a whole lot of guys in history that knew how to use it. This is a guy that understands how his body works. Understands where his advantages are and how to exploit it.
Absolutely.
Third round underway. Sean O'Connell, Chael Sonnen, Dan Hardy, cage side. Patchy Mix, Mamedov in a rematch for a Bellator Bantamweight title. Big John McCarthy, how did you score round number 2?
Yeah, we go back to, we're looking for damage in the round. We didn't have any real damage. We did have a good submission attack.
He's got this.
Here's another.
We actually have the volume.
Another.
That is on tight.
He's got it. I think he's got this guillotine.
That is very tight.
Man,
Mamedov is buying himself some space with that right shoulder.
He needs to clear the arm. That's what he did last time. He went from arm in guillotine to taking the arm out and going neck only. And that's where he's in a position now. Watch him retract this top arm. He's going to pull the left arm out and he's going to go for the hand. He's going to try and get his hands together. Body triangle as well. He can even take the top position here.
Mamedov is on the way out. Great fight for Mamedov.
That counts big on the scorecards.
Had to be feeling a little deja vu there, Dan.
Well, we have to remember he had 2 attempts before he got the final guillotine finish in that last fight. And he actually said that too, as he said he made the same mistake 3 times in the first fight. Steps over, tries to clear the leg. Good scramble from Magomed, who takes a knee as he stands.
Beautiful timing on the knee. Patchy Mix showing great understanding of the rules. As soon as Mamedov has 2 points of contact on the mat, he throws that knee. Didn't mean to jump all over you, by the way, Big John McCarthy. Just thought that we might be getting a finish there, so appreciate you weighing in.
Absolutely, man. It was very close, but right now it's an even fight.
Good left hand, and then Patchy Mix eats a right. Body kick from Mamedov as well. Halfway through round number 3. Chael, we're seeing the jab land for Patchy Mix. Do you want to see him build combinations off of it?
Yes, yes. I feel that Patchy Mix has thought early, and perhaps I'm saying this because I thought it early. He can reach out and touch him.
That was a beautiful left hand over the top.
Another left, another right. Magomedov tried to measure these strokes. He lands another, and once
he went chest to chest. It's a mistake.
Once again, he goes chest to chest, grabs the underhooks.
It's muscle memory. It's just muscle memory. He's not meaning to do that. He hurts the guy, he steps in. It's how he fights every fight. It's just not what he wanted to do tonight.
Good knees to the body there from Patchy. Getting time to clear his head here from those punching combinations. But again, Magomed, just 90 seconds, over 90 seconds left in the third round. That may have been enough to win that exchange big.
Well, it makes it even more interesting because of the guillotine attempt earlier in this round. So both guys had some dangerous moments for the opponent, making the judges' job very difficult here in the third frame.
This is the thing for me, with submission attempts and clean strikes are not made equal. A guillotine leaves you with no damage on your opponent, but that damage stays with Patchy Mix for the rest of the fight. The submission attempt does not equate, in my opinion, and this is where we need Big John again. Doesn't equate the same way as that punching combinations from Magomed.
My coach, Jeremy Horn, always judges rounds based on who came closer to finishing the fight. Is that the right way to do it? Big John, maybe you can weigh in mid-round here. Both of these guys had moments. Magomed continuing to have some moments.
You got to think, if damage is a scoring criteria, how do you score a guillotine for damage?
It is a fascinating argument that has gone in circles. And you're right, if we could ever get some clarity, but that's a tough one. I mean, I think maybe even John, to explain it to us, it's hard rhetorically. Right, well, the judges will tell you, we know it when we see it. Oh, a little body shot there. Patchy Mix, for arguably being the best 35-pounder in the world, in this particular fight, is limited in one regard, right? There's 3 places to fight, and he can do 2 of them. He's not, when he's hurt, going for the wrestling. Yeah, why not go to the chest or a double beat or step outside? I mean, I really think he's getting time, and I think just jab more might be bad advice, respectfully.
You know, I think Patchy Mix felt like he was going to be able to jab against the orthodox stance fighter. But when he switches to southpaw, same as Patchy Mix, he's coming over that lead shoulder and hurting him bad.
Big John McCarthy, how'd we score at round number 3? A close one.
Very close, and you're taking a look at that guillotine choke. It was on, and it had to be defended for a long time. He was not put down by the strikes. A lot of guys you're looking at, they have to be put down for that strike to say it's that damaging. It definitely landed heavy, but I would go with the guillotine attack and the early attack of Patchy Mix. I have him up 2 rounds to 1.
Oh, interesting.
Thank you, Big John. And I think a case can be made both ways, which is why the job of judges is so difficult. Now Patchy Mix wrestling here.
I am surprised by that analysis, but guys, if Big John's right, which he usually is, we're looking at a totally different next 2 rounds. I mean, that changes everything if Mix is up.
It's strange how often the middle round is the swing round in a 5-round fight.
You know, Mix has had moments up against the fence like that. I don't know why he breaks that free. I feel like just with that height, he gets that underhook. I feel like he's controlling the time there. Is that cage door open, by the way, right behind him? Is that cage door open?
No, it looks like it because the corner pad. I thought that myself. We have these cage door inspectors. They check those doors really well before the start of each round. Better pressure from Patchy Mix here. Good counter strikes though, around the top, around the sides and over the top from Magomedov. won't be surprised if we see Patchy Mix throw that rear knee again. We've seen him have success with it before, and I think he's starting to see, there it is, look. I think he's starting to recognize that Magomed is either level changing for the body shot or he's level changing to try and get away from this jab.
Mix is starting to alter his lead attack. We've seen him go with the short hook and the jab. Good combination and response there from Magomedov.
We can't deny that Magomedov has now found his range. I mean, he is not throwing air balls. He's reaching out and touching somebody with everything. I will also concede that Mix is the one standing his ground or backing him up, and I don't think that was part of Magomedov's plan.
But if it becomes a close fight, center control is a big part.
Sure.
You know, we lead, we go back to that, we go back to aggression. We keep stripping down the scoring criteria. Of course, you know, damage and success with your techniques is highest, but if it's a very close round, Patchy is dominating the center right now, and that does count for something. There's that counter again. It's every time Magomed switches to southpaw. I say that and he lands it from the other side. We can definitely see the improvements in Magomedov's game.
Oh yeah. Well, he's very disciplined with his game plan. I mean, there's no more guessing. We know he does not plan to take this to the ground.
That left hand snuck through for Magomed. That slapping hook again from Patchy Mix.
You talk about who's winning a fight, guys. Generally, the fighters do know who's winning the fight. And I only tell you that because judging by body language, Magomedov thinks that he is. Well, he's told himself, I'm not going to take it to the ground. The caveat to that is I'm not going to take him to the ground if I can beat him on the feet. And it's not that he's failed at takedown attempts. He has not gone for takedown attempts. I think Magomedov at least thinks he's winning.
Oh! Right hand snuck through again. Then the knee. A smile from Patchy Mix. That time he angled properly.
Little clash of heads there. Nice thing on the inside.
Patchy Mix. Final 10 of round number 4. One more round in this championship fight. Patchy Mix, Magomedov for one more round.
Sir, you ready?
World title gold on the line. Big John, how's it scored right now?
Right now, I have this fight even going into the 5th round. I believe both fighters need this round to win this fight. You're taking a look and talking about he's the champion. He's the guy that, you're going to have to beat him. If you beat him, there is no champion right now in the middle of that ring. There are 2 fighters fighting for that belt, Patchy Mix and Magomedov. Both guys have the opportunity to win it by winning this round.
Thank you, Big John. And you got to believe that that's what the corner of Magomedov just told him. You go out and win this round, you're the Bantamweight world champion. You've avenged the only man who finished you in your career. Body kick there from Magomedov.
Oh. Time. You got him. You got him. You stay right there. Hey,
without seeing the replay, I will tell you, fellas, I heard it. I know what the sound of hitting a cup is, and I heard it.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
I know he lifted, but he still got it.
Not intentional.
Yeah,
Oh, there it is. And that was toes as well.
Over here. Tell me when you're ready, yes? Look at me.
Oh!
Look, okay, 5 minutes. Hey, just stand over here for me, all right? Yeah.
The under portion with the toes, and that is as politely as I can put it. Oh, that is a different pain, fellas.
That's a horrible,
keep it clean.
Horrible toe poke.
Fight.
Totally inadvertent, happens with the open stances, and right back to the furious pace.
He didn't want to give him a break. He's not fully recovered. He didn't want to give him the break. I respect it.
Good sharp knee there from Patchy Mix. Magomedov staying aggressive here in round 5.
Yeah. Patchy's doing a good job of rallying in this fight. He's not out of the trouble yet because those hands are still coming over the top. But he does seem to be taking a bit more control of this round. Nice elbow on the inside from Patchy Mix.
Good right hand there from Magomed as Mix comes in right in front of the broadcast position.
Which is a concession that Mix did not like how the back and forth on the feet was going.
Patchy's got both ankles or both legs here, but I just don't think he's going to be able to pull these out with the control. Oh, now he might be able to. Slides into a body lock. Tries to step over the leg, but this is where Magomedov is going to be challenged every day on the mats with Khabib.
Good for Patchy for going for it. I think Patchy underestimated himself, quite frankly. I think he could have gone to a couple of those attacks earlier in the fight.
Good change of direction here. Magomedov making Patchy chase. Now he's heavy on a sprawl, forcing Mix to go on the defensive.
That was a good knee on the inside from Magomed. I wouldn't feel confident if I was Patchy here. I feel like he needs to be really working.
I like that exchange, actually. I'm glad that that happened. I'm glad that Mix mixed up his arsenal.
90 seconds left in the last round.
Mix is still walking him down, guys. Just gonna point that out. We don't go to damage, we default to cage control, and Mix is having it all night, in my opinion.
Well, if you're talking about visible damage as well, it's the face of Magomedov that looks worse for the wear right now. The knee just misses for Magomedov, and Mix doggedly pursuing a takedown in round number 5.
I love that Mix is trying this, because he's better at it than he thinks.
Chael, tell me as a wrestler, is this potentially where long arms become a disadvantage?
Yes, oh, most definitely. Once Mix gets him against the cage, and Dan, it used to be a thing that has really changed in our sport. If a wrestler pushed you in the fence, he was going to drop down, grab a double, and you were going to the mat. These guys from Dagestan are now changing, they're changing the angle of their feet. Once you go against the fence, they're pushing him right up against it. Oh, it just happened for a moment. If they go back to the fence, I'll point it out again, but it's a very interesting defense. And it's changed who's in charge there.
Final 20 seconds, both corners calling for a final statement from their fighter. Last 10. Swing and a miss from Magomed.
Risky game.
A knee up the middle from Patchy.
Both fighters believe they won. They're both going to throw their hands up in just a moment. They both believe they won. Both of their corners are not sure, and I am with the corners. I don't know at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's world title fight, we go the distance. So we go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first, Dave Peabody, scores the fight 49-46. He sees the contest for Magomedov. Your second judge at cage side, Hadi Ali, 48-47, scoring the fight for Mix. Your third and final judge at cage side, Mark Collette, 48-47, seeing it for the winner by split decision, and still